Chapter 226. Jevikal. The fight against Jevikal was a brutal clash. For every strike Encrid aimed, he had to endure 2 in return. Even so, Encrid remained unchanged. He was the same as ever, unflinching even when his life hung by a thread. That unwavering resolve, that steadfast temperament, it was what had brought him this far. "Damn, those eyes are really starting to piss me off," Jevikal muttered, his grin widening. Watching the fight, Rem flinched more than once but couldn't help muttering to himself. How could anyone tolerate such a situation? Finally, he spoke up. "Right? Annoying, isn't it?" "Totally understandable." Why was it that, in this moment, he found himself empathizing with Jevikal's frustration? He wasn't alone in this sentiment. Ragnar, Jackson, and even Audin nodded in silent agreement. No matter what you did, Encrid remained the same. Unshaken, unyielding. He simply kept doing what needed to be done. A man who acted first and debated right and wrong later. Because of that, Audin had introduced the isolation technique into Encrid's repertoire for the first time. Jackson had taught him the elusive sense of evasion, and Rem had imparted the essence of the heart of the beast. Even Ragnar had been compelled to pass on his skills to Encrid under similar circumstances. Those eyes, that dogged persistence, and never giving up. Watching him could drive anyone to madness. "Aren't you scared?" Jevikal asked, exasperated. As he spoke, he subtly twisted his blade, shifting to an unconventional stance while repositioning his feet. Encrid matched his movement, adjusting his sword's angle and shuffling his feet across the ground without lifting them, his body sliding into a new position. "Of what? You almost died just now. Didn't you too?" Earlier, Jevikal had feinted by extending his left foot forward, only to retract it and launch a surprise thrust. Encrid had fallen for it, swinging his sword prematurely, which allowed Jevikal to counterattack with precision. At the critical moment, as Jevikal's blade split into 4 deadly arcs, anyone else would have been frozen in fear. Encrid wasn't immune to the terror, but he didn't let it kill him. How had he evaded it? Sense of evasion. Jackson's technique had saved his life, though it cost him. A slice across his neck burned like molten iron branding his skin. And that wasn't the only injury. Encrid's abdomen had been pierced, his arm tendons narrowly missed, and his neck had nearly been severed moments earlier. "That's enough for today! Remember, there's always tomorrow," Kreis shouted, prompted by Rem's signal. Jevikal had no intention of stopping. He was ready to strike a decisive blow, but his intentions were thwarted. "Careful, you're getting on my nerves," Rem warned, stepping in abruptly. Somehow, he had closed the distance and was now behind Encrid's left flank. If Jevikal struck down Encrid now, what would happen? Even with revealing his trump card, Jevikal realized, "I'd die too." Naturally, Jevikal valued his own life far more than anyone else's. "Fine." He sheathed his blade and raised his palms in a gesture of surrender, though the faintest trace of killing intent lingered. Rem scoffed and turned away. He didn't need to keep an eye on Jevikal. At this range, whatever Jevikal tried, Rem's axe would reach him first. Besides, Rem wasn't alone. The wily wildcat of the group had positioned himself on the opposite side. How many had noticed? Certainly not Jevikal. "All right, folks. Today isn't the only day, you know. How about some rest? Make friends, bond a little. And if you're bored, the alleys behind the tavern have plenty of spots to spice up your night. Don't know the good places? That's tragic. Luckily for you, Kreis took the opportunity to peddle his wares, his antics strangely disarming the tension. This here is the Border Guard Gourmet Map. It was a simple map, marking shops that sold spiced jerky, marmalade, freshly baked bread, and more. Each one's just 10 copper coins. The price was oddly reasonable, Not too high, but not negligible either. I'll take one. Need a good meal after all that bloodletting. Jevicott chuckled, grabbing a map. Encouraged by his purchase, others from the Merchant Guild, and even the Earl's entourage followed suit. Finally, the half-giant warrior timidly asked, "Shouldn't the injured gentleman get this for free?" Cree snatched back the map he was handing over. That was yesterday's policy. Starting today, everyone pays. Even you, my lady. Hearing herself addressed as lady for the first time, the half-giantess nodded solemnly and handed over the exact amount. Clapping his hands, Cress addressed the group with a theatrical bow. "You won't regret. Rest well, explore the city, and feel free to spar amongst yourselves. But no causing trouble, and ensure the safety of the townsfolk." Rising from his bow, he added, "Welcome to Border Guard." Despite the blood he'd lost, none of his injuries were life-threatening, so Encrid observed the scene in silence. Does that guy really think this is some kind of tourist destination? Border Guard, for all its trade city facade, was fundamentally a military outpost. There wasn't much for tourists to enjoy, not that anyone seemed ready to leave. And why would they? "I'll go next time," Encrid muttered to himself. How did the eyes of the rapier fencer look? They shone, with a glint of competitive spirit and an unmistakable curiosity. Whatever his motives, it was clear this man wasn't leaving anytime soon. The same could be said for the half-giant. She seemed fully intent on staying as well. As for Eden Molson's party, that went without saying. Fight me again. As soon as his wounds were healed, Eden had roared this challenge. But after watching the battle with Jevicott, he fell silent, though his twitching brow betrayed his displeasure with the situation. Regardless, with Eden staying, the guards accompanying him would also remain. Ah, what abundance! Was this what it felt like to be nourished in spirit? Encrid almost felt full without eating. "You're really determined to make a killing, huh? And that last bit about civilian safety, what's that all about?" Surely that was something people could figure out on their own. When Encrid voiced his curiosity, Craze, back from his antics, whispered his answer. "That Jevicott guy. I don't have a good feeling about him. If we leave him be, he might cause trouble. I'll let the higher-ups know we need to tighten security. Sure, if he dies fighting soldiers, that's one thing. But if an outsider murders a civilian, we'll have a real headache on our hands." Encrid thought back to his fight with Jevicott. That blade, that technique, it was memorable. The clash had been so intense he'd had no time to gauge Jevicott's personality, only his skill. But if Crace's judgment was sharp, it was worth trusting. "Jackson, report this to the higher-ups." "Got it." Sending the cunning wildcat to handle the task, Encrid began his limping journey back to the lodging. "You're gonna wear yourself down to nothing at this rate," Rem said, falling in step beside him. It was nagging, sure, but Encrid couldn't argue. Rem was right. His body was a mess. A hole in his abdomen, tendons in his arm nearly severed. If he died, it would all be healed, leaving only the strength he'd gained from the ordeal. In a way, it was a convenient, even advantageous ability. But Encrid held on. Why? If someone asked, he wouldn't have an answer. He just wanted to. He clawed and scraped forward with everything he had. He had simply erased the word "give up" from his dictionary of life. Unbeknownst to him, this relentless mindset was the true essence of the boatman's curse. Its core was to leave one perpetually striving, never satisfied with resting in the comfort of the present. If the boatman understood this, he might have been so frustrated that he'd throw his lamp into the Black River in a fit of rage. Of course, Encrid wasn't aware of any of this. He was just doing what he'd always done, moving forward. Well, I didn't die, did I? You make it sound so simple. Anyway, did you really get a good look at that guy's swordsmanship? I saw it. Encrid replayed the fight in his mind. Jevikar's swordsmanship combined true blade forms and phantom blade forms. On the continent, this hybrid style was called Ki swordsmanship. More specifically, it was the Eastern Kai sword. The blade's trajectories were strange, and its targeting was uncanny. One moment it seemed aimed at the arm, the next it shifted to the shoulder. Aiming for the shoulder, it suddenly struck at the thigh. It was hard to read. So how had he responded? At first he tried matching Jevikal blow for blow. If he took one hit, he aimed to land one in return. He swung fast and hard, meeting Jevikal head-on. How did Jevikal respond? By blocking and immediately countering, targeting his wrist with precision. From a technical perspective, Jevikal's moniker wasn't undeserved. And the blade techniques that had earned him the nickname, he hadn't even used them. So, Encrid had been overwhelmed. He lost. It was a defeat. But did that dishearten him? Not in the slightest. I can catch up. If one day of training wasn't enough, he'd train for 2. If 2 days weren't enough, he'd train for a week. If a week wasn't enough, a month. Given time, he believed he could close the gap. It wasn't a matter of tactics, strength, or speed. It was purely a difference in skill mastery. And Ki swordsmanship was inherently that way. A peculiar, mystifying art. If you saw it, that makes it simple. Just read it all and counter, Rem said, his lessons hitting home once more. Do I need to defeat him with the same skills? Even if there's only one destination, there are many paths to reach it. Use your head for once. Instead of fixating on running down a single path, Encrid decided to widen his perspective. Even if his body could handle it, he wouldn't let himself settle. You're winning me over. Rem grinned, a genuine smile that Encrid found oddly pleasant. It struck him then. He had disliked seeing Jevikal's grin. Perhaps Crace's assessment of the man was accurate after all. When Encrid returned, blood still dripping, Esther let out a sharp, disbelieving cough. The expression on her face said it all. I sent you out perfectly fine this morning, and now you're like this. How does her nagging somehow feel worse than Rem's? It was fascinating, really. Rem chuckled at the sight. Hey, leopard mage, you might as well get used to it. This guy's going to be like this forever. The black leopard mage didn't bother replying. Instead, Ragnar quietly asked, Did you have fun today? Encrid nodded. His injuries this time were too severe to shake off in a single day. But for Dunbakel, who watched over him, even his recovery speed was astonished. 3 days? I'm fine now. Was she going to be surprised every time he got back on his feet? Encrid wondered as he started moving again. Word was that Jevikal's group was still staying at the Marketplace Inn. Who will I face next? The anticipation made his heart race, pushing his feet forward. Though his arm hadn't fully healed, his other arm was fine. The salve Jackson had given him was effective, and Odin had secretly infused him with divine energy. It wasn't visible, nor was it strong enough to glow, but it had accelerated his recovery. Without it, even with his regenerative ability, he should have been bedridden for over a week. Jevikal, meanwhile, was seething. The urge to kill was boiling inside him. Should he head out into the night and slit a few throats? After 2 days, the wounds from his fight with Encrid had scabbed over, and just looking at them stoked his frustration. Unable to hold back, he began to move, only to be blocked by the half-giant. Stop, little human, huh? I said stop. What for? Feigning ignorance, he smiled, but the half-giant didn't budge. From a table in the inn's first-floor tavern, another man glanced over, a rapier fencer. Jevikal, you're with the Black Blades, right? Always clinging together, squawking like crows. Knock it off. You're making life harder for everyone staying here. What are you even talking about? Jevikal smirked and feigned innocence, but neither the half-giant nor the fencer replied. Yet leaving while being ignored felt awkward. I just wanted a night walk, he muttered, retreating up the creaking wooden stairs. Once he was gone, the rapier fencer sipped his drink while the half-giant stood lost in thought. Whatever they were thinking remained a mystery. Why haven't you fought the giant? The fencer suddenly asked. She's not my target, Jevakal replied. Though he was also curious about Audin's abilities, his answer sufficed for now. The rapier fencer nodded. Their conversation was interrupted by Edin Molson's escort, descending the stairs, the wood creaking under their steps. Both men instinctively glanced upward. The escort walked past without a word and stepped outside. Jevakal, who had lingered long enough to notice, asked, Why'd you let that guy go? He won't cause trouble. And me? You will. The rapier fencer's answer came without a moment's hesitation, leaving Jevakal momentarily stunned. Should I just kill this guy? But he hesitated, ultimately backing down. Though he wasn't bedridden, he was still recovering, and both the fencer and the giant had already seen his swordplay. It wouldn't be fair unless he got to see theirs, too. And soon, fate aligned with his desire. Fine by me, Encrid replied calmly, indifferent to who his opponent was. Watching this, Jevakal felt a pang of irritation. That guy's eyes. Why do they have to be so damned earnest? Regardless, Encrid squared off with the rapier fencer. This time, the fight was clean and evenly matched. Neither sustained serious injuries. Or rather, what is this guy even here for? Jevakal thought, a faint smirk forming as he observed. He could see the motives of most of the people accompanying Encrid. He even recognized the identity of the towering female warrior, but chose to feign ignorance. The rapier fencer, however, was different. Through their duel, it was clear. He wasn't here for his own benefit. He was teaching Encrid. Chapter 227. Sparring, training, testing, how did he come this far? The rapier fencer was no stranger to teaching. It was second nature to him, and his keen eyes went beyond familiarity. They were masterful. Unlike the natural talent of frogs, who could instinctively perceive potential, the fencer's insight stemmed from personal experience and refined skill. By those eyes, Encrid had undoubtedly improved. It was almost unbelievable that he possessed no will. Occasionally, his attacks gleamed with intensity, unleashing a whirlwind of strikes that cornered even himself. Orthodox forms. He had woven heavy sword techniques into his repertoire, steadily forming a cohesive whole. The fencer had initially held no expectations for the black-haired man. His talent and skills were middling at best, yet he had never been so wrong in his judgment. This realization stirred something in the fencer, tugging at his heart and compelling him to act. Sparring, instruction, that was his intent from the start. He had once pursued the path of a knight, but abandoned it when his talents fell short. Even so, he had never lost to someone without will. Not before, and not now. But Encrid had grown. It was remarkable and praiseworthy, yet the fencer's judgment was firm. The man standing before him could not yet match a true knight. The clashing of swords erupted in a flurry, sparks flying with every strike. Through the relentless exchange, the fencer's sharp blue eyes assessed every detail. Even his footwork. It was exceptional, clearly surpassing human limits. Against complacent opponents relying on mediocre talent, Encrid would prevail. As for his fight with Jevakal, having witnessed that clash and now facing him directly, the fencer understood the difference. Jevakal fights to kill. Encrid fights to challenge. For him, sparring comes first. That was the fundamental gap. Jevakal had fought to end lives, while Encrid sought only to test himself. And yet, the margin between them was paper-thin. If Jevakal had noticed this subtle distinction, the outcome might have been different. But he hadn't. Encrid's rapid progress was undeniable, surprising even the fencer. It was this unexpected growth that had prompted him to unsheath his sword and spar. He didn't need to fight at full strength to teach, but he did wield his blade swiftly and powerfully, mixing his rapier's elegance with fluidity. His strikes flowed like water, hitting and slipping, slipping and hitting. He wanted to show Encrid that such swordplay existed. At the same time, he engaged in a battle of wits. Encouraging mastery of a single style was a flawed approach, he believed. While specializing was natural, a swordsman should at least dabble in all 5 forms. Why? Because only by understanding them can one defend, evade, or counter effectively. This was why the fencer emphasized variety in swordsmanship. He wanted Encrid to see that strategy wasn't confined to orthodoxy. For instance, let it flow. As he moved to deflect, Encrid's eyes lit up. A feint. Encrid responded with a vertical slash. The kind of strike that seemed capable of cleaving anything in two. A thunderous attack. But the fencer sidestepped at the last moment, redirecting the blade with finesse. A rapier technique, deflection without contact. The thunderous slash tore through empty air, the sound of its passage clear and sharp. It was a demonstration of advanced, even masterful, swordsmanship. The fencer followed with a precise thrust, disrupting Encrid's stance. From that point, victory was his. He pressed his advantage slowly but steadily, employing a technique akin to boiling a frog. Starting from cold water, the heat builds gradually, until a frog cannot escape. The essence of this method was pressure. Through his sword, the fencer conveyed a single message: you cannot surpass this point. This is your limit. He drove Encrid into a corner, trapping him. Not even Encrid's monstrous strength, evasive instincts, or learned techniques could breach the wall before him. Was he disheartened? Hardly. Encrid simply continued to swing his blade, unwavering. The fencer found this both admirable and disappointing. The duel had not gone as he had hoped. In the end, the fencer saw no brilliance, no spark. Perhaps I was wrong. Maybe he isn't a prodigy I overlooked. Otherwise, how could this growth be possible? Yet, why was there no glimmer of genius? Why was his potential so dull? He had expected the frog to leap from the pot, at least to stretch its legs, but it merely withered. This is enough, the fencer said at last. Ha ha! An excellent lesson, Encrid replied, bowing in gratitude. It had been a spar worthy of respect. This opponent had no interest in Encrid's life or reputation. He had simply appeared and taught him. Now, it's my turn, the half-giant said, stepping forward with sword and shield. Unlike the duel just now, this one demanded no rest. Encrid nodded and prepared himself. The fight was as intense and brutal as their first encounter, mesmerizing to those who watched. If Yevikol's battles felt like mortal combat, where a single mistake could mean a fatal wound or dismemberment, then the half-giant's fights felt like they would crush or shatter something at any moment. Encrid endured. He sustained injuries similar to those from their first duel. This time, the half-giant demonstrated a new trick, wielding her blade like a blunt weapon by gripping the edge. She also used his shield for deceptive feints. Encrid countered by combining heavy and orthodox sword techniques, seemingly applying lessons from the earlier duel. The fencer, observing from the sidelines, remained unimpressed. He hasn't improved. However, Encrid barely made the cut as an average fighter. That annoyed him. The swordsman's eyes naturally narrowed into a scowl. That's it for today. If you're bored, take on a request to clear some nearby beasts. The rewards are generous, and it might help you vent your frustrations, Cray said. Sounds good, Jevicol replied. Jevicol's face lit up at the suggestion. His hands were itching for action. More than anything, the two opponents he'd observed today were no pushovers. One was his natural nemesis, while the other seemed to be hiding their true skill. Troublesome bastards, he thought bitterly. Still, he couldn't simply walk away. Fleeing without a proper reason might even prompt the Black Blade to send an assassination squad after him. He'd abused the gang's resources freely until now. and the time to risk his life had finally come. Besides, his bloodlust was simmering, making him crave the sensation of his blade piercing through soft flesh. But he couldn't just kill anyone, not a vagrant in the city, only to be mobbed and beaten to death in return. Especially with these sharp-eyed, highly skilled comrades nearby, watching his every move like hawks. Bad luck all around, he grumbled internally. While he hadn't expected things to go smoothly, the situation had grown far more complicated than he'd anticipated. Guess I'll just cut down some beasts, he concluded. It was a reasonable decision. Craze nodded and gestured for a nearby soldier to lead Jevakol away, marking the end of today's sparring. Encrid, on the other hand, had to be half carried back. His thigh muscles trembled so violently that he couldn't even walk. This is nothing. I'll be fine after a little rest, Encrid said. Yeah, sure, someone muttered skeptically. You might recover now, but if this keeps up, you'll cripple yourself. Brother, faith is admirable, but overconfidence should be avoided, Auden added, quoting a teaching from the sacred scriptures. The message was clear. Trust your body, but know your limits. Yeah, got it, Encrid nodded. Of course, it wasn't a promise he intended to keep. Once we're back at the quarters, let's practice blade hand techniques, Ragnar suggested, sharpening your senses. Everyone seemed to have something to say, especially since Encrid had been on the receiving end of today's beatdowns. Was it different from when they were the ones dealing the blows? Encrid didn't care. What did it matter? There was so much to do, and his training still wasn't yielding immediate results. But that was how it was. Step by step, he would keep moving forward. At least his body was no longer stagnant as it once was, which in itself was a significant improvement. Brushing aside idle thoughts, Encrid returned to the quarters and began blade hand training with Ragnar. Unbelievable. Training in that condition? Finn remarked, clicking her tongue at the sight. Recently, Finn had been busy as well. She often whispered with the ferry commander and frequently disappeared at dawn. Where have you been sneaking off to these days? Ram asked out of boredom. Moonlit dew is supposed to be good for the skin, Finn replied casually, not even looking up as she organized her belongings. Is she messing with me? Ram muttered. Encrid silently agreed, but sided with Finn. You're being paranoid. You have a habit of taking people's words the wrong way. It wasn't revenge for the times Rem called him broken in the head. Definitely not. Nay. As Rem frowned, Ragnar nudged Dunbakel forward. Go. Do your job, Ragnar ordered. What job? Dunbakel reluctantly approached Rem. Oh, right. Time for training. Been slacking off lately, haven't we? Lately? They'd only cut back from 2 beatings a day to 1, and that had been just for 2 days. Slacking off? Dunbakel shot him a venomous glare, to which Rem grinned approvingly. Yes. That fire in your eyes, that's what I like. Let's have a spirited training session today. Dunbakel wanted to cry, but her pride wouldn't allow it. The pair left for their session, while Encrid resumed his sparring matches. Once his body recovered, he grabbed whoever was available at the inn and sparred with them. Jevakol was a master of sharp strikes and unpredictable, unconventional attacks. Even from him there were lessons to be learned. The half-giant wielded her sword and shield with immense power, blending heavy swordsmanship with shield techniques. While her style incorporated orthodox elements, the deeper the fight went, the more versatile his attacks became. The shield charge that had initially caught Encrid off guard remained a constant threat. Even the slightest opening would be mercilessly exploited, driven by monstrous stamina and overwhelming strength. While Encrid's endurance wasn't lacking, his opponent's sheer size made her a walking weapon. The rapier swordsman? Predictable as ever. He repeated the same tactics over and over. Edin Mulsan also kept challenging him, but failed to make any significant progress. After being knocked out during their 3rd sparring session, he stopped coming as frequently. Instead, his bodyguard stepped up to take his place. "What's your name? You don't need to know." He was a blunt and prickly man. Encrid didn't care. He wasn't concerned with why this person was finally stepping forward either. All that mattered was that now there was another suitable opponent, and that made him happy. He smiled at the thought. Definitely not normal. The bodyguard spoke, but Encrid didn't pay any attention. The opponent's swordsmanship was based on the flowing sword style, a technique that aimed for openings, swiftly slipping the sword in when the opponent let their guard down. Encrid was familiar with this style. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it. It wasn't a mistake either. He'd replayed and analyzed this style countless times, never forgetting it. It was the same technique used by someone from Aspen. More specifically, it was the style of someone he'd once struck down with his left hand. The name of that opponent, Mitch Hurrier, was one Encrid could never forget. The Hurrier family symbolized Aspen's military might. So, was this person an agent? Encrid didn't care. As long as they were a worthy opponent, that was enough. And so they clashed. The fight was even, neither side yielding easily. Encrid didn't focus on winning, though. "If I really wanted to kill you, I could have done it 100 times over." Knowing that Encrid wasn't just a simple swordsman, mocked him. What's the point of killing someone? This wasn't a battlefield. They were here to test their skills against each other. When it came to swordsmanship, they just wanted to test their limits. "He's smiling again? You actually find this fun?" Jevakol often smiled. His grin deepened, and his tone grew sharper. He too often mocked Encrid's smile. It wasn't just a simple sparring match for Jevakol anymore. From that moment on, only Encrid occupied his mind. He was consumed with thoughts of killing Encrid, no room left for any other impulses. It was a new experience for Jevakol. The half-giant, too, had a similar experience, though she felt something else instead of murderous intent. "Why does he keep coming at me?" She knew she was superior. That much was clear. If Encrid had truly wanted to kill her, he could have. But it wasn't that simple. Jevakol likely had hidden moves. And if they fought seriously, the odds were 50-50. That was her judgment. But was there anything to gain from this sparring? And yet, why was he so delighted? "All right, it's your turn today." Despite taking a beating, he seemed pleased, and she couldn't understand why. With a faint smile, Encrid raised his sword, and the emotion on his face was all too clear. Even she, not particularly adept at reading emotions, could see it. He looked like a child experiencing an incredibly joyful moment. A joy so pure, it felt like a birthday celebration. She had heard Encrid wasn't particularly young. So why did he look like that? Let's start. How could he say it so cheerfully? She didn't know, but one thing was certain. Everything about him made her blood boil. It was a mix of fighting spirit and pride, stirring the giant's blood within her. At this moment, she was no longer a follower of her teachings, but a warrior. For the first time, she felt she wanted to be a warrior, not just a disciple. It was the first crack in the indoctrination that had been drilled into her since childhood. The teachings of the cult, the orders, everything was cast aside as she recognized a deeper desire within her. All the feelings she had never outwardly expressed, things no one, not even the bishop, had ever known. Those emotions now twisted in her heart. "You're really a strange one." The half-giant spoke up. Her words were clumsy, but the meaning was clear. "I told you from the start, something's wrong with you." From behind Encrid, a gray-haired subordinate of his spun a finger around his temple. At first that attitude had been something she ignored, but now it made perfect sense to her. "Yeah, you're wrong in the head," the half-giant agreed. And so did she. Encrid, uninterested, extended his sword. "Let's fight." He only craved the fight. He displayed his desire for it. He relished the moment. The half-giant also, almost unconsciously, found a faint smile curling at the edge of her lips. To enjoy fighting for the sake of fighting, this was a first for her, a new experience. She felt something stir within her. Each swing of the sword, meaningless in itself, brought her a sense of fulfillment. And so, she smiled too. Thus, countless sparring matches followed. Each opponent had over a dozen rounds. There were moments when Encrid was seriously injured. Other times, it ended with only minor wounds. But in the end, after all the duels, the rapier swordsman shook his head. Yes, not. This is the limit. Though, I might have misjudged, so I'll give it one last test. I wonder, can you actually win? That's the only thing I'm curious about. Muttering to himself, the rapier swordsman faced Encrid. Before Encrid could even process what was happening, countless blades erupted from the swordsman's body. Encrid had faced something similar before. It was from a red-cloaked knight named Isia. Willpower, formed into intangible blades, pressed in on Encrid, overwhelming him. It was pure intimidation. Chapter 228. Bellsday Junior Knight, Isia. She was a member of the Knight Order who came with Frosh Luargan. What she used was a technique called Will, based on willpower. The technique the swordsman before him showed was similar. No, it was even more advanced. Encrid saw the formless blades that cut, stabbed, and slashed his body. They were more and faster than Isia's. Even knowing they were fake and illusions, he couldn't ignore them. Even though he instinctively understood that they came from the opponent's will, the feeling to evade triggered within him. He almost reflexively retreated, but Encrid gritted his teeth. His body flinched. His shoulder trembled. To not avoid the oncoming blades, he would have to embrace the knife in his chest. It was the same as before. If he couldn't break through, escape or dodge would be his only choice. It was like Asia's will again. If he couldn't overcome it, he would be crushed against the wall. Without even fighting, without raising a finger, it would be admitting defeat. The laugh of the boatman came to mind. It was certain the mockery would ripple through the waters. Encrid suppressed his instincts. You could die, the rapier swordsman said, as Encrid didn't retreat. Encrid didn't listen. Even in the days when death was the end, he risked his life. He wasn't struggling to die, but struggling to move forward. So, should he retreat now? Should he? Retreat, the rapier swordsman said again, and Encrid began to swing his sword toward the oncoming blades. He turned the feeling of evasion into an offensive form, unleashing his tremendous strength and opening the door of his intuition. The focus activated, and he completely immersed himself in the moment. The approaching blades, the formless swords, all became visible, slow and certain. Encrid swung his sword. He knocked them aside, parried, and shattered them. The broken blades disappeared like ghosts. They shattered like glass, and for every one he shattered, a new blade formed. Foolish, the rapier swordsman said. That was the last word Encrid heard from him. He missed one blade. It bent as it came in, a quick blade like a hawk's strike. It was easy to miss. Encrid felt the blade cut through his throat. It felt real. It was horrible, and he could feel the heat. The thought of certain death crossed his mind. Encrid closed his eyes. But he did not meet the boatman. When he opened his eyes again, he heard a voice. Did you wake up, you crazy captain? It was Rem's voice. Encrid, overcome by the pressure of the will, had swung his sword wildly at the air, only to collapse with his eyes rolling back in his head. Yet, his posture with the sword was strangely perfect, his movements showing the signs of someone who had been trained. Soon after he collapsed, there was a loud bang. Someone hit the ground. Not one, but several moved. Odin rushed forward and caught Encrid. Rem took out his axe. Alongside him, Ragnar stood, blocking the path between Encrid and the rapier swordsman. Jackson was already behind the rapier swordsman. "If I wanted to kill him, I would have done so by now," the swordsman said. Rem knew that this was no ordinary opponent. He couldn't even guarantee his own victory. Well, I could have killed him alone if I wanted to, Rem thought. But was he alone here? There was no need to unleash his hidden power. "If he was dead, you'd be gone," Ragnar said. There was no doubt in his voice. If he decided to kill, he would do it. Reem, usually smiling, now had a serious expression as he spoke. "Let's be careful, all right? My axe tends to go off on its own. It's got a mind of its own, you know." His casual words, spoken without a smile, carried a deadly edge. "His body's fine. I'll have to check his head once he wakes up," Odin said as he checked Encrid's breathing. He didn't use his usual brother title. The will technique affects the mind. It is a force that presses and constricts. When Encrid woke up, he might be left a fool. But Odin didn't worry about that. Encrid wasn't the type to fall easily. He wasn't the kind of man who would be defeated by something so trivial. However, if fear had settled into his heart, that was the kind of damage his opponent caused. It wasn't a physical chain, but a wound in the mind. It was something that could be called psychological trauma. A fear, engraved deeply, would not break easily. "Let's check his condition once he wakes up," Odin said, still not using the term brother. And so, the fight ended. When Encrid woke up, he heard everything about what had happened right after he passed out, nodding slowly. I see. The will, a technique based on willpower. That meant his opponent was at least a junior knight. And that he knew how to use a sword. Fun, Encrid muttered. Fun? Sure. Everyone's eyes turned to him. If this was sincere, there was something wrong. His mind was broken. But then again, it wouldn't be surprising if Encrid said something like that. He truly might be insane. That thought crossed everyone's minds. A brief silence followed. Was he really okay, or was he just showing off? Could someone really say that after seeing such a blade? Looks like he's still broken, so it's fine, Rem concluded. This was Encrid's normal. Would he be afraid of a blade? It could happen. Soldiers who've rolled around in battle sometimes break mentally. There's even a story about a soldier who saw a giant and would faint just hearing the word giant for the rest of his life. But Encrid wasn't like that. He had truly died before, endured pain, and faced death head-on. He wouldn't be shaken by a virtual blade cutting him. When you drew your sword back then, it was the same. Looks like you're really broken, Cray said, recalling a similar experience when he drew the cursed sword. He mimicked the motion of spinning a finger around his ear. Rem struck the back of Cray's head with such force that it looked like his eyes were about to pop out of his face, justifying his big eyes nickname. Ah, why are you hitting me? That's mine. What do you mean yours? Encrid shook his head inwardly and sat up. I'm the only one who can do it. Rem was just being mischievous. Chryse pouted but quietly stepped back. Wasn't this someone who wasn't even worth talking to? Are you really okay, Captain? I must have slept too long. My body feels light. In response to the question of whether he was okay, Encrid replied that his body felt light. Odin smiled slightly. Truly amazing mental strength, brother. Odin looked at Encrid again with a renewed sense of awe. Why wouldn't he? The long hours spent honing holiness. What was required of everyone was patience and a stable mindset. Only those who do not succumb to any hardship or threat can raise their heads. Odin murmured a part of the scriptures. No one paid much attention to it. Ragnar wasn't a particularly suspicious person, but still felt the need to confirm something. Ching. He drew his sword and stopped just a finger's breadth away from Encrid's nose. You want to spar? Encrid looked blankly into Ragnar's eyes. Anyone who fears a sword can't hide their unease. But how were Encrid's eyes right now? Still the same. Straight and true. The same look that even Jevacol found tiring to look at. We can do it next time. Ragnar sheathed his sword. As always, Jackson was just amazed by Encrid. He doesn't seem like someone who could ever die. Of course, Jackson wouldn't just stand by if Encrid was in danger. Still, Encrid was perfectly fine now, and the sparring continued. The rapier swordsman, instead of the soft and friendly blades of before, showed more pressure. Once again, Encrid was struck by formless blades, falling unconscious. To be precise, he fainted. It wasn't actual death. It was just something that felt like death, something that dug deep into the mind and spirit. That wouldn't change Encrid. Is he enduring it? The rapier swordsman spoke. Jevacol, watching from the side, grumbled. Hey, just finish him off already. If you're going to kill him, then do it. Why are you stabbing him so lightly, testing him? The rapier swordsman ignored him. The giant and Edin Molson's guards had a different opinion. Next time, let's do it at the end. He keeps passing out before even getting started. The guards spoke, and the hybrid giant nodded. They didn't want their own opportunities to be taken away. It was an odd situation. The rapier swordsman saw Encrid's limits, but still acknowledged something. Is it willpower? Among everyone present, no one was the same as when they first arrived. They were all changing, little by little, as they faced Encrid. The heat of summer had passed, and it was now a dry fall. Border guards Penhanil North had a short autumn, meaning the cold would soon follow. It had already been about a month since they arrived in Border Guard. Next time is the last, the rapier swordsman said. Do as you wish, Rem replied. After fainting from the pressure, Encrid nodded when he woke up. I want to beat this. There's only one way. As always, there was advice given when they sparred with visitors to the city. Once again, Ragnar stepped forward. If you can't defeat all of them, you can strike the phantom blades with your heart. This wasn't vague advice. Will, at the very least, if you didn't have something intangible to counteract the pressure, you wouldn't be able to win. Will is said to be something you realize. But in truth, if that kind of power existed, forming a knight order itself would be impossible. Junior knights are those who have awakened their will forcibly. It's possible, but even if you awaken it, countering this kind of pressure is a different matter. The last part was the analogy of learning to walk, but not being able to run immediately. Anyway, based on Ragnar's words, the conclusion was that the opponent was testing him. Whether the intention was good or evil, kind or malicious, Encrid didn't care. For him, it was just about pressure. Every time he met something that constricted him, like before, he only wanted to overcome it. But he wasn't planning to sacrifice his life and repeat today. Another day passed, and it was a night just like any other. Bell, who was on duty at the city gates, noticed someone approaching in the middle of the night. Who's there? A merchant? Although Bell asked, he already knew the person wasn't a merchant. Logically, it was strange for someone to be traveling alone, and emotionally, the person didn't seem easy to deal with. Is this where the soldier who ended of the war is? The man wasn't wearing a black cloak, nor was his outfit suspicious. The man, who had approached to the reach of the torchlight, was young. His skin was somewhat dark and he had a sword at his waist. One arming sword on one side and 3 daggers lined up on the other. His attire looked natural. In other words, he looked like someone armed, but didn't seem to be. I was hoping to meet him, the man said again. Bell tilted his head slightly, then turned it back and replied, At this hour, we can't let outsiders into the city. If you plan on coming, it's best to come tomorrow at noon. And we'll meet tomorrow, right? The last question was directed at his colleague. Yeah, that's right. His colleague replied. Coincidentally, tomorrow was the day Encrid would recover and come out. It was the day after the recent days of continuous sparring. There had been rest days. but tomorrow he would be out. He hadn't been seriously injured. Well, you're lucky. You'll be able to meet him tomorrow. Upon hearing Bell's words, the man mumbled something before speaking. I only have time tonight. Could we meet now? Bell thought the man was being stubborn, but there was something strange about his demeanor. Let's test him out. There were many people searching for the soldier from the end of the war, but it was rare to find someone who could overpower him. Many had left after being defeated. Is this just some soldier? Bell muttered under his breath. Saying this, Bell tapped his colleague's shoulder. I'll check this out for a moment. If anything happens, ring the emergency bell. Don't worry. I'll put an arrow through his forehead before the emergency bell even rings. His colleague, who always carried a bow, spoke with a quick jab at his side. Jackson, their trainer, was a master archer. Bell thought as he opened the side gate and stepped out. There were a few guards keeping watch, watching him closely. Bell spoke, using the light from the torches as a reference. If you knock me out, I'll send the message. Would you like to give it a try? Sure, sounds good. Soon, Bell aimed his spear at the man, but the man stood there, unarmed. Aren't you going to draw your sword? Bell's voice deepened. If I cut you with this, you'd die. But I don't think I need to kill you. This guy? Overflowing with confidence, huh? Bell's irritation surged, and that frustration was channeled into a thrust with his spear. The fight didn't last long. The man caught Bell's thrust, but Bell could see his movement coming. However, Bell was a fraction too slow. The man closed the distance and struck Bell's stomach with the palm of his hand. Thud. The shock felt like it penetrated his stomach. Bell thought for a moment that his stomach had been pierced. He barely managed to hold back the urge to vomit, and the man's voice reached him. You have great endurance. If I fall from just one hit, I'll have an instructor who would get really mad at me, Bell replied, exhaling, his legs shaking from the heavy blow. Still, Audin's punches were even heavier than this. Bell made a decision. The man was more skilled than he was, and he'd said he didn't want to wait until tomorrow. All I have to do is deliver the message. Bell figured he'd just relay the message to Encrid. The rest of the judgment was up to him. Hadn't Encrid mentioned there might be people like this several times? Encrid himself had said he wanted to meet everyone, even those passing by. If the person was someone whose skill was proven, it wouldn't matter if it was late at night. He had already met others like that. I'll go check on it. Bell stepped back willingly. The man didn't show any murderous intent or act rudely. Bell entered the barracks and relayed the message to Encrid. Wait a moment, I'll go check it myself. Encrid suddenly stood up. Are you going alone? Yeah, well, I suppose that's fine. Bell, who had been the gatekeeper for those who came looking for Encrid, didn't find the man to be as imposing as the others. He didn't sense any overwhelming presence or pressure. When he relayed this to Encrid, with a light step, headed out alone. Let's go. Encrid stepped forward, and they exchanged a few words under the torchlight before their swords clashed. Clang, trying. The fight continued between the two. It was intense and lively. It felt as though the dawn was rising between them. The light seemed to shine through in their movements. Then, something strange caught Bell's eye. Suddenly, the man's drawn blade grazed Encrid's forehead, and in that instant, the man seemed to shake his head as if disappointed. Afterward, Encrid's body began to tremble, and he collapsed forward. He fell face first. He couldn't keep his body upright. Bell blinked. Is he dead? The world seemed to distort and tear apart. Encrid's death was like the pendulum of a clock, turning back the day. The curse had activated, and a day Bell could not remember passed. And once again, the same day began, repeating the same events. Bell, having gone to find Encrid, spoke again. The independent platoon commander had someone visit. Yeah. Bell tilted his head. Without any detailed explanation, Encrid just immediately left. Encrid, who left with a bright smile on his face, one he usually didn't show, was absolutely filled with joy and excitement. "Do you know him?" Bell asked. "No," Encrid replied as he walked. Though he said he didn't know him, the answer was filled with undeniable joy and excitement. It was so apparent that Encrid could not hide it. Chapter 229. Should I fix my broken head first? If I get hit one more time, I might really die. Are you going to keep going? Although it wasn't time for bed yet, the sun had set, and the evening was growing dark. Ram, scratching his toes, asked the question. It was a remarkably indifferent attitude. Before washing up, Encrid was cleaning his sword and checking his equipment. Next to him, Jackson was cleaning his dagger with linseed oil. His touch wasn't delicate, but it was skillful. He was a talented guy with many skills. Encrid casually responded, "I won't die. To be precise, even if he did die, he would just come back." He had nearly died facing the hybrid giant. He had come close to the edge of death in his battle against Jevikal. Even the swordsmanship of Eden Molson's guard was no joke. It was a duel with real blades, and of course it was common to be stabbed somewhere if things went wrong. From the perspective of an ordinary person, it might seem like he was desperately trying to get himself killed. A fight where carelessness could lead to death. Normally this would be something to stop, but his superior was a true lunatic who actually enjoyed this kind of thing. However, was it right to face that intimidation head-on? If he didn't have the strength to break free and win right now, it would be like jumping off a cliff with nothing but his bare hands, or like leaping onto a sharp rock. Going up against a heavily armored cavalry with only a quill pen is pretty much the same thing. Ragnar chimed in, dressed in casual clothes with wet hair, as if he had just finished washing. It was a sign that it was all pointless. Didn't Auden and Jackson think the same? Both had said similar things while going about their tasks. It's fine, yes. But Encrid thought differently. Was it because there was a way? Or because there was a way to handle it? No, that wasn't it. It was simply because he knew that once something appeared in front of him, retreating would make it impossible to move forward. The beast's heart, focus of concentration, sensory blade, the isolation technique had granted him talent. However, they didn't turn him into a genius beyond others. So what changed? Nothing. There was always something to learn, something to practice, something to gain. So why should he avoid it? Ragnar was stimulated by seeing Encrid not give up. Though he didn't perfectly control his power, it wouldn't be wrong to say he knew how to use it. He just couldn't use the technique of intimidation. No, even if he could use it, controlling it freely would be a different issue. In other words, he couldn't prepare him for it in advance. A sharp sensation pierced his chest, and it was the first time he had experienced such a longing. A thirst, something others would call ambition if they knew. Higher. Ragnar quietly sank into himself. Everyone was on a break, a resting period. It was also the evening when Esther had turned into her human form. Now, she had to be in her human form once or twice a month, as she had said. Esther's eyes turned toward Encrid. Actually, she had been looking at him for a while. It was only now that Encrid noticed her gaze. Her eyes were captivating. They were like a blue lake, or the deep blue of a moonlit night. With those eyes, Esther had been staring at Encrid when she finally spoke. How foolish. Encrid was used to hearing this. In some ways he was quick-witted and perceptive, but when it came to swords and his dream, he was stubborn to the point of being foolish. Encrid was well aware of this, so her words weren't meant as an insult. Can you only become human once a month? In response to Encrid's question, Esther replied that it wasn't his concern. To be precise, she could turn into a human as many times as she wanted, but she still preferred being a leopard. However, Esther also had plenty of tasks to take care of in her human form. She hadn't forgotten, but she had put off adjusting the world of her spell and fixing the golem she had obtained earlier. The world of spells grew dull if it wasn't regularly tended to, like a blade losing its sharpness. Foolish. His head is broken, I told you. Rem laughed, tapping his head with the hand that had been scratching his toes. Encrid neatly ignored him. It was that kind of evening. Auden was meditating. Ragnar had already gone to bed, and just then Bell arrived. Someone came to challenge you. What do we do? Bell coming to fetch him in the middle of the night meant that the challenger was quite skilled. Anyone who comes at night always has something shady going on. Kreis muttered from behind, rummaging through his belongings. He had finished cleaning his dagger and seemed to be looking for something. I'll just check it out. Shady or not, a breakthrough was needed at this point. A duel with a new opponent. That was Encrid's breakthrough. Although the rapier swordsman didn't acknowledge it, Encrid felt that his skill had improved through fighting the giant, Jevakal, Molson's guard, and the rapier swordsman. To others, it might seem small and insignificant, but he had definitely grown. Training and reflecting on his sword, they had had him. He believed this duel would be the same. Something that would help. Bell asked if he was going alone, and Encrid casually nodded. There wouldn't be any immediate danger. The others, including I.M., weren't that concerned. That was understandable. Many had asked for duels in the middle of the night before. Some of them were afraid their reputation would drop if they lost in front of spectators, so they came secretly. Others claimed they couldn't showcase their techniques publicly. Both were valid reasons. Encrid generally respected his opponents. After all, just the fact that someone came to challenge him was a pleasant thing. But that didn't mean he would accept anyone. It was natural to only accept opponents whose skills had been proven. And Bell was the gauge for that. So, if Bell called him, the opponent was worthy of fighting. What happened? How did you lose? I tried to use my sword, but he only used his fists and slapped me with his palm. It hurt. Bell mimicked the technique of the opponent. It seemed awkward and hard to gauge. They then left for the city gate. Under the light of the torches, a man with reddish-brown hair appeared. His face was youthful, and his arms were long. Using the skills he had learned from the isolation technique, Encrid assessed his opponent's abilities. Long arms, good balance. The well-balanced body and long arms were excellent conditions for wielding a sword. I'm the soldier who ended the war. Encrid stepped forward and spoke. The wind that blew from behind caused the torch's flame to flicker to one side. Thanks to that, the shadows between the two tangled and then fell apart. Ah, it's you. The opponent's eyes widened. They weren't particularly bright or clear, but there was no malice or intent to kill in them. This was someone who had probably killed people before, but seemed to have a clear standard, a belief or something similar. Someone who appeared to have their own principles. Of course, it was just a guess. You couldn't know a person just by their appearance. A playful look could also be seen across his face. While Rem's youthful face carried the mischievous cunning of a seasoned devil, this one had the pure, innocent feel of a child. I'm sorry for coming so late. The opponent apologized first, bowing his head slightly. He then observed Encrid with his eyes. His posture was good. It's fine. The man's gaze scanned Encrid's entire body, from his chest to his toes, and then back up again. He spoke without hiding his stare. You've got a well-trained body. The emotion in the voice when he spoke was noticeable. Was that an exaggeration? It didn't seem like it. Where are you from? Encrid asked, hiding his anticipation. A shepherd from the wilderness. It wasn't a long conversation. To be honest, it was rather trivial. Encrid had gotten used to the somewhat embarrassing title of the soldier who ended the war. It meant that many had come to challenge him, but he hadn't expected someone like this to show up. A shepherd from the wilderness. Literally a group with absurd combat strength that lived in the wilderness, herding sheep. Their history and traditions were said to date back even before the empire's rise. Well, that didn't change anything. If anything, it only increased his anticipation. The wilderness was a land teeming with monsters and beasts. And to herd sheep there? Clearly, these people were no ordinary folks. "Let's go." At Encrid's words, the shepherd moved. The speed of their feet was startling. Before the opponent's sword could even be drawn, Encrid's blade split the darkness first. Cling! Whoosh! He drew and struck in one motion. It was a medium sword-style draw cut, an upward slash. Through the blade slicing the air, Encrid could see the gleam in the opponent's eyes. Before long, a dagger appeared in the opponent's hand, and Encrid felt that a line had been drawn between them. Ping! Douse! A high-pitched sound rang out, and the dagger's speed was incredibly fast. Before Encrid could fully register it, the dagger was already right in front of him. Encrid pushed down with his left foot, twisting his body and leaning backward. It was a reflexive reaction. The sense of evasion kicked in. The dagger then sharply changed direction, taking an angular path. In that instant, Encrid switched his sword to a single grip. Encrid reached for his waist with his empty left hand and pulled out a black-bladed dagger to block the opponent's dagger. It was a weapon he had obtained after defeating the Black Blade bandits earlier. Clang! The two daggers clashed, sending sparks flying. In that brief moment, Encrid pulled his right-hand sword. He didn't slash, but drew it in a straight line. The opponent didn't retreat. Instead, he found his distance. It was the range where short weapons like a dagger would be effective. Encrid's blade was angled to meet the opponent's dagger. Ka-cha-cha-ching! Sparks flew from the close-range clash, but neither of them flinched. Neither had a chance to catch their breath. The battle had entered a phase of intense, rapid exchanges. It was as though there was no world outside of the two of them, as if failure meant death. With the moonlight shattering and dirt flying, they fought, isolated from everything around them. The opponent's hands became faster. Encrid's own hands and feet also moved more quickly. The shepherd of the wilderness was skilled in hand-to-hand combat as well. Encrid didn't back down either. Neither of them had gained the upper hand when Encrid suddenly lost all awareness of the surroundings. The place, the weather, the situation, the opponent, everything vanished. His heart pounded, craving short breaths. In that exchange, Encrid had become lost in the moment. He had been immersed, drawn in. It was a sensation similar to when he had fought Mitch Urier. In an instant, Encrid grabbed the opponent's extended elbow and shattered their will with sheer strength. Encrid hadn't calculated his move or understood the sequence of his actions. It had all been done purely on instinct and sensation. He pushed the elbow towards his own right side, then moved his foot to position himself behind the opponent. With a swift motion, he raised his sword horizontally and placed it against the opponent's neck. With his back secured, Encrid moved his sword between his body and the blade. He pressed the opponent's elbow, twisting their body, and prepared to perform a guillotine cut. Encrid pulled the sword, not hesitating. It was just moments away from victory when... Fuck! He felt resistance from the blade. Encrid knew that his sword was not ordinary. Yet, the blade had been blocked. Somehow, the sword at the opponent's waist had wedged between Encrid's blade and their neck. The sword now looked more like a mere stick than a weapon. Ha! The shepherd let out a battle cry. At the same time, he twisted his body, then slammed his back into Encrid's chest. Despite Encrid's overwhelming strength, he was pushed back. The opponent's strength was formidable. The shepherd turned his body. In his eyes now was the intent to kill. Encrid could not afford to lose, and so he gathered his own killing intent. From below, stepping out with his left foot, he executed the greatsword strike again. Power, weight, rotation, and timing. Everything aligned perfectly, and Encrid felt a surge of exhilaration. At the same moment, his rising sword met the opponent's staff. Crash! A sound like an explosion rang out. Along with it, the scabbard shattered, and the blade sprang out from inside. Encrid reacted, but he couldn't stop the blade from grazing his forehead. Immediately after the cut, the opponent mumbled and quickly retreated. The immersion was broken. "Ah, I wasn't supposed to use this." The muttering reached Encrid's ears. A beat too late. "Damn, I'm sorry." The man spoke. "Wah." Encrid couldn't finish his sentence. What was going on? Something began to seep into his body from his forehead. Poison? No, it was something else entirely. "Excuse me, are there any priests nearby? If we hurry, maybe you can still live. Though, it's probably too late." The shepherd seemed flustered, speaking out of order. A terrible pain started from his forehead and spread throughout his body. At the same time, a scream echoed from somewhere. "Well, you see, you shouldn't just cut people down recklessly. This sword cuts a person's soul. Well, the moment you're cut, if you can endure it, you might survive. But I think it's too late." The shepherd rambled, offering unnecessary explanations. Encrid felt something tightening around his heart, unable to process the shepherd's words. The shepherd was right. He couldn't understand everything, but the last part, that it was too late, was clear to him. Something had overtaken his mind that he could not overcome with everything he had learned. His vision darkened. He had thought he had faced countless challenges before, but this kind of death was something new. Something was tearing and prodding at his head. It was something mental. Encrid's forehead felt like it was being burned with black scorch marks. Yet, he did not feel unjust. Immersion and concentration. It had truly been a meaningful moment. It was hard to determine who was superior in skill, his or the opponent's. The shepherd fought well. The advantage of the weapon? If this were a life or death battle, using the weapon was the right choice. Though now it was a sparring match, and he had gotten too caught up in the fight, which led to this situation. He hadn't meant to cut. It was a reflexive reaction. He didn't mind that. He had done the same. Encrid could not bring himself to blame the opponent. In the final guillotine cut, he had intended to strike the opponent's neck as well. If he had hesitated, he would have lost. What was it, though? There were moments when you didn't want to lose, no matter how much you fought. He felt something similar from the opponent right now. Why? It wasn't that he didn't care about victory, but if there was something to learn from this day, he didn't mind the loss. If it had been different, he would have fought to the death, no matter who it was, whether it was Jevacol or anyone else. Encrid was used to strategizing and retrospection. That's why it was easy to understand his complicated feelings. Ah! A brief realization struck him. The opponent in front of him resembled the young boy he had met when he was wandering the continent. The one who, despite having only held a sword for 6 months, had created a hole in Encrid's side. Of course, this wasn't the same child grown up, but the opponent reminded him of that moment. The position, the time, the weather, everything was the same. Even the innocence in the opponent's face. That was why he didn't want to lose. The child who had broken his beginnings came to mind. He had once made that child his goal for a while. Anyway, sorry for killing you. The shepherd also acted similarly. He gave a half-hearted bow. This guy died. Oh, sorry, but there was nothing that could be done. The shepherd turned around and added one last remark. If you somehow survive, let's call it a debt. And shepherd Pell. He quickly walked away, seemingly aware of how troublesome staying would be. Encrid collapsed forward. As he fell, the only thought in his head was whether this was poison or something else. A sudden blackout, dying from a wound on his forehead. This was death. Just before dying, he heard the woman's eerie scream, and cries like those coming from the depths of hell. It was strange. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, he saw the familiar dark river. The ferryman was holding a violet lantern and smiling. "Do you think you can survive knowing?" the ferryman asked. Encrid responded flatly. "It doesn't matter if I know. If he was cut by the sword, he would die. So he just had to avoid being cut. No, even if he was cut. Once more. He wanted to experience that moment of immersion again. He wanted to fight the shepherd again. Regardless of victory or defeat, just fighting itself with such a person filled him with joy. Encrid was sincere in this desire. "Shouldn't you fix that broken head first?" After hearing those words, Encrid lost consciousness again. By the way, did the ferryman hear the sounds from the outside? The broken head phrase that Rem keeps bringing up had reached this place. In any case, Rem was the problem. It was a new day again. If you do it again, you might die. It was another evening like the last. "I don't care. You should teach Dunbuckle properly, Rem. Why do I feel like you're treating me worse than usual?" Rem expressed his doubts, but Encrid didn't answer. Chapter 230. "Ah, this sounds fun." The question from the ferryman lingered in his mind. "Do you think knowing will help you win?" Encrid remembered his own answer. "I don't care if I know." It was the truth. There wasn't a single lie in it. What mattered more was that fighting the shepherd was incredibly enjoyable. How should I put it? The half-blood giant Jevikal, Count Molson's guard, the rapier-wielding swordsman, and all those who had been by his side, Rim, Ragnar, Jackson, Odin. All of them had been motivating, but the shepherd was different. The skill was almost equal, and the attitude, the age. Everything was a factor. Above all, Encrid felt like he was advancing. It wasn't that his skill had dramatically improved after a single duel or a brush with death. Even though his senses had sharpened, his body now moved as he wished, and he possessed superhuman concentration that allowed him to dodge arrows. It was the sense of progress that brought him joy. A star has risen. Encrid stepped out before Bell came. The sky was filled with twinkling stars and 2 moons, dual moons. It was an exceptionally bright night. The cool autumn air was far more refreshing than summer. A gentle breeze brushed against his ear. It wouldn't be long before the cold would set in. The short autumn was to his liking. As he was lost in thought, Rem peeked out of the... "What are you doing?" "Weng." Before he could finish his sentence, a mosquito flew past his ear. With a swift motion, Encrid raised his left hand and snatched the mosquito out of the air, crushing it in his fist. "Going for a night stroll," Encrid said as he turned to leave. "Suddenly, I feel like..." "You're being awfully sentimental." "What? Are you upset for losing again?" Encrid took a step and asked, "What would you do if you had a foe you couldn't even touch?" "I'd smash their skull before they even moved," Rem answered easily, having become used to Encrid's random questions. After that, he scratched his ear and added, "You know, your questions are always kind of random." "Really?" Encrid agreed, understanding why. There were times when only he could walk, only he could experience the present, and only he could enjoy the moment. Encrid's questions came from the very moments and timelines that he was going through. "They really are random," Encrid replied lightly, continuing to walk. "Make sure you visit the temple. Your head's been rattling pretty badly, you know." "That guy." "Really?" Rem's mouth was a problem. Thanks to him. The ferryman had also said something strange earlier. Anyway, Encrid thought that walls seemed to appear unexpectedly in front of him, as if manipulated by the ferryman. Or was this simply how life worked? Unexpected moments, unpredictable deaths. If this was another wall, then it couldn't be overcome through just one death. Yet still, Ah, this sounds fun. He felt an irresistible thrill. He walked on and soon met Belle, just as he had expected, walking down the road that led to the gates. Ah? Where are you going? Belle asked. Where are you going? Encrid replied. I was on my way to call the captain. The same conversation as before happened again. Encrid reflected on the things he had experienced. The priest, the scream that shook his head the moment the blade struck, the horrendous shrieks that seemed to come from the bottom of hell. It wasn't the sound that mattered, but the sensation of something sinking into his body. It wasn't a spell or poison. If anything, it was the scream of someone filled with rage. For now, he thought, shaking off the thought. First, the fight. The duel. The opponent's skill was impressive, even without the sword. Let's see. Maybe he should approach it like Rem. Encrid couldn't hide his joy, and a smile spread across his face as he thought about it. Belle tilted his head. He couldn't help but feel like something was off. Are you feeling sick? If you are, I can bail you out, Belle said with concern. No, Encrid answered firmly, his eyes wide open and his back straight. Eh? No. He said it as a warning. Encrid's steps were light. If anyone knew his current situation, every one of the company members would shake their heads in disbelief. This was the step of someone approaching death. Was it really like a child's steps on a picnic? Encrid walked briskly out the gates. Another familiar conversation ended. Then, I'm going to say, oh sorry, I'll leave soon. Encrid readied himself, and the opponent drew a dagger. Joy, excitement, and anticipation stirred his heart. His skin prickled in excitement. Then Encrid followed Rem's advice. Boom! He unleashed the full force of his heart, swinging the sword. Whoosh! The lion's strike with the greatsword. It slashed downward in a way that was so fast, the moving target barely had time to react. The opponent responded. Maybe he realized he couldn't block the attack with just a dagger. Bang! Thud! The blade was drawn halfway from its scabbard, the shepherd's hand gripping the hilt, while his other hand held the scabbard to block. Clang! The lion's strike was blocked. Both opponents exerted force, holding each other in a deadlock. Gurk! I'm so scared of Mori and me. The two blades met, exchanging greetings. Iron against iron, the battle was now a symphony. The blades crossed in mid-air, and Encrid's and the shepherd's gazes locked. For a moment, the two assessed each other's strength with just their eyes. Encrid thought to himself that the shepherd's skill might be superior to what he had seen on this repeated day. What if he's someone who usually uses a sword but is using a dagger now? That could be the case, but it didn't matter. Whether the opponent drew his sword or not, that was his choice. Encrid had chosen his path and would press on. Belle, who had been watching from a distance, swallowed nervously. At that moment, their blades parted. The battle continued, much like the intense combat from earlier today. Encrid pressed the shepherd, ignoring the minor cuts caused by the dagger. As long as he avoided vital spots, he tried to land blows wherever possible. Trusting his physical senses and natural athleticism, he aimed to end the fight with a single strike. In response, the shepherd drew his sword again. This time, the strike was different from the one that had grazed his forehead. Ting! Tang! Clang! The shepherd deftly blocked Encrid's swift one-handed thrust with his dagger, then used his other hand to toss the scabbard upward. As the scabbard flew, he drew his sword. Fully immersed in the fight, Encrid reacted to everything his opponent did. He pulled the dagger away from his sword with force, allowing him to bring down the sword in a heavy, cleaving strike. The scabbard, flying through the air, was blocked with his forehead. Even though the scabbard bounced off his forehead, Encrid didn't close his eyes. If he didn't lose sight of the opponent's sword, he could still evade. He had a sense of evasion. It wasn't impossible. Whoosh! The shepherd grabbed the sword he had thrown into the air. The blade twisted like a snake and slashed across Encrid's cheek. He tried to dodge, but he was just half an inch short. The intense battle, immersed in focus, continued. I saw it, but the opponent's skill was formidable. Encrid judged that the shepherd was on a level above Jebekal. To not even touch such an opponent's blade, it was difficult. Very difficult. Of course, just because it was difficult didn't mean Encrid would give up. He simply reflected on what he had learned from today's duel. A scream echoed in his ear once more. Damn, I didn't mean to do that. He heard the shepherd muttering to himself. Cruan. The eerie, hellish sound that seemed to drag his ankle down from the depths of the abyss. His body felt heavier. Encrid already knew what was happening from past experience, and the pain he knew could kill him, but it wouldn't stop him. What's that sword? Are you okay? I think I'm about to die. Answer me. Even after being cut, you still talk. You're an interesting one. This is a sword with the soul of a demon in it. I swore never to use it on a person, so I apologize. His words were scattered, still as mindless as ever. All right, I understand, Fel. Did I say my name? No. Encrid had heard it during their first encounter. That was the end. He died. You're insane. The ferryman appeared twice in a row. Seeing this, Encrid unwittingly voiced his thoughts. It wasn't intentional. This was a dream, and because of it, he couldn't hide his true feelings. Bored lately. The ferryman's body swayed on the boat, the violet lamp swaying along with it. Silence fell. Brief, but profoundly quiet. Black River made no sound at all. At the end of the silence, damn. The ferryman muttered something that sounded like a curse. But then Encrid woke up. Encrid immediately began questioning Ragnar. Chal, is there a swordsmanship style that can block every strike? Where did you hear that? It's the peak of the flowing sword style. The flowing sword was a sword that flows, both attacking and defending simultaneously. Can you do it? Basics at least. If the speed and timing were such that even evasion wouldn't work, then I'll just block it. Encrid decided to learn the basics of the flowing sword style from Ragnar and head out again in the evening. Still, today's going to be even more fun. Thanks to 2 prior encounters, Encrid had learned a few habits of his opponent. Today, he would use them against him. Thus, the 3rd day of the repeated battles. Do you know me? No. Then, why do you look at me like that? Is pretending to be friendly your habit? The shepherd tilted his head, puzzled. Encrid ignored him. They clashed again. What he had thought was a habit turned out to be a trap, a lesson learned only after falling for it. Barely winning and clashing swords once again. Snick. This time, the blade grazed his thigh. Without armor, the blade cut through his pants and left a wound. Another scream echoed from the abyss. Before Encrid could speak, a similar question came again. Do you have it? Why did he keep asking if he had something? What? The shepherd answered as though it was obvious. Will, no. Encrid didn't get another word out before he died. Chapter 231. Really not going to visit the temple? Days, walls, threats, crises, turning points, obstacles. Just as there are many ways to call it, there isn't just one way to overcome it. The easiest way. Demons spawned by the temple. Axe wielders, sneaky assassins, sharp-tongued leopard mages, lazy swordsmen. They are comrades, assets. If asked to follow, some of them would gladly do so. Even with just them, threats would no longer be threats. There were many paths, even without their help. In the end, it was a matter of not being cut. There was also a way to fight until victory without being cut. Due to the curse, Encrid would die, but live only for today again. He could be called a soldier who only lives for today. Repeat and repeat and repeat countless times. In the end, that repetition would open the door. But none of that stayed in Encrid's mind. Some humans focus only on the goal once they find it, and move forward with only that in mind. Encrid stood at the extreme of such humans. Above all, the wall seemed to be provoking him to climb over it. Even if there are hundreds of ways, even if there's an easier way, even if there is a faster way, Encrid had the stubbornness to move toward the destination he set. That's why he heard the words that his head was broken. That's unpleasant. It wasn't something he heard from anyone but from Relentless. And he definitely didn't want to hear it from the boatman either. One of them enjoyed hitting subordinates or chopping with an axe. The other enjoyed trapping people in today and watching them go mad. Both of them shouldn't be the ones saying something about the state of his head. Of course, it wasn't just those two. Encrid would never admit to such a thing. My head's broken, huh? That's nonsense. He was simply clear on his dreams and was an ordinary person. Anyway. What? You had it? Did you already have it? If you have it, you might not die. Thank goodness. You surprised me. These were the reactions after Encrid was cut by the shepherd's sword, and spoke nonchalantly. It was hard not to ask what he had to have. So he asked. That was the word he had heard. Will Dane. The shepherd spoke, and Encrid felt the need. Something blocked his path forward. As Encrid fumbled at the wall blocking his way, he saw a clue. He felt it. Vague but certain. After sorting out his thoughts during the technique of isolation, he had just entered the lodging. The sun was bright, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white that day. Behind the lodging door, there was a beautiful sky. With that as a background, Encrid raised his left hand and spoke. Will, can anyone do it? At the question, everyone momentarily fell silent. Leopold Esther, being a mage, naturally ignored it. From the morning, this person was spouting nonsense again. It was just a part of daily life. Meow. Esther lightly purred to express her feelings, then rolled around on her soft fur. It was the fur that Crace had brought when he saved her previously. He was also the one who was most shocked to see her transform into a human. Why? Why did you become a human? You were a leopard, arrogant human. Hearing that, Crace turned pale and started bringing various things. Among them, it was one of those things. It might have looked strange, sitting on beast fur in a beast's form, but Esther was satisfied. Warm leather was nice, but the softness was the best, wasn't it? There was an indifferent beast, and the others each had their own situations. To put it coldly, couldn't deal with Will. That's something the people of this continent use. Instead, Rem could reach a similar destination in a different way. Equipping oneself with the power of a knight and Will were entirely different things. But would they accept it if he told them? Encrid clearly said. He wasn't asking how to reach the destination. It was that he had clearly spoken the word will. Rem thought for a moment before replying. One boot was on, and the other had stopped halfway, indicating that Encrid's words had troubled him. I can't do it. If it's another method besides will, it might be possible similarly. In any case, what's not possible is not possible. Rem answered like that, and bent down to finish putting on his boots. Jackson had never wanted to be a knight, nor had he ever trained to awaken will. However, when he saw knights who were about the same level, he instinctively felt something. He vaguely felt something similar inside himself. But was this will? The willpower they spoke of? He didn't know. He couldn't teach something he didn't fully understand. Jackson shook his head. Odin had the divine power within him, and it was said that no evil could enter a body filled with divine power. But evil didn't always just contain harmful or bad things. Humans, based on willpower, awakened their own strength, and from the gods' perspective, that too could be considered evil. It wasn't necessarily wrong, but those who first acquired divine power would not choose the path of awakening will. Auden was the same. For him, divine power was enough. "Are you in a hurry, brother?" It was a gentle question. He had seemed lost in thought while training with the technique of isolation. But even then, he had diligently applied the technique. Encrid was a self-disciplined ascetic who faced and challenged his limits every day. At least, that's how it seemed to Auden. He effortlessly broke through the limits of his natural abilities and kept moving forward. That was what he wished for. He wanted to give, but since he hadn't gained it himself, there was nothing to give. Taking divine power might be faster, though. Without sincere faith, it would only be an obstacle. Auden also shook his head. "I'm not in a hurry," Encrid spoke in a clear voice. His hand, which had been raised, was now lowered. His relaxed posture, with no tension in his shoulders, showed that he wasn't anxious or in a hurry. The only remaining person was Ragnar. Ragnar woke up to Encrid's voice. His late sleep was a kind of symbol for him. The blond man shook his head with sleep in his eyes. "Dandruff is falling." "Lazy bastard," Rem grumbled, but Ragnar, unfazed, spoke. "I could teach you if you want, but it'll be a waste of time." "Why?" Encrid asked while standing. Ragnar calmly continued. "Explaining it is like saying the captain's hair is black, and mine is blonde." Ragnar nodded slightly after saying that, as if he was impressed by his own words. He seemed to think it was a very wise thing to say. This was something like, it felt like explaining with a big dog. "Is that really an explanation?" The second authority on bad explanations interrupted with a sneer. Jackson snickered, and Auden turned away, pretending not to notice. At Jackson's little chuckle, sparks flew between Rem and Jackson. "If you're going to fight, go out and fight." In the past, Encrid, clueless, would have gotten in between them and stopped them with his body. He was in that naive stage. Now he could tell by looking whether they were actually going to fight or just showing off their bad moods. This time, it was just showing off. Ragnar's straightforward words continued. "Even if you dye your hair blonde, your original hair will still grow back. And even if it's the same blonde, the shades are subtly different. In the end, you have to live with your original hair." If this guy really didn't know how to use a sword, he'd probably have been thrown out somewhere. He can't find his way, his explanations are terrible, he's lazy, and he's not quick-witted either. But give him a sword, and he'd be a swan flying alone among a flock of chickens. No, not a swan? Maybe a golden pheasant? Since he kept emphasizing the blonde hair. "Don't talk, act, huh?" "Huh?" Encrid's sweat hadn't dried yet. Seeing that, Ragnar slowly stood up. "Right." They both went outside. Rem and Jackson also stopped their display of aggression, exchanging blessings instead. "You'll die from a venereal disease, you bastard." This was Rem's blessing for Jackson, who frequented the red light districts. "I hope you die by the end of the year." This was Jackson's blessing. Auden watched the two of them cheer each other up with a smile. "What are you looking at, Bear?" Naturally, Rem's anger was aimed at him as well, but Auden ignored it. The muttering Rem was more dangerous than a horny dog. "Let's go. Sister Dunbuckle should also watch. Sister Finn has been away quite often recently. She's been busy, they say." Crace answered, and everyone went outside. Just as Encrid and Ragnar were about to clash their training swords. "I know how to intimidate people." That was Ragnar's remark, while their swords met. The suggestion to explain with a sword instead of words was, after all, the most fitting. Encrid was just thinking that. Why wouldn't he? After all, this was happening right in front of him. Instead, "I can do this." Kyle. The wooden sword in Ragnar's hand disappeared. That's how it seemed to Encrid. It was that fast. Like lightning leaving a trail of light, there was a lingering afterimage, but it was impossible to track in real time. Cut. All Encrid heard was that sound. The result of the invisible wooden sword left a deep crack in Encrid's hand. He cut the wooden sword with another wooden sword. Encrid could do that too, but not like this. It wasn't a matter of breaking it, but of cutting it. All Encrid heard was the sound, but the speed was such that there was no chance to respond. He had said he couldn't use intimidation, but the pressure was similar. Even though Ragnar had only swung his wooden sword once, Encrid felt a sudden burst of something explosive from him. Looking at Ragnar's eyes, they seemed like jewels shedding light. It's a cut. This was what Ragnar had said before, the thing he had mentioned when advising Encrid to learn steel cutting and lion cutting. This is my will for now. There were things that couldn't be understood through simple sparring. Encrid asked and heard. Even if the speaker's words were poor, the truth within didn't change. As long as the listener's ears and heart were open, it was difficult but possible to understand. Above all, there was the advice of Rem, Odin, and Jackson to consider. What is will? It's willpower. That's the foundation. But if it's only willpower, how does will allow humans to surpass their limits? Why has it become a symbol of knights? It's the intangible force forged through willpower. That's what they call will. It's different for each person. Just like how hair color differs. Ragnar seemed to really like the hair color metaphor, repeating it several times. Now Encrid understood, will can't be taught. It can be hinted at through baptism or help someone stuck in a wall. But you can't teach someone how to awaken their will. Awakening and learning are separate. Through baptism you can learn, but you can't awaken it. But you can learn. If you experience it over and over, you might start to feel it. That's what baptism is for. I practiced lion cutting and steel cutting more than 1,000 times a month for at least a month, just to learn the cut. Based on Ragnar's overflowing talent, Encrid deduced, will is something you awaken, not something you're taught. It might seem like a long path, but there was also the mention of baptism in the middle. Baptism. It wasn't the original meaning used in the temple. It's the intangible force forged from willpower. Once that's the basis, you create techniques and expose yourself to them. Squires in the order will receive baptism once a month, or at most once every 3 months. That seems too little. Even so, you'll get guys who feel like they're going crazy. That's why the intimidation from the guy with the rapier is so dangerous. This was why Rem and the others had reacted so sensitively to the intimidation from the semi-knight, Asia. Forcing baptism. That's the way to learn will on your own. Surprisingly, Ragnar knew quite a lot. Encrid thought, what if he had told us all this from the beginning? Why did you use the hair color metaphor? To make it easier to understand. Encrid inwardly sighed, wishing he'd just dropped that effort. He couldn't dismiss the effort as worthless. That effort would surely pay off. Maybe not today, but sometime in the future. Just as he learned the sword, Ragnar could be learning something as well. How to speak, how to find his way, things like that. But why split it? Rem, who had been watching closely, asked. Encrid touched his face. Laughed without realizing it. He couldn't help it. Even though he had been told that baptism wouldn't teach him how to awaken will. It was still hard to grasp even the smallest clue. Encrid laughed, because he felt like he had already seen something. It wasn't an easy path. He knew that. So what? Was it ever easy? For Encrid, neither the sword nor his dreams had ever been an easy path. The shepherd needed will to resist the unknown power the sword gave him. The answer wasn't far off. In the repetitive today, the sword in the shepherd's hand, that's the baptism, the opportunity. He had already experienced it more than 80 times. It was inevitable when he didn't know. But now, through explanation, he had a vague understanding. Intuition and instinct, too, were the same when they couldn't be seen. When he trained his senses and opened the door to intuition, wasn't it similar when he broke through traps made by spells? That's the case. What if he did the same this time? How do you resist an unseen force? He didn't know. The path? He couldn't see it. Was that the problem? Maybe. No, it wasn't a problem. Encrid laughed. Even if the path was harsh, he could still laugh until the end of his life, or even as he was dying, because that would raise him a step higher. Ram, who had been closely watching Encrid smile, spoke with a serious expression. Aren't you really going to the temple? Chapter 232. Feels like I could die of joy having chosen a path. And deciding to walk it doesn't mean one must march forward blindly. Didn't the great merchant Encrid once say, "Keep your eyes wide open and watch the ground around you"? You never know where someone might have dropped a stray krona. Surely Encrid wasn't a man who picked up copper coins like some miser. After all, he was a person worthy of being called a great merchant. But the meaning behind his words was clear. For instance, if a purse of gold coins were lying on the road, wouldn't it be wise to pick it up? Or if a traveler anticipated sleeping outdoors, wouldn't it be prudent to gather some dry branches along the way? And if one could kill two birds with one stone, wouldn't it make sense to throw the stone? That's what Encrid did. Will. Even as he set his sights on this goal, he didn't act foolishly or stubbornly. He didn't become a racehorse fixated on a single finish line. During the repeated days, what could he do before the shepherd visited in the evening? Spar, fight, and ponder. Encrid distilled his tasks into these three. He learned the basics of the flowing sword technique from Ragnar and repeatedly trained on his own. Later, he delved deeper into the Balafist martial arts style under Odin's guidance. Their reactions were similar. Have you studied this before? Or have you secretly been practicing swordplay all this time? When did you hone your martial arts skills so thoroughly? Brother, you bring me such pride. To both, Encrid offered a modest nod. While his training stemmed from being trapped in today, it was true that he trained alone, so it wasn't a lie. That said, hearing such words wasn't common. Encrid prioritized solitary training over sparring. He would contemplate, ponder, swing his sword, and move his body alone. When his thoughts hit a wall, he pushed himself to the limit with the isolation technique, drenching himself in sweat. Are you hoping I'll tell you not to overdo it, brother? Had he worked himself hard enough to worry Odin? Encrid nonchalantly replied, Moving my body helps clear my head, that's true. Your brain can't think without blood flowing through it, Jackson murmured from nearby. It was only a guess, but given Jackson's former profession, or if he still dabbled in it, he was likely more knowledgeable about human anatomy than anyone else. Yeah, that's exactly it. Encrid had realized this through experience. When his thoughts stalled, he moved his body. And when physical exertion couldn't solve the problem, he'd sit down and think. By the 180th repetition of today, Encrid had mastered the basics of the flowing sword technique, further refined the Balafist martial arts through Odin, and learned more about sensory perception from Jackson. If the time must pass anyway, he saw no reason not to refine and organize his skills. And that wasn't all. Beyond swordsmanship, martial arts, and sensory training, he sharpened his judgment, instincts, and courage through lessons from his comrades and subordinates. Even though his senses became sharper and his focus more precise, even though his judgment grew bolder, swish! He couldn't avoid every blade that grazed his skin. The sword that grazed the back of his hand swung back with a whirl. Its movements, like a serpent, were based on the rapid sword and illusion sword techniques. Once unsheathed, it's hard to block. If he had the skill to dodge and block without even being grazed, he could surely overwhelm his opponent. To achieve that, I'd need to become a knight right away. The opponent before him was more skilled than that sword wielder. If it were the mixed blood giant, it would come down to who lands a fatal blow first. What does it mean to gauge an opponent's skill? If Encrid had intended to kill his opponent, he could have done so several times already. Not a single one of the nearly 200 repeated days had been wasted. That's why it was possible. But avoiding even a graze was still difficult. It felt like an entirely separate matter. Would it be impossible unless he became a knight? If not, then he'd have to spend all night defending himself. He'd already tried that. And once midnight passed, the same today would begin again. Enough with the defense. Relying solely on evasion and blocking all day served no purpose. So, what should he do? From that point on, it became nothing but real battles. Encrid fought and fought again. In the moments between conscious resistance after being cut, he made full use of the time beforehand. After defense and evasion, he sought ways to overcome this wall, learning from his opponent and mastering what he'd trained alone. It wasn't tiresome or urgent. There was no reason for it to be. Each day was filled with something new to learn, and he was utterly engrossed. Even if resisting the force within the sword was meaningless, he ignored that. He pursued joy. Naturally, this revealed many truths to Encrid. All this time, had he been learning too many scattered skills? As he integrated them into his body one by one, even Encrid could feel himself becoming more solid. But there was no time to revel in that. Even with the repetition of today, each day was busy. There was never a moment without work. He pondered, contemplated, and pushed his body to the limit. Anyone observing him would surely think he was utterly and completely mad. What is it that drives you so relentlessly? Even the ferryman asked him that. Despite the endless repetition of today, why couldn't he let a single day go to waste? It wasn't that he couldn't. He simply didn't. Encrid was having the time of his life. Even if he floundered in pursuit of a faded dream, it was far better than wandering blindly in darkness, unable to see even an inch ahead. The sheer joy of knowing there was light beyond, even when the path was blocked or a wall loomed before him, filled him with an exhilarating thrill. Even if pain and suffering trailed behind, Encrid relished the joy of growth once again. While he had never thought of himself as stagnant, the opportunity to advance was always a source of delight and exhilaration. This happiness was what drove him. After sustaining yet another wound to his wrist, Encrid glanced at the graze on the back of his hand. The shepherd's expression grew grim as he furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the situation. Encrid casually wiped the trickling blood from the wound, a cut about the size of 2 finger joints. He had grown accustomed to the screaming shrieks, akin to a banshee pulling at his earlobes, or the ghastly roars of a ghoul ramming its head into his guts. It wasn't as though the agony no longer affected him, but he had learned to suppress it outwardly. This was why his tone remained composed as he spoke. "Does that sword have a name? Huh? Are you all right?" The shepherd appeared startled. Encrid, having seen such reactions before, simply ignored him and repeated his question. "The sword's name." The shepherd hesitated before replying. "It's called Idol Slayer." A name befitting such a weapon, though Encrid was hearing it for the first time. He knew neither the sword's properties nor how its embedded power caused death. Despite asking, answers were hard to come by. For the shepherd, this was their first meeting, so providing detailed explanations would be challenging at best. Encrid reflected briefly. Even if I heard something, it probably wouldn't help. In the world of will, some things defied explanation, transmission, or understanding. Will wasn't necessarily something that could be unlocked by rituals or traditions. If a talented person faces the brink of death, might they awaken to will? Perhaps being cut by a blade forged of sheer willpower would help them understand the feeling. Thus baptism was born, a method born of such musings passed down through the ages. The shepherd watched Encrid endure the blade longer and longer with growing curiosity. "Can you shape it? Can you block it?" Encrid shook his head. This inquiry had become a routine as his resistance increased. The looped repetition of today began anew. Encrid used this time for a different approach, one of clever improvisation. Instead of merely evading and blocking the sword all day, he worked to prevent his opponent from drawing it at all. He used techniques like a palm strike to tilt the shepherd's chin upward, immediately following up with a slicing motion toward the neck. Though the shepherd deftly evaded, Encrid had already stepped in close enough to immobilize the shepherd's feet by stepping on them. Close-quarters maneuvers like these were part of the Valor-style martial arts. When the shepherd attempted to draw his sword, Encrid's hand locked the hilt in place. The shepherd eventually acknowledged his defeat. "You've bested me. Not yet. Let's go again." Encrid backed away to a sword's distance and drew his own blade, signaling for another round. "Your weapon is sharp and dangerous. Be careful." The shepherd grimly nodded, drawing his sword and adding, "Even the slightest cut is lethal. Think of it as being laced with potent venom." The moonlight cast their shadows at odd angles, the shepherd's silhouette towering over Encrid's. "How kind of him to warn me not to get scratched." Encrid, familiar with the shepherd's polite reminders, nodded once more and raised his weapon. Their swords clashed with a metallic clang, sparks flying. No matter how many times he sparred, Encrid always found it fresh and exhilarating. "He improves as we fight." It was talent, something Encrid lacked. Yet he felt no jealousy, only admiration for his opponent's growth. Each repeated today was a fresh challenge, a new opponent to face. However, defeating this sword without being grazed remained impossible. Surviving the night was one thing, winning was another. Still, Encrid had no intention of merely enduring the night. The inevitable scratch came, and the searing pain returned, sharp and burning. It felt as though his heart stopped, his mind blanked, and a blazing poker stabbed into his skull. He died, over and over again, more than 300 times. Yet in those repeated deaths, Encrid refined his techniques. He mastered the Valor-style pummel suppression, preventing his opponent from even drawing their sword. But those achievements were secondary. Still, I can't be caught. Lost in the pitch-black darkness, Encrid had become a wandering soul. Though a light shimmered faintly in the distance, it remained elusive, unreachable. Did anything change because of it? Even if no path appeared before him, nothing altered the fact that Encrid trudged onward. Whether crawling, stumbling, or flailing, the mere act of moving forward made him a traveler and a wanderer. "You idiot!" The ferryman's voice broke the silence. Every so often, he emerged to hurl such insults. "You fool! You dimwit! You ignorant dolt!" It was as if he never considered how his words might wound the listener. Of course he didn't. Encrid continued his journey through the sluggish, hazy days of late autumn. On the path he picked up fallen leaves. Clutching them close to his chest, he walked and walked until, one day, light brushed against his hand. "Ditoriumihin." Amid shrieking cries, a voice rang out. Encrid instinctively reacted. That word, spoken with such raw finality, was something he had resisted countless times before. Outwardly, he maintained composure, but inwardly he was thrashing, desperately struggling against it. This resistance always boiled down to a single thought, a singular desire. I refuse. No, he didn't want to die. He wouldn't die. No matter what the blade intended, he would not succumb. It was a declaration of his will. This time, though, he died again. But it was a death unlike the ones before. The pain was identical. Yet for a fleeting moment, he resisted. How could this be explained? Humans do not possess tails. If one suddenly sprouted, it would undoubtedly take practice to use it. So too was this newfound awareness something that needed honing. On a path blanketed by shadow, when the realization finally struck, it was as though sensation fused with intention. What is willpower? What is will? It is whatever I desire. If the shepherd's sword demanded death, if it insisted upon it with relentless force, then there was only one course of action for Encrid. On the 485th today, despite overwhelming his opponent with both sword and fist, Encrid failed to block a blade grazing his shoulder. The sword exuded a palpable will to kill, a suffocating, searing pressure that constricted his heart and scorched his mind. Yet because he could now sense it, he could reject it. Where once he would have perished unaware, he could now defy. Like swatting away an incoming hand, he could assert his own intent. No. Awesome. The word left his lips, a vocalized manifestation of his will. It was something he hadn't grasped before. Not until willpower or will transformed into an unseen force could he understand it. Ah, shh. The shepherd's astonished gasp escaped him. Encrid deflected the deathly intent emanating from the wound on his shoulder. There was no explosion, no divine light piercing the darkness, nor any magical phenomena. Yet, for those attuned to the power of will, the dismissal of such force was unmistakable. Both the shepherd and Encrid knew it now. The shepherd's sword could no longer deal fatal harm to Encrid. Its edge, stripped of intent, was no longer a mortal threat. Encrid recognized what he had rejected: someone's lifelong devotion, their soul, their grudge. Someone had embedded their will into that sword, and he had just shattered it. Have you only just realized? The shepherd caught on quickly. Yes. Encrid didn't deny it. For a moment he wanted to explain the truth, that it hadn't been a mere realization but the culmination of over 400 todays. But of course he couldn't say that. I've lost. The shepherd let his arms fall, the tip of his sword grazing the ground. His expression was one of resignation, yet also relief. Encrid knew the day was over. The two moons continued to illuminate them, their shadows intertwining. In the subtle shift of light, Encrid's shadow appeared larger. Encrid mused silently to himself. So this is will. But he knew it wasn't everything. It was merely the tip of the iceberg. He had achieved only the power to reject. And yet, this is insane. He was elated nearly to the point of madness. Chapter 233. The weather is nice, believe it or not. I owe you a debt. I'm Fel, the shepherd of the wasteland. I hope we'll meet again someday when the opportunity arises. Fel spoke, his voice carrying a faint warmth. Encrid, standing with his back to the moonlight, nodded in acknowledgement. Fel looked at him and, unable to suppress his thoughts, said, "You're the first genius I've ever met like this." Encrid didn't bother to deny it. Honestly, even if Fel had asked, "Is your brain broken or something?" he would have laughed it off. That's how deeply the euphoria of his newfound understanding had filled him. The joy, the thrill, was coursing through every fiber of his being. It was so intoxicating that he felt compelled to test it further. Mind if I get cut one more time? That's why. Even though he noticed Fel's face contorting in disbelief, and despite knowing full well how absurd his request sounded, Encrid couldn't stop himself. Sure. Defeated, Fel had no choice but to comply. As the former soldier prepared to cut Encrid's arm once again, he couldn't help but feel uneasy about this peculiar man. The anticipation in Encrid's eyes unnerved him. This guy's nuts, Fel thought. He recalled how he'd once been called Mad Commander. It was beginning to feel less like an insult, and more like an apt description. Was this what geniuses were like? Thinking back, there had been someone similar in his own circle. Do I need to go mad to catch up to him? Encrid, unknowingly, was leading another person to a moment of self-doubt. After being cut again, die! The shrieking demand rang loud and clear, a forceful intent and suffocating pressure. Encrid collected his thoughts and replied calmly, "No." He deflected the oppressive intent. This was only the second time, but he already felt he didn't need more practice. It's not hard. And that realization brought him so much joy. Every lesson he had ever learned had come at great cost. He had been forced to stumble, crawl, and fight tooth and nail. To master the heart of the beast, he hadn't just faced death, he'd had to die. Nothing had ever come easy. This was no exception. After all, it had taken over 400 days. Yet, the act of rejection, once understood, felt as natural as breathing. It was almost laughable how easy it felt now. Though his head spun slightly after deflecting the second intent, likely from overexertion, he found himself grinning. A trickle of blood dripped from his nose. "Are you okay?" Fell asked. "Judging the situation," Encrid responded. "Think I can try once more?" He couldn't resist. Fell's expression crumpled like a man who had just been forced to watch something unthinkable. And so, for the third time, Encrid was cut. A shallow gash was made along his arm once more. Die! The overwhelming pressure assaulted his senses again, choking him, threatening to shatter his heart. This time, Encrid responded effortlessly, "No." As soon as he rejected the intent, Encrid closed his eyes and collapsed. "Wha? Sir Madman?" Before losing consciousness, he thought he heard Fell mutter something odd about him. "Captain!" And somewhere in the distance, another voice, Bells, called out. Encrid fell to the ground with a smile. The dark, undulating river resembled thick, black mist. On it floated a ship, atop which stood the ferryman holding a violet lamp. The scene was as it always had been whenever Encrid conversed with the ferryman. Except, this time, something had changed. "You..." The ferryman paused, looking at Encrid. For the first time, his face was fully visible. Previously, only one eye had been faintly discernible. Now, both eyes, nose, lips, and skin were in full view. His skin was a dull, grayish hue, like weathered stone. Black eyes that matched the dark river. A sharply defined nose and ashen lips. He didn't look human, but neither did he resemble a giant, frog, fairy, or dragon folk. That was to be expected, of course. The ferryman was something beyond Encrid's understanding. A being from outside his perception. Perhaps even a god. Or a demon. Is getting stabbed your hobby? For all his otherworldly presence, the ferryman's words carried an oddly mundane tone. Encrid wondered if he was to blame for the ferryman's casual demeanor. "I do prefer being stabbed to being slashed." Their conversations always seemed to devolve into this kind of nonsense. The ferryman quickly changed the subject. "You walk because you're mad. You see because you're mad. So, how does it look, my face?" The ferryman posed his question. Encrid answered honestly. "You wouldn't be popular with either men or women. Though, perhaps demons or demon bastards might find him appealing." The ferryman let out a chuckle, but only the sound of laughter echoed across the space. His lips didn't move, yet his laughter filled the void. As Encrid's vision blurred and his consciousness began to fade, the distant laughter seemed almost incredulous. But there was no way to discern what the ferryman truly felt. Left alone on the black river, the ferryman muttered quietly, "Well then, how does it feel to have crossed the wall?" Had Encrid been there, he would have nodded 100 times over. When he opened his eyes, it was clear the day wasn't repeating itself. What kind of person comes back from a late-night outing with stab wounds all over? And on top of that, I hear you deliberately let yourself get stabbed. You should have told me. I could have carved you up with my axe, and it'd look much better. Waking up to such words made it hard to process their meaning. Letting Rem's words flow in one ear and out the other, Encrid raised his head. Fell was probably long gone. Bell must have been the one who brought him back here after the fight. Bell would have likely explained things in his own way, despite not wanting to, as he wouldn't have been left alone after returning late at night carrying a collapsed Encrid. With a quick assessment, Encrid pieced together what had happened. Even Rem's teasing began to make sense. Is something imbued in your axe as well? Bloodlust? Rem shot back without hesitation. Was this guy just bored? Where's Dunbakel? Passed out. What could have possibly happened to knock out the beast woman? Dunbakel didn't seem frail, though. Not by a long shot. Sure, she wasn't as sturdy as a giant, but still. Are you heading out again today, brother? Auden asked, snapping Encrid from his thoughts. He realized he'd skipped the morning training session. The sun was already high. Even with his regenerative body, he'd slept until noon. So it takes a toll on the body. He was starting to grasp what will truly was. Though it was hard to define yet, the act of showing the will to reject had become as easy as pulling a coin from his pocket. Of course, performing it and enduring its effects were entirely different matters. Sniff. He blew his nose, and dried blood came out. Gross, muttered Rem, sounding annoyed. His axe hung at his waist, and he was slightly sweaty, likely from his earlier sparring session. Judging by the fact that Dunbakel had passed out, it seemed he'd been in the middle of an intense practice. Aside from Auden and Rem, only Esther, who was napping in a corner, was nearby to witness Encrid's awakening. Since it wasn't the first time he'd collapsed, no one panicked or seemed overly concerned. They only wanted to know who he'd fought this time. Bell, the one who had carried him back, hadn't been able to provide much detail. Who was it? The question referred to the opponent who had come to see him the previous evening. To Encrid, it was someone familiar, someone who had shared over 400 todays with him. Fell, he answered plainly, feeling no need for further explanation. Oh, Fell, huh? That Fell. Rem's expression didn't change in the slightest. A slip-up. The shepherd of the wasteland, Encrid clarified. A group insane enough to herd sheep among monsters and wild beasts, the shepherds of the wasteland. Their name was well known among the continent's mercenaries. Huh? What brought them here? No idea. Were they wandering as part of their training? Or perhaps they had business nearby? Thinking back, he hadn't asked at all. Looked like you were having fun, though. Rem pressed further. Why was he so nosy today? Quite. You passed out smiling, boss. I don't think I've ever seen you do that. Not even after flipping out during a fight with me. Passed out smiling, huh? Encrid chuckled faintly and shook his head. You're noisy. Move aside. Having skipped morning training, he planned to complete it first. I'll head to the market this afternoon. Understood, brother. Auden nodded with his usual warm smile. No one tried to stop him. Rem, having asked everything he wanted, tossed his axe aside and went to clean up. Encrid, meanwhile, did some light training with the isolation technique, checked his equipment, and swung his sword a few times in the air before preparing to leave. During this time, Jackson entered and left, while Craze came by to ask if he was feeling better. Probably a good age to start eating something nice, Craze joked, poking fun. Then bring some over, Encrid replied, smiling as he embraced yet another day. More than 400 todays had passed. In that time he had sparred and trained with these companions. Yet no matter how much he grew, being stuck in pause time couldn't bring complete satisfaction. Thus began a new today. While not identical every time, it was still a today only Encrid could remember. Because of that, he avoided speaking much with others, passing through as indifferently as possible. He had already come to understand why a repeating day only he could remember was a curse. And so he endured. Silently, he let the weight of solitary time pass and fade. Above all, the act of defiance he had mastered through these days filled him with a strange satisfaction, making the repetition bearable, even enjoyable. What's got you in such a good mood? Ragnar asked just as Encrid was about to step out. A sword hung loosely at Ragnar's hip, swaying with his movement. It wasn't a fine blade, just one scavenged from a battlefield during the last war. Encrid thought it might be good to find him a proper weapon someday. Though his tone was gruff, almost confrontational, Encrid knew there was no malice in the question, so he answered plainly. "The weather's nice." Ragnar glanced up at the sky. Yesterday had indeed been a pleasant day, but today seemed overcast. The clouds were thickening, turning a heavy grey. Soon they'd likely turn to storm clouds, and a sudden downpour seemed imminent. The autumn rain heralded the changing of the seasons. Summer's end was near. "This weather?" Ragnar asked, skeptical. After seeing nothing but clear skies, Encrid replied. It was a cryptic answer. To Encrid, it was obvious. Though he preferred bright, sunny days, he had experienced 400 of them in a row. Even if the rain soaked his boots and made things inconvenient, the change itself was welcome. After finishing his morning training, compressed and completed efficiently with the isolation technique, he headed for the marketplace. When he entered the inn, Alan, the innkeeper, greeted him warmly. "It's nice seeing you so often these days, but are you sure you're all right?" The rank of company commander in the border guard was prestigious, second only to nobility. Alan, ever polite, spoke with deference. Encrid found the remark about frequent visits odd. For him, nearly 400 days had passed since his last visit. "Well, perhaps I should stop coming before we grow too attached," Encrid replied. Alan chuckled, taking it as a joke. In the training grounds, a rapier-wielding swordsman leaned casually against the wall. "Were you waiting?" "I figured you'd come today." "Before me?" "No, but 3 others seemed unwilling to." The swordsman crossed his arms and continued. "This is the last time. There's no need to endure unnecessary pain. You don't have to challenge this. That's for me to decide. If you're afraid, feel free to run." Encrid's tongue was as sharp as the continent's finest blade. Even simple words, when wielded by him, could cut like a deadly dagger. "Is that so?" The swordsman hated the words coward and run too much to let them pass. His resolve hardened. "I'll break that spirit. It would be for Encrid's own good," he thought. To reach greater heights required talent. From what he had seen, regardless of whatever luck Encrid had on his side, this was his limit. The end. Encrid had drawn from the well of talent until it was dry. Or perhaps he had dug out talent that wasn't even there to begin with. But this was the farthest he could go. As Encrid passed him, the swordsman narrowed his eyes. Something about his gait was different. It was hard to pinpoint exactly what, but it had changed. In just a single day. What could have changed so drastically? A shift in mindset, perhaps? Nearby, a barbarian soldier who had followed Encrid spoke up. "Our commander tends to break down worse in just one day, so don't think too much about it. But if it gets out of hand, my axe might start dancing, so watch yourself." "No worries, brother. He's not the kind to die from mere pressure." A bear-like soldier added his own comment, followed by the usual nonchalant presence of a blonde soldier passing through. Meanwhile, a red-haired soldier had already claimed a spot at the side, though no one had seen when he'd entered. The usual crowd had gathered. Among them was Eden Molson, who stepped forward with an uncharacteristically serious expression. "I challenge you to a duel." Had he not suffered enough? While others thought this, Encrid was deep in thought. What was this guy's name again? It had been 400 days. He had forgotten. What was your name?" To Eden Molson, that question was like flipping a switch. "What?" For Encrid, it had been 400 days. For Eden, only a few. Forget his name. "My name?" Eden lost all composure. "Oh, you're dead!" Clang! Eden drew his sword and charged with full force. The onlookers frowned. Falling for such a simple provocation, Encrid, regretting the question, reacted with his hands and feet. There was no need to draw his sword. As the blade came, he used movements from the way of the blade, stepping softly to avoid the attack. It was as if the duel had been choreographed. His evasive steps came first, and Edin's blade sliced through the empty space where Encrid had been moments before. Though it was a feat of foresight and precision, to an outsider, it might have seemed like a staged performance. Why was Edin swinging at empty air? In the next moment, Encrid's hand struck Edin's wrist. Smack! Using the momentum, he stepped in and slammed his palm into Edin's abdomen. Thud! It was a textbook example of Valor's martial arts. A palm strike delivered with rotational force generated from his ankles, through his hips, shoulders, and finally his palm. With Encrid's strength added to the technique, it was no light blow. But the most surprising part wasn't the power. The first time he had knocked Edin out with a single blow, it had been a gamble. This time, he was brimming with confidence, as if he had become a different person overnight. After pushing Edin back, Encrid glanced at his palm, thinking, "Why is this so easy? Had Edin's skills deteriorated?" That seemed unlikely. Chapter 234. Fell was a genius. What did I just do? Of course, none of those present were blind. They had all seen what Encrid had done, and they understood it. Evade, close in, and strike. A sequence of actions anyone could theoretically perform. However, it was different. Even if anyone could perform them, doing it so effortlessly was an entirely different matter. If Encrid had used a unique sword technique or a trick to achieve that result, they might have marveled at his ingenuity, but they wouldn't have been this astonished. The half-giant's eyebrows twitched. Beside him, the rapier wielder did the same, suddenly gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. It was a reflexive action. If he did that to me, could I block it? Yes, he could block it, because he had seen it beforehand. But what if I hadn't seen it? Even though it wasn't cold yet, he felt a chill, as if an icy wind had passed through. The rapier wielder released his sword and rubbed his arm, feeling goosebumps rise alongside the eerie sensation. What is that guy? It had only been a few days, hadn't it? He wasn't the only one astonished. Even his allies, including Encrid, were startled. However, none of the squad members revealed their shock outwardly or expressed it. Truthfully, they had become somewhat accustomed to it by now. They didn't understand it, of course. They simply refrained from showing surprise because they'd seen this happen a few times before. What exactly did he do? Ram stroked his chin, deep in thought. Odin shared similar sentiments. Even if the isolation technique changes one's constitution, could it create talent where there was none? Odin trusted his insight. He could see and analyze a person's body through the isolation technique. While not quite like Frog, who could discern talent with precision, he too had an eye for it. From what he could tell, Encrid was not someone who had ventured into the realm of talent. He wasn't a genius. In fact, calling him a mere prodigy seemed like an overstatement. Sheer persistence. It was his unyielding determination, his refusal to falter no matter what trials the gods threw his way. And so, he stood here now. Odin felt he could glimpse the will of the divine. The gods spoke. The Father conveyed his will. Will you give up? Why? Because I did not grant what you desired. So, that is where your faith ends. That is where your flower of faith wilts. That is where your spring fades. That is where your seasons end. No, Father, Odin muttered softly. Ragnar, standing next to him, didn't turn his head at Odin's words. In fact, he didn't even hear them. He was too busy watching Encrid. Again? Encrid had changed. Amazing. That was the only conclusion he could draw. He had changed, and Ragnar was astonished, but he now simply acknowledged it. Watching Encrid's improvement had become almost routine. How had he improved? How could he change like this? Ragnar had given up searching for answers. Knowing wouldn't change anything, and he wouldn't figure it out anyway. If he asked, the answer would be predictable. I worked hard. Sometimes, with a touch of humor, Encrid would say something like, "Turns out, I'm a genius." It wasn't worth asking anymore. All that mattered was accepting the reality. Everyone was surprised, but the most astonished person was Edin Molson, the one who had taken the blow. The second most surprised was Encrid himself. Again! Edin leapt to his feet and shouted. Considering how hard he'd been hit, it was remarkable how intact he seemed. Encrid had instinctively pulled his strength at the last moment. More specifically, when he extended his hand for the final strike, he'd held back. The Count's son looked as though he might spit up blood if Encrid had gone all out. So he had restrained himself, and now Edin Molson was back on his feet and running his mouth. Encrid blinked 3 times. He was processing what had just happened. A short realization struck him, like sparks flaring and vanishing from a flint. Fell. Why had he so desperately struggled to defeat the shepherd boy in the wilderness the first time they met? Because he's a genius. A younger genius than himself. The boy had given him the same feeling as that brat who had knocked him down when he first stepped onto the continent. In other words, Fell was a genius. That genius had matched Encrid's growth step by step, raising his own skill in tandem. Even though the repeated today had prevented Fell from drawing his sword, when he finally held it, he was formidable. His habits constantly changed, and he corrected his flaws on the spot. Even though Encrid was the one trapped in a repeating day, his opponent had evolved as well. Thus, he couldn't feel his own growth, because his opponent's talent was too extraordinary. It was thanks to Fell. Encrid had been so fixated on Fell's sword that he hadn't seen the full picture. No, he had noticed the opponent's brilliance but hadn't realized how much he was changing himself in response. Now that he understood everything, Encrid opened his mouth. "All right." He nodded at Edin Molson's suggestion. He wanted to move again, to feel it in his body. This was a moment to perceive and fully grasp his transformation. You. The rapier wielder was equally stunned, unable to form words. His eyes quivered as he stood frozen, his mouth slightly ajar. Encrid, however, responded by facing Edin Molson once more. "Don't rely on the goddess of fortune," Edin snarled, suggesting that their earlier bout had been a matter of luck. Once again, Edin swung his sword. Whoosh! Encrid avoided the attack ahead of time. When fighting Fell, he had learned to predict movements by observing the positioning of his opponent's feet, shoulders, hands, arms, and waist. If he failed, he'd be injured immediately, and the sparring would end then and there. What he had gained from those battles now opened the gates of his instincts, allowing him to make full use of them. His heightened senses, honed through countless sparring sessions and brushes with death, now clearly read the trajectory of Edin's sword. After dodging the strike, Encrid pressed down on Edin's wrist, hooked his left foot behind Edin's heel, and shoved his palm against his chest. Edin tried to twist his body in resistance, but despite having launched the first attack, his position, balance, and timing were completely thrown off. With a whoosh, Edin was lifted into the air. He landed moments later with a thud, gasping for air. He looked like a fish out of water. Reflecting on it, Encrid recalled their first meeting. Back then, he had mistaken Edin for either a coachman or a bodyguard, and had used the same technique to take him down. It was a move from the Vala School of Martial Arts, a technique for breaking one's balance. "Are you all right?" Encrid asked. Edin's face turned red. They had sparred twice, and both times the outcome had been similar. Moreover, the second time, Edin had fallen for the same technique as before. He could no longer blame it on luck, nor was he shameless enough to try. Edin stood up. "I lost," he admitted, turning away. But he stopped mid-step, glancing back to ask, "Have you truly forgotten my name?" Encrid looked at his face for a moment. He thought he should have remembered by now. His memory was rather good, but for the life of him, nothing came to mind. What would happen if he admitted it here and now? Before Edin Mulson's face could fully twist in frustration, a clear voice rang out. "Brother, that was a taunt. Why even ask that question?" It was unmistakably his sibling, someone who clearly shared his blood. At the sibling's remark, Edin clicked his tongue and turned away with a frustrated expression. Yet, at the same time, there was an air of relief about him, making for an odd sight. The younger sibling stared at Encrid with a blank expression. It was hard to read any emotion from those eyes. Encrid turned his head. There were still others left. The rapier wielder, the half-giant, and the Count of Mulson's guards. "Who's next?" he asked. "Me." The answer came almost before the question left his lips. The half-giant stepped forward, striking her shield with her hand, a challenge from the warrior. "Let's fight." Up until 400 days ago, Encrid had thrown himself into sparring with these individuals with relentless fervor. He fought without retreating, and in the process, changes occurred. Unintended by Encrid, these changes had naturally taken root. The half-giant felt her fighting spirit ignite. She was acutely aware that she was in an unusual state of mind and body. "I don't know what he's done, but..." The man standing before her had a knack for making her want to fight him. Morning and night she found herself pondering over the use of sword and shield because of him. "Above all, I'll break you." Her desire to win against him was overwhelming. Had she ever encountered someone she absolutely had to defeat? No, this was the first time. For that reason, the half-giant's lips twisted into a grin, a smile. Encrid found it slightly absurd. This person almost never used to show any expression. That much he could remember clearly. Even if he had forgotten Edin Mulson's name, the half-giant's face, skills, and techniques were etched vividly in his mind. When Encrid raised his sword, the half-giant tapped it with her own blade. Ting! It was a greeting. Soon, her shield obscured his vision. That grey wall was her specialty and something he had fallen victim to many times. Previously, he had needed to use footwork to counter and strike back, but now there was no such necessity. When the shield blocked his view, Encrid charged straight ahead. He didn't sidestep or move his feet nimbly. It was a straightforward rush. He closed in on the shield, switched his sword to his left hand, and laid the flat of the blade against the top of the shield. He adjusted his stance, placing his right foot against the lower edge of the shield. Naturally, his body pressed sideways against the shield, his right hand pushing near its lower center. The force behind the shield was immense, but this proximity made it impossible for the half-giant to see all of Encrid's movements. No matter how skilled someone was, they couldn't react to what they couldn't see. Encrid used a modified version of Vala's lifting throw against the shield. "Well done, brother," Odin unintentionally exclaimed. Encrid ignored the shout, focusing on his intent. Whoosh! He reversed the shield's force, lifting it from below. Had Encrid lacked raw strength, he'd have been crushed by the shield like an insect beneath a wagon. But the heart of the beast granted him unparalleled power. Repeatedly experiencing this day had further strengthened that heart, driving his blood with renewed vigor. He pushed with his right foot and hand while using his left hand and torso strength to lift and throw. Drawing in a silent breath, he braced his core and hurled the half-giant into the air. The sight of her being thrown was enough to widen the eyes of everyone watching. For the half-giant who had never been tossed like this, especially by another's strength, it was a shocking experience. She soared through the air, bewildered. It felt as if some natural law had been defied. Reflexively, she angled her shield downward as she fell. Thud! True to Encrid's intentions, his sword had already reached the giant's neck and stopped just before the blade cut into the skin. The hybrid giant realized she had been defeated. "You threw me?" Surprised, she asked. "Why? Is this your first time?" "Everyone has a first," Encrid replied nonchalantly. Sometimes Encrid's sharp tongue moved before his thoughts did. "I see." The hybrid giant acknowledged her defeat. However, Encrid didn't think there was any need to leave just because she lost. After all, there had been some luck involved this time. Her inability to gauge his strength played a part. She hadn't been able to prepare for his sudden change, and she wasn't the type to lose easily. Encrid, who had experienced that firsthand, knew this well. Thus he said, "Let's try again tomorrow." The hybrid giant stared at Encrid with her large brown eyes. For the first time, there seemed to be something more than indifference in her gaze. "You're really something," the hybrid giant said. Then with a hearty laugh, she stood up. "Well, you sure can throw." Rem's voice came from behind, expressing his admiration in his own way. "Care to try against me?" It seemed that Encrid had made an impact not only on the hybrid giant, but also on others watching. Even the guards, who had been quietly burning with their own feelings, were affected. Encrid spun his arm around. A little while ago, had his heart's power surged even more intensely. Rem's words of admiration, "You sure can throw," weren't just empty praise. Rem must have seen it too. His heart was more alive, expelling power more dynamically. This, too, was the result of repeating this day again and again. "All right." Encrid nodded, beginning to enjoy the challenge. The process of realizing and using his changes through sparring was becoming increasingly fun. The sparring with the guard was different from that with the hybrid giant. The guard were cautious from the start. Their sword play focused heavily on defense. At first, Encrid moved slowly, then gradually picked up speed with each swing of his sword. The rapier-wielding instructor, watching from the side, realized that Encrid was assessing what he was truly capable of. And naturally, the question arose in the instructor's mind. What exactly is he doing? How had he changed so much in just a few days? It wasn't as though Encrid had suddenly learned some great technique. Rather, it was that every technique he knew had become perfected. It seemed like he had tested his skills countless times with his life on the line. This had allowed him to gain full confidence in his techniques. His persistence in finding the right way was evident in his steps and in the sword he wielded. This wasn't a bad thing. Someone who has wandered down the wrong path countless times will never hesitate when they finally find the right one. The traces of that journey could be seen in the swings of his sword, in his confident steps. How? Encrid's body now bore the marks of time. Though the method was unclear, one thing was certain. The rapier-wielding instructor caught all of this. It was an incomprehensible thing. Their sparring went on for quite some time, but in the end, the guard was defeated. From the beginning, the guard had been on the defensive, which led to his downfall. It wasn't that he was hiding his true strength. He had never been a match for Encrid from the start. But it didn't matter in the end. The rapier-wielding instructor finally stepped forward. This was the moment of confrontation, where he would apply pressure and dominate the situation. Just because you've improved doesn't mean anything will change. Had he honed his abilities? So what? Will was the privilege of the born elites. If success were simply a matter of desire, effort, and time, anyone could do it. Then knights wouldn't be so rare. If effort alone could make it, the number of knights would have already doubled. Thus, the instructor was certain. Encrid couldn't possibly overcome his pressure. Step aside. With those words, the rapier-wielding instructor exerted his will. Soon, an intangible blade of energy appeared. Encrid responded by cutting through each one that came his way. That's what he'd done in the past. But this time, things were different. Cling. Encrid sheathed his sword. There was no need to swing it anymore. The moment he met the instructor's pressure, he realized something had changed. Chapter 235. The fairy's joke echoed through the bath. Is he insane? All the rapier swordsman could think was that. Could it be that his head has finally broken for good? The speed at which his skills had improved in such a short time indicated that it had to be a result of both hardship and luck. Had the combination of intensive training and luck ruined his mind? Rem had similar thoughts. Is he mad? His hand trembled instinctively. There was a great difference between resisting the pressure and accepting it. Ragnar gripped his sword. He judged it was futile. He was about to charge forward, swing his sword, and cut through. In other words, he intended to break the pressure his opponent was applying. Odin prepared his healing magic. As long as the person didn't die, he could heal them. Jackson quietly drew a stiletto from behind the swordsman. He would strike and kill. No matter what the opponent was doing, he could kill them. Jackson was confident, whether his opponent was a knight, a pseudo-knight, or anything else. Everyone was about to react when the intangible blade came close to Encrid's body. In that split second, Encrid focused his will towards the intangible force within him. I refuse. The will embedded in the blade would be cut. Then, what of the will behind the pressure? Step back. Encrid rejected it. He rejected the intangible pressure pressing on his shoulders, and the blade that was about to strike him. Will is the act of manifesting one's will outwardly. Soon, some intangible force would manifest. If the pressure was that force, then rejecting it was also a manifestation of that force. The pressure, which had caused pain akin to real suffering, now felt like nothing more than an unseen momentum. Encrid could ignore it. It was easier than resisting the sword of Shepherd Pell. Thus, there was no doubt that his actions were not overexerting himself. Encrid demonstrated this in his actions. The intangible blade shattered into dust as it approached. It was a blade that had only appeared in his imagination. Encrid took a step forward and casually spoke. What are you doing, Ragnar? Jackson? Ragnar, who had approached, was holding his sword vertically beside him, while Jackson stood behind the rapier swordsman. The two who had been startled blinked their eyes. The first to react was Jackson. Without a sound, he silently stepped back. The rapier swordsman had no idea someone was behind him. Ragnar stood frozen with his sword raised. Perhaps he had thought of a reasonable excuse, as Ragnar spoke up. It's a good day to hold a sword. Was Encrid's statement about today being a good day that impressive? Before the words could finish, the sound of thunder roared, followed by rain starting to fall. Pitter-patter. Patter, ... Huh? No. The rapier swordsman didn't seem to notice the rain falling. His eyes locked on Encrid. He couldn't speak properly, his mouth open in disbelief. It seemed he had gone mute from shock. Huh? All that came out of his mouth was a confused exclamation. Encrid tilted his head. Is there something you want to say, huh? The swordsman repeated the word huh, still unable to speak. Encrid had seen people stunned before, but never like this. The opponent was still staring, mouth agape, unable to say anything. Encrid spoke carefully. We should find a healer. Those who suffer mental harm do not recover easily. Even if a healer arrives, they might refuse treatment. I think your head is broken, Encrid finished. Bye. At that, Rayem burst into laughter. It wasn't meant to be a joke, but it certainly came out that way. Encrid had spoken seriously, but, huh? The rapier swordsman only repeated, huh. He was deeply shocked. That sword will rust if it gets wet. Is today really a good day to be holding a sword like that? Encrid asked, looking at Ragnar. Ragnar, having said something earlier, was still holding his sword, but soon enough, he agreed with Encrid's statement. Yes, today is good enough for this. Right, better oil the sword. If left as is, it would rust. I'll do that. Ragnar sheathed his sword and stepped back. Behind him were 3 individuals as startled as the rapier swordsman. All of them were staring at Encrid with their mouths agape. How? The somewhat composed half-giant asked. Will, to. Encrid kindly answered. There was really nothing else to add. It was something that could be explained as will. Will? Javikal muttered. It wasn't really a question, but Encrid answered willingly. Yes. The guard furrowed his brow. It was hard for him to accept or understand the situation, so he couldn't continue speaking. The rain, which had started pouring heavily, soaked his hair. Of course, it soaked everyone else as well. Perhaps we should avoid the rain for now, Encrid suggested. Huh? The rapier swordsman responded. Of course, it seemed like the man had completely lost his mind. Someone help him. Encrid spoke and turned away. Rem and the others followed behind. No matter how accustomed they had become to their leader's changes, this had gone beyond any reasonable limit. This was not simply about wielding a sword well and controlling one's body. Is it will? Ragnar, who possessed the will of cutting, asked. His voice was higher and quicker than usual. It was clear he was shocked. Due to the pouring rain, Ragnar's blonde hair hung down, blocking his view. You need a haircut? Yeah. Encrid answered nonchalantly. While he was pleased and didn't mind enjoying himself, this wasn't the end of it. This wasn't why he had come this far. The will of an actual knight was not about rejection, but naturally displaying one's will. To suppress, to reject, to cut. It all happened naturally. After realizing some things, he understood. The pressure of Asia, the pressure of the rapier swordsman. Both were developed and specialized in this manner. From the same perspective, Ragnar's cutting was similar. Even if one had mastered lion cutting or steel cutting, his cutting was beyond imitation. In the end, it was a matter of realizing the will. What's this? Where did you learn it? Or did you train to the point of almost dying in your dreams? Rem was equally shocked. Encrid responded to his words. In my dreams, there's more of a perverted boatman than training. Huh? A perverted boatman? What's that? It was a question Encrid couldn't answer, so he ignored it. Rem would likely treat it as a joke anyway. Then Odin muttered, It's as if you're running a different time altogether, brother. Like the rapier swordsman, Odin had sharp insight, being a religious, devoted bear. His words were spot on. Did you train while time stood still, brother? Though his appearance was dull, he was sharp. Encrid thought to himself as he replied, Something like that. Instead of answering, Odin quietly began chanting a prayer. He assumed Encrid's answer was just a joke. Who would doubt it? Jackson remained silent as usual, but his gaze was intense. He kept looking Encrid up and down. I trained normally and didn't use any drugs, Encrid said, causing Jackson to flinch, a rare reaction. It was an unusual sight. Why did you think I suspect you used drugs? Jackson asked. There's suspicion all over your eyes. It seemed Jackson, known for his skill with drugs, was the one with doubts, but it turned out to be true. Have you also mastered telepathy? It wasn't telepathy. It was more that the sharpness of the blade Jackson had taught him had heightened his senses. He could easily read an opponent's intentions or emotions, especially when something was hidden. For example, Jevikal, who had hesitated earlier. He had spoken with a smile, but, I'm good. I can tell if I try to charge, I'll get beaten. But what was hidden behind those eyes? It was malice and hostility. There was also the opposite. The half-giant who outwardly displayed fighting spirit and competitiveness. After being thrown, what did the woman's eyes reveal? It was a feeling of regret and sympathy. Of course, it wasn't directed at Encrid. It was self-deprecation. Well, maybe I'm not completely right. At least that was the general feeling. Encrid, as he was about to enter the lodging, stopped and undressed. He placed his equipment neatly aside under the eaves, and Craze came out of the building. "Dry off the equipment and organize it," Encrid instructed, and others began piling their equipment on top. "Isn't this too much?" On top of it, Rem tossed a pouch. "Payment. Anytime, come visit Craze Equipment Cleaning Service." Craze quickly changed his tone. Since Rem frequently used krona, the amount of money in the pouch was likely not small. "If we go in wet, the place will get all messed up. Let's head to the bath." It was Encrid's suggestion. The border guard barracks had many great facilities, including a well. But since they had become an independent company, they had access to the private bath for the unit. There were large wooden tubs filled with water, and the staff constantly boiled more water. In other words, they could wash with hot water. The place was built with a well covered by a roof, so there was no shortage of water. Steam filled the room, as they kept boiling water on one side. "Let's go." Everyone went to the bath, stripping down casually, and the maids boiling water greeted them with laughter. "Wow, after only looking at our husbands, coming here feels like heaven," one of the rough-voiced maids said, and everyone burst out laughing. "Be good to your husband. Living with a woman bigger than yourself isn't easy for him either." Rem laughed teasingly, and the maids splashed cold water on him in retaliation. "Oh, that's cold." Rem wasn't startled by the cold water, and simply laughed as he spoke, to which the maid responded with a laugh. "You grey-haired guy, your tongue is sharp." It seemed they were familiar with each other. Later, when they were in the bath, Encrid asked how they knew each other. "Well, Dunbakel kept passing out and rolling around in the dirt, so I often tossed her into the bath. Got used to her face. She's a cheerful lady." Talking like that with Rem was impressive. Come to think of it. Rem, huh? He's kind to women. It's rare that he picks a fight with anyone, but when it comes to women, he hardly ever resorts to violence. Then, Dunbakel? She's a soldier, not a woman. Just to make sure, Encrid asked, and Rem replied casually. "By the way, now when we're up against the leader, I really think we'll need to use some serious strength," Rem said while submerged up to his neck in the bathwater. Encrid ignored the fleeting glances of the maids and looked at Rem. What was in his grey eyes? Rem, too, had the spirit of competition and fighting. This was something new, something Encrid hadn't seen before. Even though he had been reckless in the past, had Rem ever shown such feelings towards him? Had he ever displayed such intensity? There had been times when Rem said it was difficult to hold back his strength, fearing he might accidentally kill him. Seriously. Splash. With a flick of the water, Rem answered. "It'll be fun." At that, Encrid laughed. The eyes of a mad trainer and a mad axe-wielder met. It was the first time such intensity had turned towards each other. Jackson, observing this, spoke up. "Are you all insane?" Odin laughed as usual, while Ragnar said nothing. But it was clear that his eyes were constantly shifting, lost in deep thoughts. Is it really Will? Really? No lies? Not a trick? Craze, who had hurriedly undressed and joined the bath, asked. Craze, with his big eyes, never stopped training, so there was a lot to observe. Some of the maids commented that their tastes were more aligned with the others. "If you want to watch, it's 1 copper coin each." Craze's joke caused a few of the maids to laugh. Craze, still maintaining a friendly attitude towards everyone, posed his question. Amidst the rising steam, all eyes turned to Encrid. They say he overcame the pressure. It was no longer just a rumor, but something that could be heard by those who knew. Encrid initially told the truth. Today is just the same day repeating over and over. Not a novel next. The response came from Jackson. It was such an unrealistic story that it felt like a lie. Encrid scratched his head and responded again. "Just lucky. Mwah. It was the same answer as always. Honestly, there was no better excuse. Everyone, including Annie M., fell silent. Was that really an excuse? Could this guy actually be a genius? It didn't seem likely. He had been taught, but there was no talent, no special ability. Everyone had doubts in their eyes, but there was no suspicion. In truth, there was nothing to say except luck. Did you sleep with the goddess of luck or something? Rem muttered. And that was likely the right answer. Just then, another guest entered the bath. Will, really? Is it true? It was Marcus, dressed in casual clothes. His face was red, possibly from the rain, and his clothes were soaked. Since you're here, why not join for a bath? Encrid said casually, and Marcus swiftly stripped off his clothes and dove into the bath. His body was more trained than Encrid had expected, though not as scarred as his. Really? Marcus's eyes sparkled. It seemed like he was asking, "What are you? How far are you going?" Yes. Encrid acknowledged. He had said he wanted to become a knight, that it was his dream, and he had shown his will. But could Encrid really become a knight? How many people had wondered the same? Marcus, too, had his doubts. Though he believed Encrid would advance, hearing that reality close at hand still caught him by surprise. A chuckle escaped Marcus, and then he asked, "Fiancé?" The ferry company commander entered the bath, and immediately greeted by praise. "It's all men here, but you sure are full of confidence. Want to join us?" The commander shook her head. "Anyone who sees my naked body, other than my fiancé, will have their eyes plucked out. Are you sure you're fine with that?" Her fairy's joke echoed through the bath. Chapter 236. The path to becoming a knight in Encrid's will was neither complete nor perfect. It was a fragment, a shard, and just a part of something larger. Despite this, it was still his will. This was why Marcus was shocked, and why the ferry squad leader, who had briefly left for business or perhaps leave, returned almost immediately. She hadn't denied that she had come to enjoy the view while soaking in the bath. "It's quite nice," she said, which was an implicit acknowledgement. "Anything else to say?" "No." Her visit was simply to confirm if Encrid had truly withstood the pressure, that was all. It was a strange thing, Encrid thought. He knew what he had done was impressive, but was it really worth all this fuss? Moreover, Encrid himself knew it was just a piece, just a part. Of course, that in itself brought both joy and satisfaction. No other feeling could give him as much fulfillment as this. While feeling fulfilled, he also felt the urge to continue. If this is just the beginning, he could go even further. It was like a torn dream, stitched together and becoming something magical, something whole. No, it really is that, he thought, scratching his cheek. The curse of repeating today had mended the torn dream into something complete. Encrid didn't deny it. Well, then, the ferry squad leader turned and walked out, braving the pouring rain. Encrid, watching her leave, thought to himself how strange her personality was as well. Even the swiftest ferry couldn't avoid the rain, and she was drenched to the bone. As she walked, Shinar checked the wound on her side. "It hurts." She would need to apply some medicine and rest for a day or two. It wasn't unbearable, but she could still move without issue. As Shinar treated her wound, her thoughts drifted to Encrid. She remembered his blue eyes, staring at her in the bath. She had liked his face from the start. So, had she targeted him from the beginning? No, he had merely been the subject of some teasing at first. Now, but she knew it wouldn't be as easy as it sounded. She had just returned after handling some tasks for the guild related to regaining the kingdom's language, tasks that she believed would be beneficial for her future. If they hadn't been useful, she would have stayed here. And yet, after returning, the news had been that Encrid had collapsed. No. To be more accurate, he had passed out. But now he had endured and resisted without fainting. Those who didn't know wouldn't understand, but those who did would catch on immediately. Pressure. Will could only be resisted by a force of equal measure. Anything less than that couldn't fight back. And if someone managed to endure it, Will was that man, the one who had just been the subject of a joke, really able to withstand it. Shinar couldn't help but feel alarmed, so much so that she didn't even attend to her wound. It wasn't surprising. She too had eyes, and could recognize the situation. Even if lightning struck repeatedly, it was impossible. And yet, against hardship or crisis, he overcame and stood up again, no matter what stood before him. How could that not be thrilling? I want to show him to the idiots back home. She had half a mind to take him to her parents, and it was half serious. Fairy humor often hid deeper intentions after all. It's fun. Shinar muttered to herself, her red lips moving. The rain poured down relentlessly. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Without realizing it, Shinar smiled. The work she had been doing had been tiresome, painful, and seemingly endless, but she had rarely smiled while doing it. But now, because of some man, she couldn't help but smile. She thought it was a bit ridiculous, but was satisfied with the feeling. Was that why she hadn't left yet, even though she should have? Maybe I'm making excuses for myself. Perhaps. Shinar continued walking, unfazed by the pain or the tasks she had yet to complete. She was simply inwardly congratulating Encrid on what he had achieved. For now, that was enough. I think she's hurt. Encrid also had keen senses. His heightened sense of smell caught the faint scent of blood among the steam. He could tell by sight, too. If he had noticed, others would have surely noticed as well. Seems like you've taken quite a fall, Rem said. What are you talking about, boss? If you've got something like that, you're truly a master of the arts. Encrid had just gotten out of the bath, rinsing off the sweat and other things. At that moment, Rem spoke while looking at Encrid's legs. You crazy bastard. What? Encrid responded to him, and Rem shook his head. I lost. Can't beat that. Really? Encrid was not a normal person. Encrid kicked Rem's side, and Rem naturally avoided it. Even if it hurts, you need to come to see it. Truly, a madman. Ragnar added his own commentary. Definitely the kind of face to have a salon or something with me. Especially for that. Crace also made a remark while looking at Encrid's legs. Watch out, it's the captain. Encrid warned them to be careful. Marcus, laughing next to them, added, I envy that. What is it that you envy? Everyone was heading back after they had all bathed. You must have been through quite a rough job. I can see the fairy's injury, but it doesn't seem too serious, so you can stop worrying about your fiancé, Jackson said as they were nearing the inn. Encrid heard what was said and corrected him immediately. Not my fiancé. Yes, Jackson replied absently, opening the inn door. Dunbakel and Esther's gazes turned toward them. And, somehow, Finn had returned as well. Is it true? Finn asked. Encrid realized the question was directed at him. Was the will true? Had he truly withstood the pressure? This was probably a question about the truth of the rumors. Just luck, Encrid answered, having nothing else to say. Wow, Finn exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean you're actually going to become a knight? Finn mused. He had thought Encrid was not an ordinary person from the start, but this will now? Encrid didn't respond to Finn's surprise. Becoming a knight was a dream, something he was moving toward. Whether or not he achieved it had never crossed his mind. He would keep moving forward, regardless. That forward movement had now borne fruit. As they settled down for the night, exchanging casual jokes, with Rem teasing Dunbakel and Encrid, asking Finn where he'd been, Finn muttered something about hanging around language-obsessed weirdos. He shook his head, unable to elaborate, and no one seemed particularly interested in hearing more. Encrid had asked, But he wasn't eager for the details. Why ask if you don't care? And why aren't you interested in me? There's a beautiful woman in this room, you know, Finn said, his hair a bit disheveled, but her face not unattractive. Thanks to the repetition of today, Encrid no longer remembered her face clearly, but compared to the woman bandit with the black sword, Finn was definitely more beautiful. Grr! Esther snorted, a clear mockery. Even the leopard's mocking. Ram laughed as he teased, prompting Finn to curse and resent the pouring rain. Damn rain. With that, Finn made a move to leave to bathe, but as he reached for the door, Jackson caught her wrist, and Esther had approached Finn's feet. Rem, Ragnar, Auden, and even Encrid turned their attention to him. Dunbakel seemed to sense something as well, tensing and baring her fangs. What is it? Craze, who hadn't noticed anything, asked. Yes, Encrid answered. This was the border guard's barracks, not a tavern in town, and it wasn't a place where unexpected guests could easily arrive. But someone was here as a guest. Can we have a moment? A voice suddenly called from outside as everyone stared at the door. Encrid stepped forward. My guest, he said. Opening the door, they found a middle-aged man soaked from the rain, looking like a drowned rat. He was a rapier-wielding swordsman, once a guard for the Rockfried Guild. He was the same man who had tried to intimidate Encrid earlier that day, only to be rejected, leaving him stunned and repeating the word over and over. Looks like you've come to your senses, Rem sneered from behind. Was it a trait of his species? The rapier swordsman ignored Rem's mocking comment. I wanted to see you once more, so I took the liberty to come, he said, his words revealing how much the events of earlier had shocked him. His current state made it obvious. His face was pale, his eyes were dark from fatigue, and his cheeks had hollowed out in just half a day. Of course, Encrid replied, not turning him away. Just had a bath, but you're not tired? Kreis asked practically. Encrid shook his head slightly. Not at all. If he'd been bothered by such things, he would have dropped his sword long ago. The man before him was valuable. He knew how to use pressure and likely had considerable skill, so Encrid had planned to challenge him again tomorrow. I have business to attend to tonight. I'm sorry for the rudeness of coming here like this, the swordsman said, explaining that he had climbed over the barracks wall in the dead of night, avoiding the guard's watch. His skills were impressive. But more than that, Encrid felt a small thrill at the situation. Another illness? Rem muttered from behind, but the man who sought him out for a duel was still standing there. It wasn't some useless man. The shock from the encounter had been so profound that, even though he had forgotten Eden Molson's name, the name Iban had stuck with him. The man before him was someone who wielded will, a true semi-knight in some senses. The rain still hadn't stopped. The downpour had lightened, but the fact that they were getting wet hadn't changed. Though Encrid had just bathed, he didn't mind getting soaked again. What was wrong with getting a little wet? When he stood in front of the practice field, the ground was slick. The dirt surface was usually forgiving when someone fell, reducing the risk of injury. But on a rainy day, it made it easier for one to slip. Of course, for the two standing before each other, the slippery ground wasn't much of an issue. I'll go alone, Encrid said as he stepped forward. Though everyone generally agreed Jackson, being human, was inherently suspicious. If anything goes wrong, he moved cautiously behind. This was the reason why Jackson had disappeared from the inn. Noticing this, Ram stayed still, and so did the others. Esther, too, sensed a subtle change in Encrid's demeanor. What's this? Though she was skilled with weapons herself, it was unusual for her to sense anything so acutely, unless it was related to magical forces. Had the power that had obscured her curse faded? No, that wasn't it. Had his attitude changed? No, he was still the same crazy man as before. But still, Esther couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. Even so, She wasn't about to stand out in the pouring rain to watch. So, she closed her eyes, feeling drowsy. Recently, she had been transforming into a human several times, and had honed her spellcraft with each experience. Through those many lessons, she had learned something important about the world. She had learned that life could change in an instant. So, she had to always be prepared. As a mage, preparation was second nature. Esther rested her head on her knees. She wasn't worried about Encrid. He wouldn't die. So, she shut everything out, sinking into her own world. Since the stray cat's gone, I might as well sleep, Rem muttered. Oh, really? Jackson disappeared so quickly, huh? Kreis responded, noticing after the fact. Not long after everyone had agreed to spend their time in their own way, Rem, feeling a bit bored, stood up. It's kind of boring, isn't it, he said. That seemed to echo everyone's feelings. They all decided to go and see what was happening, even if it meant making up an excuse. Standing in the practice field, Encrid once again rejected the pressure from his opponent. Truly, the rapier swordsman said, still shocked. Of course it was understandable. Who could have expected someone to return and fully grasp the power of will? But at that moment, blood began trickling from the left side of Encrid's nose. It's easier than a sword fight. Still, it wasn't something he could use recklessly. But he did sense something. The more you use it, the more you'll hone it, the rapier swordsman said, seeing the blood mixed with the rain. Encrid felt the same way. The more he used it, the more his body had begun to adapt to it. The two of them stood staring at each other. The rain intensified, and the rapier swordsman locked eyes with Encrid before speaking. I cannot reveal my affiliation, but I am a member of a knightly order. That's all I can say for now. But perhaps, would you consider joining me? The sound of the pouring rain filled the space between them. Thunder rumbled, and a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, lighting up the world in bright white light. The rapier swordsman's eyes met Encrid's. This isn't about a duel. The man hadn't come to fight but to measure Encrid's strength and potentially win his loyalty. He had mentioned that he belonged to a recognized knightly order, which meant that he was offering Encrid a path forward. This is an invitation to join the knightly order. I will show you the way to become a knight. It was an opportunity to walk the path toward knighthood. Chapter 237. What is a knight? It's not a duel. It's a proposal, an invitation. It seems like this happens often these days. Didn't Marcus say something like that? He told me to become a battalion commander. He had refused. And now, it's a knight. Encrid looked at the man in front of him. He was clearly not a noble from Norillia. So what does that matter? Not at all, it doesn't matter one bit. Even if he was born in Norillia, what would those born in a rural village know about the king or nobles? The best are simply those who keep their stomachs full and don't cause trouble. Especially since the king is someone they've never seen in their lives. The people grow up thinking that the local lord is the king. Encrid grew up in such a village. So Encrid didn't feel particularly loyal to the country. Thus, the reason he didn't answer right away was not out of loyalty. He also didn't hesitate to accept help. Without advice and aid, he would not have come this far. In that regard, Encrid was grateful to Rem, Odin, Ragnar, and Jackson, and even to Kreis. But despite all this, upon hearing the proposal, Encrid honestly felt deflated. It was as if his racing heart had suddenly turned cold. He had set out thinking he would get to properly witness the skill of the man in front of him. That's why he didn't care about the pouring rain. You haven't even said where it is. Should I follow you? You won't regret it. His eyes were shining. His gaze was one of genuine belief in his own words. Even if the man in front of him had no ill intentions, Encrid knew that it wouldn't necessarily benefit him. Even a stone thrown carelessly can kill a frog. Whether the stone is thrown with good intentions or bad, Whether it was meant to chase a snake or hit a frog's head, it is still just a stone. More than that, do I want to join the Night Order? Encrid briefly looked at the sky and asked himself. The rain was pouring down heavily, and it didn't seem like it would stop any time soon. For an autumn rain, it was pretty intense. The thought was brief. It wasn't a question that needed much contemplation. Becoming a knight and joining a Night Order are different matters. They always have been. Just because he admired the red cloak didn't mean he would give up everything to wear it. It was the same now. I refused. If it's because I haven't revealed my affiliation, think again. No one can offer a better path than the one I can give. Especially if you want to go higher, you will have to go where people of that caliber gather. Can one become a knight just by joining a Night Order? No, but the chances are much higher. Those who reach the level of a knight can be found among mercenaries and thieves as well. However, the fact remains that knights most often come from Night Orders. At least, that's where the opportunities are. For a soldier in a borderland territory, it seems like a golden opportunity. A place better than the Red Cloak Night Order, I can assure you. The Rapier Knight said again, but Encrid did not nod. A Night Order, huh? Yes. It might be an opportunity, but by spending countless hours of training and practice, can one achieve that level just by being in a Night Order? Can one reach their desired destination? Can one truly become a knight? Encrid reflected on the path he had taken. Reflection was part of him. What had been on that path? What had brought him here? He didn't need the best environment given to him without worry. Furthermore, I haven't even seen the end of my subordinates yet. He owed what he had now to them, so he couldn't just ignore them. Just as he was about to speak again, rejecting the offer. Do you know what the most dangerous thing to touch among a fairy's belongings is? Where had that come from? Even with his heightened senses, Encrid couldn't detect the presence before the voice spoke. Before his rejection, the fairy commander's voice rang out. Had she washed up? She looked more radiant than before, wearing casual clothes. Her long sleeves billowed as she wore a thin shirt that fluttered in the wind. Then she spoke. Their fiancé. Was she answering her own question? What are they both doing over there? Both Encrid and the Rapier Knight turned their heads. Right. Fiancé? Do you know what happens if you treat a fairy's fiancé carelessly? Execution, right? It was Rem, too, who appeared. Hadn't he been acting like he wouldn't leave the lodging? My lord, my father, I beg of you again, please don't take my small, precious company commander away. Audin, too, popped out while praying. When had they been watching? They were on one side of the training ground. They were gathered around Odin, who was praying, Ragnar, who was quietly shining his eyes, Rem, who was grinning and radiating killing intent, and Jackson, who was next to him. At Jackson's feet was Esther, and the beast man with golden eyes stood out as well. If you're going, I'll go with you. It was Dunbakel's voice. She was always serious, and never spoke in circles. If Encrid was going anywhere, she was going with him. The ferry company commander, standing a step away from them, stared at Encrid. Finally, it seemed like Finn had come out late, grumbling and asking, so, are you going? That last question was directed at him. Encrid scratched his head. Looking back, even though he had done nothing for them, they still stepped forward for him. They fought, taught, and had stayed by his side until now. What am I to them? What is a knight? He believes a knight is one who protects honor. What is a knight? He believes a knight is one who holds firm to their beliefs. What is a knight? He believes a knight is one who upholds justice. That is the ideal knight Encrid believes in, follows, and wants to become. For him, this was about honor, belief, and justice. The loyalty to these people was just as strong as the loyalty to his 3 closest companions. If you're not going to fight, leave. I won't join your Night Order. The path to becoming a knight, Encrid had already decided. From here, in this moment, he was moving forward to the next. Well, I wasn't planning to stop you from going. Rem muttered an unnecessary comment. Why was he here if he wasn't going to try to stop him? I'm better. Ragnar suddenly spoke out. I'm better than any night order. He added that without hesitation. It sounded arrogant and reckless, but Encrid knew Ragnar's genius, so he had no words to counter it. Audun simply smiled gently. It's your choice, brother. Hadn't he been praying to God just moments ago, asking not to take anything away? Even though he said that if Encrid had decided to leave, they would have accepted it without question. They were, indeed, curious people. In any case, Encrid had made his decision, and he wasn't looking back. That's what kind of person he was. Boom! Once again, thunder roared and blue lightning passed over their heads, illuminating the surroundings. The rapier knight, who had been staring into Encrid's eyes, nodded. You're not going to change your mind, huh? It was a concession. The knight brushed his hands off. He traveled across the continent, finding promising individuals and guiding them to his domain. Normally, he would have revealed his affiliation, but I figured he'd refuse, so he didn't reveal it. Even if he had, it wouldn't have changed anything. Still, maybe he should say it just in case, but it wouldn't matter. Despite his lack of talent compared to others he'd seen, the knight had always respected that unwavering gaze from the beginning. That's why he had tried to take him. At the time, he had been watching for something other than his sword skills. Be careful of Jevakal. He's not a gentle one. I understand. Encrid nodded. Don't overuse will. If a child who has just started walking is made to run without resting, his knees and ankles will break. First, make sure his ankles are strong, then he can run. Right. It was good advice, an additional point. Then, I'll be leaving now. I don't know if we'll meet again. It was an unnecessarily honest farewell. We'll meet again. Encrid responded, as if answering. The rapier knight turned and left. In the end, there was no duel. That was what Encrid felt a little regretful about. Are you disappointed that you couldn't fight now? Rem pinpointed his feelings. Encrid, feeling the disappointment, turned to face Rem with renewed determination. Since we're already soaked, damn fine. But just so you know, I'm not going to let you off easy this time. I've never gone easy on you. That's obvious. Anyway, that damn tongue of yours. On a rainy night, Encrid stood with his sword in hand. Rem, in front of him, pulled out his axe. The two, with the rain pouring between them, ignored the darkness and the heavy downpour as they charged at each other. In the end, Encrid lost again. You're really not going easy anymore. Encrid said this while getting soaked by the rain. Fortunately, they had fought with some restraint, so neither of them was bloodied. Rem? He could still go further. It seemed like he was holding himself back in some way. Encrid didn't ask about it, though. It was something he would figure out on his own. As for him, he was simply determined to uphold his loyalty based on his beliefs, justice, and honor. His bond with these people meant he would keep it, no matter what. What will you do if your axe breaks? Encrid's sword was sturdy. He had swung it with purpose, breaking the blade of Rem's axe. Rem used that as a ruse to win. Didn't you say you'd buy me a new one? I don't have any krona. I don't have any either. It was because of the recent generous gifts given to Krace. Encrid couldn't even afford an armor to match the krona he had now. Neither he nor Rem were the type to carefully gather krona for themselves anyway. Naturally, their gazes drifted toward the lodging. If we don't have any krona, we'll just trouble that big-eyed Crit. Rem made that judgment, and Encrid didn't stop him. Will starts now. It was Ragnar's voice, watching their sparring. The lazy one was now watching them, getting drenched by the rain. Esther, who was soaked through, leapt into his arms. I know too. She knew because she had felt and realized it. As they stood there, pondering whether to go to the bath or just wash up quickly and sleep. "Company commander," a soldier's voice called from the entrance of the barracks. It was already late at night. Encrid could hear the soldier looking for him. Everyone's attention shifted toward that direction. Even Riem, who had been about to tease Cray in the lodging, stepped out again. "No, you're all soaked. At least dry off before coming in." Between Cray's grumbling, the soldier cried out, "There's been an incident!" He had come to find Encrid. Encrid wondered what was happening now. The original party of the Rapier Knight gathered around him as he was leaving. "You've done something pointless," one of them mocked. "As long as it was fun, that's all that matters." "Are you sure? But you're just going to leave that guy behind?" He was up to something. Among them was Jevikal, a madman whom one of them pointed out. The Rapier Knight stroked his chin. Even though his beard was gone, the habit had remained. "He'll figure it out. It wasn't his problem anyway. Besides, he wasn't the kind to be easily beaten by someone like Jevikal. Though he's somewhat clever." "Was it really true?" one of his subordinates asked. The Rapier Knight didn't hesitate and nodded. "I don't see the talent, but I believe in him." It was high praise. Though it had taken many deaths to get to this point, his subordinates would never know that. "Oh." The subordinate was surprised. It wasn't the kind of praise one would often hear from their superior. "Then where are we headed now?" "We're going back. To the Empire." At those words, a smile appeared on the faces of his subordinates. Finally, they were returning. Chapter 238. Hostage Situation. The half-blood giant gazed silently at the pouring rain. As she wiped herself off and sat by the window, watching the rain pour down, the words of a man named Encrid came to her mind. Tomorrow as well? Not today, but tomorrow. Not the present, but the future. Was it all right to live with such thoughts? Was there really no issue with it? Such questions swirled inside her. As a member of the Church of the Abysmal Sanctuary and a follower of the cult, her purpose was clear. "Hey." And so, she had to waver at the words of the man in front of her. Though her heart didn't budge, she had to agree, forced as it were. Jevikal, leaning against the doorframe of her room, spoke. "I've never been interested in a duel. Didn't you feel the same?" Jevikal was quick-witted and had a good memory. The half-blood giant was familiar with him, meaning he knew her identity. That was why he made the proposal. The cult wasn't an organization that revered physical power, and since she had come this far, it was clear she had a purpose. "Let's kill them. That's the way, isn't it?" She knew that was the way, but still, her head didn't move easily. She couldn't speak. Yet, knowing this was what she had to do, she nodded in agreement. To survive, you must endure, and to survive, you must kill. The teachings of the cult were still vivid in her mind. Until she died, she would remain a devoted member of the cult, a warrior of the Abysmal Sanctuary. She acted according to those teachings, agreeing to Jevikal's plan. "I have a plan." Jevikal stepped closer, his breath reeking of decay. The words that followed carried the same foul stench. And so it began. Jevikal wandered near the city gates and called out to a soldier. "Hey, friend." The rain fell heavily, making even the oil-soaked cloaks look ineffective. The surroundings were dim, and the visibility was naturally limited. Even with a torch under the roof, the darkness made it hard to see. Bell, standing under the light, looked to the source of the call. It was a face he recognized. What was his name again? He thought, but realized he hadn't even asked for his name when he entered the territory. One thing was clear, though. He was a guest of Encrid. He stayed at the inn and was a sparring partner, a dual opponent. He was also someone Marcus had warned him to keep an eye on. "What's going on?" Jevikal grinned. That grin was unsettling, but Bell said nothing. "Do you have some time?" The filthy grin persisted. Bell was on patrol duty and clearly had no time. What kind of nonsense was this? Just as she was about to respond, crack! A sudden sound made her whip her head around. A large warrior appeared behind her. A half-blood giant warrior. Bell recognized her as well. He had seen him multiple times during Encrid's duels. At that moment, she saw the cold, hardened face of the female warrior. Just as he was about to shout out about the ambush or surprise attack, he felt a cold blade against her throat. The speed was beyond her ability to react. Shh. Bell's awareness faded. Something hit the back of his head, and when he regained consciousness, his hands and feet were tightly bound. His entire body was soaked, and he wasn't alone. Lord in the heavens. A prayer sounded from right beside her. It was a middle-aged woman muttering with tears streaming down her face. She was a colleague's mother, a vendor who sold dried meat. There were a few more familiar faces in the room. "Vanessa? Vanessa, are you finally awake?" The coarse-voiced innkeeper was there too. Her tone was still rough, but her eyes were trembling, fear showing through. Bell scanned her surroundings again. His vision was blurry, but he could still make out the faces. Looking around, she realized that, including herself, dozens of people were all bound. "And then, if you resist, we'll kill one of you at a time." The voice, coming from some distance away, made Bell realize she was in some sort of cabin. A few familiar things caught Bell's eye. An old leather sunshade, some decaying leather sheets with a pungent smell, and a fireplace that hadn't been used in years, now dead and cold. This wasn't inside the manor, but a secluded hunter's cabin outside the castle gates. In other words, a forgotten hut. What was happening here? The familiar faces, all bound, were trapped in the hunter's cabin. Sunlight filtered in through the window. Bell, still lying on his side, tensed his abdominal muscles. Whoop! He straightened up and looked through the window. There, just before he lost consciousness, he saw the back of the man she had recognized. That bastard! His head still throbbed. As he woke, he felt something sticky on the side of his face and realized he must have bled a little. He wasn't dead, but his skull was cracked. Behind the man, a vague figure appeared, but it was unclear. However, the voice was unmistakable. "Then, you're going to die too." It was Encrid's voice. Bell quickly understood the situation. It was a hostage crisis. But at the same time he couldn't help but wonder, would it even matter? It was a world where people killed and were killed. In such a world, would Encrid really die for these people, even if there were dozens of them? It seemed utterly impossible. Yet, why was he still in this situation? Questions continued to swirl in Bell's mind. He would have to keep watching to understand how things unfolded. Jevikal's tactics were neither extraordinary nor particularly brilliant. They were simple and annoying at best. "I told you, I'll kill them all." Since his first day at Border Guard, Jevikal had been observing everything around him. He had watched, learned, and discovered a few things. First, damn, they put a watcher on me? He realized there was someone keeping an eye on him. This was thanks to Crace, who had reported to the higher-ups on the first day. Because of that, Marcus had placed a watch on him. Jevikal was displeased by this. Though the surveillance was one thing, what he had learned next was that Encrid seemed to be surprisingly close to the people around him. But if Jevikal were to take those people hostage and demand Encrid's life, the response would likely be one of indifference. For hostages to be effective, they had to be valuable to the target. Not family, not lovers. And they weren't even his hidden children. Just people he knew. That was all. I'm not asking for something grand. Just that you bite one of them and leave yourself here. That was it. Jevikal was offering terms he thought Encrid would accept. Honestly, Jevikal believed that if the half-blood giant woman fought alongside him, they could kill Encrid. But what was the problem? Those bastards. The ones laughing behind him. The guy fondling his axe. The bear-like man who looked like he was twice Jevikal's size. And the quiet one who could strike with a knife. If I don't see you, I'll kill this woman first. Jevikal was holding a woman. A resident who made marmalade. A knife was pressed tightly against her neck. A drop of blood dripped down. Encrid didn't remember her name, but Crace did. If you touch Jury's fingers, you won't die easily. Crace spoke seriously, which was rare for him. She was the one who made excellent marmalade, so her fingers were crucial. Jury, pale as death, couldn't utter a word. She was stiff, like wax, being dragged around by Zibikal's brutish hands. Watching this, Encrid didn't show impatience. This only made Jevikal grin wider. That bastard's eyes are so damn annoying. If things went as planned, he'd gouge those eyes out first. Is what I'm saying difficult? It's not, right? If you're unsure, well, then the story changes. Still, crude provocation. Jevikal's terms were simple. Everyone else leave. Leave only Encrid behind. Then what? Then you just have to defeat both of us in turn and it's over. If Encrid could do that, he would let the hostages go. Though it was clearly nonsense, it wasn't asking him to die or even cut off a limb. But Jevikal would kill someone if Encrid didn't comply. That made the situation more ambiguous. Couldn't he even accept such simple conditions? That's probably what he's counting on. Coldly considered, it was an absurd demand. He was asking Encrid to fight both of them after everyone left. What if both of them tried to kill him at once? Then, would I be able to handle the aftermath? If he were seriously injured? Even if he retreated, people like Rem wouldn't just stand by. They would chase him down immediately. Did he have another way? Having survived by using his wits for so long, Encrid could read Jevikal's intentions. Not just that, he sensed something more beyond it. His instincts spoke to him. There's something else hidden, aside from this escape plan. Next to Jevikal stood the half-blood giant, armored and wielding a sword and shield, staring vacantly. Handling that one warrior alone had been impossible. No, it had been impossible back then. Before, that is, before meeting the shepherd Pell. But now, maybe. He felt indifferent, calm. His eyes mirrored the same. Jevikal's smile grew wider as he met Encrid's gaze. It had been a detestable smile from the beginning. However, he kept his distance, wanting to gauge Encrid's hidden abilities. Encrid thought this was his responsibility. Just as he was about to respond, a loud voice interrupted. Damn it! A booming voice from behind. It came from inside the abandoned cabin. Bell's shout rang out. If he keeps that up, he's going to die first, Encrid thought with mild concern. Everything happening was because of him, and it was all faces he knew. This wasn't a battlefield, but if they got stabbed and died here, it would be troubling. He wished they would just be quiet for a bit. Jevikal's face now looked less like a smile, and more like a distorted mask. Doesn't his face hurt from grinning like that? Huh? You're an annoying one. Why don't we talk it out? The scriptures say to turn back when a person is on the wrong path. So look behind you. Jevikal spoke cryptically and gestured as if to turn their attention. Jackson subtly lifted his left foot. Ram let Hyle's left hand hang, while Ragnar just yawned, observing. Stop spouting nonsense. Encrid made his decision. It didn't seem like it would cost him his life. You all go back, wash up, and rest. Are you doing it alone? I think I can manage. He had said this often before. If he had said this in the past, Rem would have sarcastically retorted. Would he go die alone, he would ask. But now, after the sparring session right before coming here, ugh! Rem swallowed his words. It was different now. He was no longer someone easily underestimated. On top of that, he had learned even a fragment of will. He was now qualified to join the only knight order in the kingdom, the Red Cloak Knights. Though, of course, to actually join the order, he would have to meet various conditions. He had even received a proposal to join, despite not fully understanding what it meant. So, Encrid nodded toward Jevikal, whose eyes were nearly hidden by his twisted expression. He pushed everyone back, making sure they were out of sight, far enough that they wouldn't be able to see him anymore. Jevikal had not let go of his hostage the whole time. If it weren't for Jury, the woman in his arms, Encrid would have made a move long ago. Even now, Jevikal was hiding a knife, ready to strike. He was prepared to use the technique called the carbon blade. If he threw it now, Jevikal would use the hostage as a shield. Should I kill him with my own hands and rush to help Bell? Killing the hostage might be a way to defeat the enemy, but it was also a sacrifice. It would solve things quickly, but would lead to the death of an innocent. Though Encrid wouldn't feel much guilt for a death caused by his own actions, he wasn't one to just sit by and watch when something could still be stopped. Cling. I never swore to protect the border guard people, but they are from my land. Encrid drew his sword as he spoke. I can't just leave it at that. The sky had cleared after the rain. Beneath the bright blue Encrid stood, sword in hand. Chapter 239. A battle start it wasn't bad either. There was determination in his words and actions. Because that will was visible, Encrid's words were backed by conviction. The message was clear. Everyone had retreated. He had said he would protect, and if he said so, then he would be the kind of person to follow through. What if he failed? That was a problem for later. The last to leave was Ragnar. Before leaving, he quietly watched Jevikal for a while, muttered a parting word, and then turned away. We'll meet again later. Jevikal ignored him. Encrid thought it was unwise to disregard that. It's rare for Ragnar to say something like that. It wasn't a common sight. With that, everyone moved away and distanced themselves from the line of sight. Once Encrid was left alone, Jevikal spoke again in a tone without any hint of a smile. Impressive, really. The smile had vanished from Jevikal's face. He seemed rather indifferent. Up until that moment, Encrid stood silently, his sword drawn, watching quietly. Let's begin, Jevikal said. For a moment, silence fell. Nothing happened yet. It would have been awkward. But Jevikal twisted his lips into a smile again. Encrid, watching the expression, thought it was a smile that seemed to squeeze something out. The original plan had been for the hybrid giant to charge first, followed by Jevikal seizing an opening to attack. But the hybrid giant didn't move. Talking? Encrid asked lightly, intending to relieve the awkwardness, but his attempt was futile. Shut the hell up, Jevikal snapped, glaring at the hybrid giant. The giant, wearing a helmet, stood still, not turning to look. If the two of them teamed up, they could probably kill it. So why was she doing this? Of course, Jevikal didn't think the hybrid giant would attack just because he was charging in. He had prepared dangerous tools for such a moment. If used wrong, I'd be dead though. But if used properly, it would be a lethal weapon, as dangerous tools often were. When Jevikal said, let's start, and the hybrid giant still didn't move, Jevikal spoke again. Let's go. It was an urging tone. Only after hearing that did the hybrid giant silently raise her shield. Encrid looked at the hybrid giant. The helmet concealed her face. The visor was a single horizontal slit, so only her eyes were barely visible. But her eyes were so narrow and small that her gaze couldn't be discerned. That said, It didn't mean she couldn't feel the atmosphere. People often revealed their feelings through their posture, even without saying anything. "Don't want to fight?" Encrid asked, facing her. During their previous sparring sessions, Encrid could tell that the hybrid giant had been getting more excited without realizing it, and he had sensed it. It had been a long time ago, but that memory remained vivid. Some memories didn't fade easily. It was different from forgetting Eden Mulsanne's name. "I'm just doing my duty," the hybrid giant replied. Her husky voice echoed through the helmet. It was clear she was a woman, but her voice had a rough edge to it. She raised her shield, a gray iron wall. At the same time, she bent her body and slammed it into the ground. Her massive thigh muscles and ankle strength sent dirt flying, propelling her forward. Boom! The sound of her impact reverberated through the air. And then, the hybrid giant charged at Encrid with all her might. It felt like a massive mountain was rushing toward him. The hybrid giant had also given this move a name: landslide. The tilted shield came crashing down on Encrid. It was aimed to strike from above. Encrid instantly activated a focus that made everything slow down around him, a technique he had long since grown accustomed to, despite its strain on his concentration. Even in his concentrated state, the speed of the shield's approach was exceptional, formidable. He quickly judged that merely attempting to deflect it with a slight tilt of the shield wouldn't be enough. So, what should he do? If he couldn't deflect it, maybe he could deflect it by redirecting? Though his opponent had lost some enthusiasm, Encrid had not. As the shield surged toward him, he was poised to act. That's when he felt a sudden surge of intent targeting his back. His instincts kicked in, and he immediately began preparing to evade. Jevikal had schemed something. Encrid didn't mind it. It might be interesting. A smile appeared on his face, and upon seeing it, Jevikal seemed about to lose his temper. The repressed malice within Jevikal surged in an instant. "Die," Jevikal muttered silently, reaching for his belt and unleashing his weapon. It was the very weapon that had earned him his current nickname. A slender, bendable blade made of soft steel. His thin sword. It wrapped around his waist, and what had appeared to be his belt transformed into a long blade, extending forward. It was nearly twice the length of a regular longsword, looking like a pointed iron whip. Swish! The thin blade sliced through the air, its tip targeting Encrid's neck like a viper's strike. Encrid had just raised his left hand to deflect the incoming landslide-like shield. "This feels like it's my fault," Cray muttered, and Rem glanced at him. "Why? The guide map. I sold it carelessly, even though I knew better." Crays had drawn and sold a map of the territory's inner areas. The map had been a means to guide them through the area, and had they used the Gilpin Guild to monitor things, it could have been avoided. They had avoided making it a larger issue because they couldn't afford to lose too many guild members to a skilled adversary. Craze was expressing his discomfort over this lapse. "If you look at it that way, the commander should take responsibility," Finn interjected from behind. Dunbakel was by her side, seemingly lacking in thought, only curious. "Can we just leave it as is?" Rem responded. "What? Are you going to secretly help if we don't? Think you can do it without getting caught?" While some beasts were born with hunting instincts, Dunbakel was not one of them. She was a warrior, not a hunter. "I'd probably get caught," she admitted. "Then why even bring it up? If that person dies, there's no reason for me to stay here." It was strange how openly Dunbakel spoke like that. She was staying only because of Encrid. Rem kicked Dunbakel's calf with a lower leg strike, which was easily blocked by Dunbakel thanks to her training. Thud! It had impact, but no real pain. After all, she had faced far worse violence before. "Good job, Beast Girl, but you can stop worrying now. Is this really your concern?" Then Rem harshly criticized Dunbakel's skills. "You're a beast who can't even protect yourself, yet you're worried about someone else. Who, the commander? Huh?" Are you worried about that commander, the one who recently discovered his will? Think you can beat that weird guy with the strange sword? Oh, you can't. But you still want to charge him. Maybe your head's been knocked too much. Why you still want to charge him? Maybe your head's been knocked too much. It wasn't the perfect rhythm, but the insults came together in a surprisingly poetic form. 4.5 stars. Cray evaluated Rem's impromptu work. Though Cray felt responsible for what had happened, he also trusted in the situation. He had regrets, sure, but regrets were fleeting. The reality was in front of them, and it had to be faced. Since things had already transpired, Crace chose to believe in the leader. Who else would have stepped forward if not him? Crace still hadn't forgotten the commander's back, the one who had saved him. That commander. Tunin. Myselma. Sean. Patritais. Ali. Kai. Leadership. Chester Tone. In recent times, Encrid's skills had grown to an incredible level. He had improved, progressing upward. So, Crace believed. More than that, just before retreating, when Crace saw the man with the black hair standing under the blue sky, he instinctively thought of 2 words. A knight. What did it mean to be a knight? It wasn't just about superior strength. A knight is someone who protects. It was a phrase Encrid had once spoken. If he had said he would protect, Cray believed he would. Damn it, Rem muttered, then stopped walking. He had gotten quite far. Worrying and watching were 2 different things, and he regretted not being able to see things properly from such a distance, especially with a lazy bastard next to him. It was rare to see him so full of energy. Truly, a sight as rare as a mad lazybones being so eager. Ragnar stopped and turned around, preparing. To Rem, it seemed like he was getting ready. He hadn't drawn his sword and simply stood still, facing Encrid. That's preparation, Rem thought, watching as Ragnar poised himself. If things went wrong, he would charge straight ahead. It seemed unlikely that things would escalate, though. Father will protect us, Audin murmured beside him, offering a usual prayer. Saxon had already disappeared from sight. Once out of range, he had become like a wild cat. Esther hadn't followed either. In fact, the mage, who had just turned human today, had said, "I'm busy. Don't bother me." That was all. The blue-eyed beauty's words came with no concern. There was a mystical aura about her that made it obvious she was a mage, yet she still pretended to be a leopard to the outside world, pretending not to care but never leaving the commander's side. As Rem chuckled to himself, he saw someone hurriedly approaching from the opposite side. Is it true? Did they take hostages? It was Commander Marcus, with a swift group of soldiers, mostly archers. Sergeant Vengeance was also with them. Once the situation had unfolded, Rem and the others had moved, and Marcus had arrived with the archers after receiving the report. Yes, but don't worry. Once we get closer, they said they'll kill the hostages, so we need to stay here and wait. Price answered. Marcus himself had come directly to handle this? Rem thought to himself, considering that if he had awakened his will, he must now be seen as a high-ranking individual. Rem observed Cray as he spoke, glancing at the back of his head. Are you saying that we should trade hostages for commanders? Ed Molson, who had followed Marcus, raised his voice. With faded blonde hair, he scolded them as if furious. Guide me now. I'll personally deal with them. Since when had he been this worried about the commander? Ed Molson snorted, visibly agitated. His usual brash attitude was on display, but now it seemed to be directed towards Encrid. That made it all the more surprising. Let it go, Rem said reluctantly. What? Eden Molson raised his eyebrows sharply. The guy knew how to show his anger. Though it was troublesome, he couldn't afford to kill a noble son. That would be a real disaster. Ram chose to exercise patience and spoke again. Let it go. Nothing will happen. His tone was firm, almost certain. What kind of nonsense was that? Edin silently fumed. Rem, again exercising restraint, spoke up. It's fine. Encrid's last sparring partner had been Rem himself. During that fight he lost an axe but also came to realize something. He's not a threat. The hybrid giant's skills weren't bad, but Jeviko was not a match for him. And with Encrid now, fighting that hybrid giant and removing Jeviko's sneaky head would be no problem. Plus, the sneaky wildcat had likely already moved. We just need to watch and wait for the show, Rem added, though Edin didn't seem to see the need to back down. Step aside, insolent barbarian, Edin spat, and as he moved forward, a sharp, chilling intent wrapped around his neck. Edin thought he was going to die, feeling as though death was imminent. What stopped it was Edin's guards. Enough, one of the guards said. Listen to me, would you? Would you? Do you really think you can just cross the line? Rem grumbled. What had happened just now? Edin rubbed his neck, still processing the oppressive force he just felt. Was it pressure? Or something else? Did you know how to use that? One of the guards asked. It was a question only Rem understood. Even Auden caught on. Ragnar seemed uninterested, still facing Encrid, oblivious to anyone approaching from behind. I tried it out just now, Rem answered. Did observing someone make it something you could mimic? The guard thought Rem was mocking him, but he didn't draw his sword immediately. It wasn't the time for internal strife. The commander said he would protect and save us, so we should wait. Rem spoke again, and with that intense energy Marcus didn't argue. Being a commander and having to speak now would only bring shame. Marcus knew it was better to keep silent, displaying the political acumen he was known for. Wait, Marcus finally said, bringing an end to the discussion. Edin Molson huffed a few more times, but that was all. They waited. There was no need to wait long for news from the front. Though they had moved out of sight, Rem had no problem gauging the situation from a distance. He could already get a sense of what was going on with just a glimpse of movement. Let's go, Rem said, seeing the situation was nearing its end. Chapter 240. It can be cut. Jackson slipped away as soon as he was out of Jebakol's line of sight. There was no need to notify anyone separately. That barbarian. Every time Jackson disappeared, Jevakol seemed to sense his movements. While part of it was intentional, a trail left for detection, it still demonstrated Jebakol's sharp awareness. There was no sound, no visible trace. Sliding through the brush, Jackson moved so subtly that the grass shifted no more than if a single bee had landed. Utilizing his expertise, avoiding the full Jevakol's gaze was effortless. Thus, Jackson infiltrated the area where the hostages were being held. Once out of sight, his swift pace had paid off. Not the sort of thing I'd do for free. He hadn't been hired for this task, neither through the guild nor personally. Was he working too hard for nothing? The fleeting doubt barely surfaced before it faded away. His body moved on its own. It was an unfamiliar sensation, though not unpleasant. After all, he was a member of the Mad Company for now. Entering the abandoned hut, he was met with a voice. How did you? Bell, recognizing Jackson, questioned him. Easily, Jackson replied curtly, then sliced through the ropes binding Bell's wrists and ankles. With a few more movements of his dagger, the rest of the hostages were freed in moments. Jackson then led them to the back of the hut, toward a small storage room. A cramped and sealed area. Why were they going there? As doubt filled their eyes. Bell, who are you? Jackson silently pointed outside. Instead of using the door, he had carved a new exit at the back of the hut with his blade. A back door, in essence. The ease with which he had sliced through the wall was thanks to his unique magical weapon, but there was no need to explain that. He wasn't obligated to answer such questions. Jackson had done his part. Get out. He hadn't expected the enemy to keep their word, so he took matters into his own hands. Clearing these people out of the way would also help their eccentric leader. The key now was to remain unseen. If he didn't, the woman caught in the grasp of that irritating, smirking man might end up dead. The commander swore to protect her, so he would help make that happen. Jackson couldn't help but think this was unlike him. Saving instead of killing? How utterly ill-fitting for someone like him. And without compensation, no less. But it was what his commander wanted. After ensuring all the hostages were freed, Jackson peered out of the window to assess the fight's progress. A giant charged forward, and a snake-like blade lunged toward Encrid's back. Encrid moved just in time, and that was when Jackson caught sight of him. Encrid placed his left hand against the charging shield, unleashing the heart of the beast in a powerful burst. Rather than resisting directly, he redirected the force to the side. The momentum shifted, and immediately after, a massive blade descended vertically, a follow-up attack from the half-giant. The shield's strike had merely been the precursor. Simultaneously, a sharp thrust came from behind. Encrid deflected the shield, blocked the snake-like sword with his shoulder guard, and shifted his stance, stepping his right foot backward. It was a technique to redirect force, something Auden had taught him. Moving fluidly, he swung his blade upward. Meeting the descending sword, he released half his strength, allowing the force to flow away. It was a soft deflection, an application of the sense of evasion honed through relentless practice. All of this transpired in the span of half a breath. Thud, dud, you. Ting. Big. Clang. Shrine. He redirected the shield, blocked the snake sword with his shoulder, and parried the downward blade. Sparks flew, but the impacts were negligible, leaving him enough energy for the next move. Finishing his sequence, Encrid kicked the half-giant's shin with the tip of his boot. Crack! The giant endured it and swung the shield like a club. At the same time, the snake-like sword aimed for his back once more. Encrid calmly deflected, blocked, and redirected again. His movements adhered strictly to the basics, yet they were strangely seamless. How is that even possible? While Jericho's mind swirled with questions, the half-giant had no such doubts. In that instant, she understood Encrid's movements. Faster, stronger, more flexible. If one could outpace their opponent, anticipate their moves, and wield superior strength, such movements were indeed feasible. Ah! Shit. Her techniques were being read. The half-giant almost found herself intoxicated by the thrill of battle, but couldn't allow herself to succumb. Take this! Jericho's shout came from behind. Sish! An ashen-faced hostage was hurled through the air, too terrified to even scream. A living projectile aimed directly at Encrid. It wasn't something he could simply deflect, an excruciatingly troublesome kind of weapon. The hem of their skirt was damp, likely from sheer terror. Time slowed. Encrid's gaze shifted to the hostage and then to Jericho. Meanwhile, the snake-like sword slithered toward his ankle. Encrid's body twisted entirely. The half-giant readied herself, whether to strike with her shield or sword. Wasn't that the whole point of her positioning? Why had the fight been staged with Encrid at the center? Even though they'd been played by that conniving tongue, all for this moment. And yet her hand refused to move. Encrid responded to the approaching snake-like sword with a sharp kick of his boot. There was a snap as the tip of his boot was sliced off, but his toes remained unharmed. The flying hostage was caught softly. With a deft motion, he absorbed the weight with his knees, twisting to disperse the momentum. If this were a competition for catching flying humans, he would have easily taken the gold. Are you all right? Encrid's question was directed at Jury, who made marmalade. She still couldn't speak, too shaken to respond. I can't do this. The husky voice from behind belonged to the half-giant. Is that so? Encrid glanced back and replied nonchalantly. Yes, I can't. She nodded. This wasn't the kind of fight she had wanted. This wasn't an opponent she was meant to kill. Though ordered to do so, her hands refused to act. This isn't right. Her mind rejected it, and her heart stopped her hands. Though she knew it wasn't how things should be, she simply couldn't bring herself to strike. The half-giant gave up. Unbeknownst to all, this was tantamount to giving up her life. It was effectively suicide. Yet, I doubt I'll regret it, she thought as she lowered her hands, abandoning any further intent to fight. You crazy woman, Jevikal shouted from behind. Without waiting for a response, he sprinted away. Where was he headed? Straight to the hut where the hostages had been held. His speed was remarkable, but Encrid had ways to stop him. He could throw a dagger or charge after him. Even if it didn't completely stop him, it could delay him long enough. With luck, he might not reach the hut at all. But there was no need. Jevikal flung open the door of the hut. Encrid watched his actions quietly. The image of the snake-like blade flashed in his mind. The tip of my boot was sliced. He had intended to deflect it after dodging, but the blade had twisted unpredictably at the last moment. How should he counter this in the future? 7 possible methods came to mind. The experience he had accumulated over time now flourished, ingrained in his body. Fell might have fastened the last button, but the rest had already been secured long ago. And when a button couldn't be fastened, he had stitched it together, or even crafted a new one. There was no need to thank Fell. Damn it, Jevikal muttered. It was only natural to curse. The hut was of course empty, because Jackson was here. Encrid had anticipated this. Jevikal clearly hadn't. Surprised? Encrid asked as he began lowering the hostage in his arms. The half-giant extended her hands. I won't hurt her. Not only had she refrained from attacking, but she also wouldn't harm the hostage. It was only natural. Encrid handed the woman over to the half-giant, who gently placed her on the ground. Encrid then walked toward Jevikal. Slowly, steadily. The rain-soaked ground squelched with each step. The wet earth clung to his boots, their sound drawing Jevikal's attention. You smuggled out the hostages? You liar! Look at that. His shamelessness rivaled Rem's. To stab someone in the back and then call him a liar? Quite the thick skin you have. Encrid no longer had the luxury to smile. Jevikal gripped his blade in one hand and the dangling snake-like sword in the other, preparing his stance. Encrid raised his sword behind his head, placing his free hand by his right ear. It was the killing strike stance of the heavy blade, the stance of wrath, to cut down a charging lion or cleave through unyielding steel. Ragnar's words came to mind, and the stance came naturally to him. If the snake-like blade was troublesome, how should he handle it? If it lunged back after being deflected? The answer was simple. Cut everything down. There is nothing in this world that cannot be cut. If I fail to cut something, it's because I lack skill, or the right tools. That was what Ragnar had said. That mad sloth of a man, but his genius was undeniable. Learning the sword from him had been a stroke of luck. Hey, I'm gonna kill you. Jevikal let his intact blade drop with a sharp ting as he spoke. Kill me? How? Encrid's confidence wasn't arrogance. Jevikal wasn't his equal. Even before meeting Fell, Encrid could have handled him. If he had resolved to endure injury, he could have killed him then. Of course, that was before Jevikal started using the snake-like blade. Now, he wouldn't lose. He could cut it. He would cut it. This repeated determination planted a small seed in Encrid's heart. It was a formless energy born from rejecting defeat. Though it hadn't sprouted yet, the seed had undeniably been sown. Come on then, he spoke. Yeah, you bastard. Jevikal, cornered, reached into his coat. A bullet technique? Was he going to throw something? Encrid's expectations were off. What Jebekal pulled out was a scroll. It was a tool, an artifact Encrid had never seen before in his life. A scroll, an exceedingly rare item, so it was something that stored a spell, to be activated at a critical moment. Magic was mysterious, and spells were peculiar things. Explode! With that shout, Jebekal threw the scroll above Encrid. Encrid didn't recognize it as a scroll. How could he? It was the first time he had seen such an artifact. However, his instincts warned him. Something was about to happen with that scroll. And then it did. Whoosh! The scroll ignited, summoning a massive fireball that surged downward. It wasn't as fast as an arrow, so it was avoidable. But from the moment he had assumed his stance, Encrid had etched the surrounding area into his mind. If I dodge, the fireball would pass behind him. In its path stood the half-giant and the terrified woman. Even if the half-giant blocked it with her shield, what if it exploded? The rescued woman would die. Encrid's mind accelerated. He evaluated everything in an instant, reached a conclusion, and extracted the best response he could from the wrath stance. Hud! He dashed toward the oncoming fireball. His feet pushed off the ground, his breath steady, his sword raised. His grip, the balance of his body in motion, and the alignment of his sword all unified into one seamless movement. Boom! It sounded like an explosion. To Jebekal's eyes, Encrid's figure blurred and seemed to stretch. Idiot! Jebekal was convinced of his victory. What kind of swordsman charges a fireball with nothing but a blade? If it hit him, that was the end. He'd be gravely injured, unable to stop Jebekal. The half-giant woman had stepped back, but she wouldn't interfere. Victory! Elation! The thrill of imminent triumph mixed with the release of pent-up bloodlust from suppressing his killing instincts. Cornered only to break free, Jebekal's mind also accelerated in this pivotal moment. For an instant, their thoughts intersected. When Encrid's stretched figure reached the fireball, his most logical action in the wrath stance manifested. He pivoted on his left foot, channeling rotational force from his toes to his waist and into his arms. A diagonal slash of the heavy blade. Whoosh! Everything happened in an instant. On a tree beside the hut, Jackson's brows twitched as he watched. He cut it? From the wrath stance, Encrid's blade delivered a decisive strike. The fireball, flying straight for him, split into two along the diagonal path of his slash. The divided flames fell to either side of Encrid. Boom! Boom! Kaboom! Explosions erupted. The wet ground dried instantly, dirt and debris scattering everywhere. Bits of stone, now fiery embers, zipped past Encrid's head and struck his back. After exerting such force, Encrid knelt on his left knee. For a brief moment, he replayed the instant he cut the fireball before standing again. It can be cut. His tone of admiration was excessively plain. If it worked, good. If it hadn't, he figured he'd get a little singed. Half his face might have been burned away. But to Encrid, his appearance mattered less than the refusal to retreat or give up. And so, Encrid cut through magic itself. Chapter 241. Teresa is dead. Does this even make sense? Jebekal muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Encrid didn't respond, instead reflecting silently on what he had done. A voice from behind answered in his stead. Are you not going to believe it when it just happened right in front of you? When had he returned? It was Reem. Had he seen the half-blood giant stop? Everyone's shoulders rose and fell as if they had just sprinted at full speed. Led by Marcus, the group stood in formation, several archers with longbows already nocked with arrows. They looked ready to fire at any moment. Some aimed at the giant, though not skilled marksmen, they would have no trouble hitting their target. Among them were a few with archery skills who redirected their aim toward Encrid. Don't end up decorating the captain's head with arrows. Hold your fire. Ran and addressed them sharply. And leave that warrior alone. Encrid spoke as well. Several archers aiming at the half-blood giant quietly relaxed their bowstrings. Besides, with a hostage right beside her, they couldn't recklessly release their arrows. That hostage was the one Encrid had personally saved. So, it can actually be cut. Even from a distance, it was clear the flame had been cleaved. It wasn't something one could miss, even if they tried. Craze muttered in disbelief, but Encrid didn't shrug or make a show of it as expected. His enemy still stood before him. Ha ha! What is this, seriously? Jevikal let out a laugh of disbelief. Until now he had concealed and unleashed his chainsword to claim many lives. Even then, he had saved the scroll for last. It was like a spare life, a trump card. He had seen others dodge flame spells before. Some swordsmen could. Of course, dodging was the usual reaction. Most swordsmen, even skilled ones, were too preoccupied with avoiding it to do much else. Dodging was anticipated, and when they were caught off guard, that moment of surprise created an opening he could exploit with the fastest, most fatal strike. It was a perfect tactic and a last resort. But why had it been cut? How could it be cut? How could a spell-created fireball be cleaved in two? Cut it? It was cut? That thing can actually be cut? Jevikal was in shock, his mind reeling at the sight of the impossible. Well done. When had he arrived? A blond man with a languid expression spoke. He now stood beside Encrid. "Oh, you're here," Encrid asked nonchalantly. "I am," Ragnar replied. These weren't the type of men to simply stand back and spectate. Encrid silently looked forward, as if asking what would happen next. "Fine, I lost." Jevikal spoke as if conceding defeat, and reached into his coat again. Seeing this, Ragnar uncharacteristically muttered, "I told you to wait and see. Yeah, let's meet again." What emerged from Jevikal's coat was another scroll. Another fireball. Encrid reacted, and a few archers hesitated, debating whether they should shoot. Bang! Before anyone could act, Ragnar launched himself forward. Moving like a blur, he closed the distance at a speed that made him appear almost intangible. Jevikal hastily ripped the scroll. Rip! As the scroll activated, Ragnar's blade carved a diagonal slash through the air. Screech! A strange sound lingered in the space he had cut. Thunk! And then a dull noise followed. "Didn't I tell you to wait and see?" Ragnar spoke over the sound. The dull thud had come from the ground. Encrid saw what had fallen and silently nodded. When Ragnar said, "Wait and see," it was never to be taken lightly. The lazy swordsman could be downright deadly when he said those words. The scroll appeared to be related to spatial movement. Jevikal's upper half had vanished in a flash of light, leaving only his lower body behind. The severed lower half spilled blood and entrails onto the ground, the remnants of the spatial tear. The rest of him had disappeared into the void. The spatial escape scroll had about a 50% success rate. If misused, it could easily deposit the user into a dangerous, unknown location. This time, it worked, mostly. But before the spell could fully activate, a blade had cleaved through it, mid-cast. Damn it! Jevikal's eyes rolled back from the sheer agony. Was this the magic's backlash? Or the residual effects of the blade's strike? He couldn't even tell. The after-effects of the spell rendered him temporarily blind. When his vision cleared, he felt excruciating pain and looked down. Below his waist, there was nothing. No one can survive after losing half their body. Blood and entrails poured out, a mess beyond salvation. Even a high priest couldn't heal this. Crawling across the ground, Jevakal met his end in a desolate wasteland. Foaming blood and gasping for air, he died with half his body missing. Over his corpse, vultures with bald heads circled, and soon crows began to gather. "What about that one?" Vengeance asked, directing the question at the towering half-blood giant. "I have no will to fight further. Kill me." The giant's voice remained resolute. It was rough, yet strangely pleasing to hear. Encrid exhaled and approached. "No matter your reasons, don't you think you've done something filthy?" he asked bluntly. The half-blood giant knelt on the ground, raising her head to meet his gaze. "I was sent by the Archbishop of the Sanctuary of Demonic Light." With that, her identity was revealed. She was an enemy, someone marked for death. Yet, Encrid did not immediately swing his blade. Marcus thought to himself as he watched Encrid. "Why, where is that city we must see? Ardell. Oh, does he want to lock her up and torment her? It seems like killing her would be the best option. The traitors of the cult must die. Every single one of them has met that fate. So, I will die here." The half-blood giant spoke again. Encrid silently watched her. A heretic. It didn't seem like she had chosen this path willingly. Above all, her final actions lingered in his mind. She had turned away, refusing to fight, and at the moment the fireball exploded due to the scroll, she had shielded the hostage with her own body. If she hadn't done that, the hostage might have died. Even now, the singed hair and the blisters rising on her arm were still visible. Were heretics people who'd risk their lives to save others? Do we really have to kill her? Julia, who had wet herself, finally spoke. It was her first words. "I must die," the half-blood giant answered. Marcus left the decision to Encrid. What he had done here was a minor act in comparison. There will be a pursuit by the cult. Be careful in everything. Despite the giant's concern, Encrid remained silent. "Why? Should I deal with it?" Rim, who had been watching, finally spoke. He raised his axe over his shoulder, his tone as wild as ever. "If she doesn't die, will the cult chase her?" Encrid asked, sensing the underlying meaning of the words. "There's nothing more dangerous than being considered a heretic by them." The reply came swiftly. Believing in the cult was a difficult and arduous task. There was no known case of someone leaving once they had entered. Well, there might have been a few, but they were rare. But why did this woman seem to want to quit the cult? "Do you want to repent, sister?" Auden, who had been quietly watching, asked. "My name is Teresa." She introduced herself with a grand name. The name Teresa had a sacred connotation. "There is no saintliness in my blood. I was born and raised in the cult, fulfilling my duty within it." Her faith seemed absent, filled only with doubts. Her words and expression conveyed regret and inner turmoil. "I will go to rest in peace through death," she muttered to herself. She wasn't talking about the cult's sanctuary. Encrid raised his sword. "You were reborn. What would you want to do?" The blade reflected the light. It was a sharp, sturdy sword. It could easily sever the giant's neck, so cutting the half-blood giant's head would be no trouble at all. The giant answered, "I would fight and fight, proving myself and living." She smiled as she spoke. It was a clear and refreshing smile. Encrid found himself drawn to her. Then he swung his sword. Whoosh! The blade moved so swiftly that no afterimage remained. With that, the heretic Teresa died by Encrid's sword. "Is this really all right? Isn't this just a form of self-deception?" "It seems so." Encrid nodded at crazy words. It was a sign that things would be fine. In truth, Encrid wasn't sure. This was a choice made impulsively, not something calculated. It was similar to when he had saved Dunbakel. "Are you sure this is fine?" "I don't know. Isn't this a bit too carefree?" "Is it?" "Yeah?" Their brief conversation inside the lodging was interrupted by Ramar. He stepped between Encrid and Craze, draping his arms over both their shoulders, initiating a sort of camaraderie while asking a question. "Why? Who's causing trouble? Tell me, and I'll deal with them, huh?" "You'll deal with them?" Craze thought there was no need for that. Who would hold a grudge against them? In this unit, only those known for being the strongest gathered. Within the barracks, they were called the Madmen's Battalion, a name filled with reverence. And now, a new member had joined. A woman wearing a mask. "I want to keep my name as it is. Teresa, a former heretic. Now, well, what should one call it? I wandered the continent for the rest of my life, and finally settled down. I ask for your favor." She claimed to have been reborn. She said she had forgotten her past through death, but it was strange that she was following them so easily now. What was going through her mind? I don't know. Craze didn't bother worrying any longer. What difference would it make? After all, the captain would decide everything. It was the captain who had convinced this woman, who had wanted to die, to reconsider. If you want to die in battle, then so be it. It wasn't a long statement. The half-blood giant had agreed to follow those words without hesitation. "Will you take responsibility for me? I will take responsibility myself. You'll cut ties with the cult? They will relentlessly come after you. Did you come here just to eat?" Teresa had come to kill him. The cult had already marked him as an enemy. They had defined Encrid as their enemy. So she spoke with a face that showed no concern at all. Did Teresa's heart waver at that face? It was unclear. All that was certain was that you'll regret. "I won't." In the end, it was just the acceptance of her death after such trivial conversation. From today, the heretic Teresa is dead. That was the end of it. Marcus, the battalion commander, didn't say anything more. He didn't ask if they should take her with them, or whether they were worried about the heretic. He simply let it go. "It's none of my business." As expected, the commander's nature was one of indifference. Craze's wandering thoughts. Let's go. Today was another training day. Encrid led his troops and moved out. He remembered when the rapier-wielding soldier had infiltrated before. Had the unit's discipline become lax? A hostage had been captured, and one of the soldiers had become one of the captives. "I'll fight back. I swear I'll never embarrass myself again." After being captured once, the soldiers seemed to have gained some determination. Encrid spoke to the soldiers gathered on the training ground. "I will make you all be reborn." He had said before that the training would only be bearable, but now it would be hell. And yet, he said they would be reborn. "RMP. I'm here. Ragnar." "Yes." "Odin.uv. Yacht." "Yes, brother." The three instructors stood ready. Dunbakel. "Hi-T. Paradion. Halkshid. Paul. Asa. Or base. Anyone who dares to challenge us, strike them down." Dunbakel, the expert in violence, responded, wondering Teresa. "Yes." The half-blood giant responded calmly, making some of the soldiers flinch. It was a response filled with immense power. "I won't say anything even if you leave them half dead." What was this? Was it like a death sentence? The soldier named Bell felt his enthusiasm gradually wane. He really wanted to escape. Should I retire? That thought echoed in his mind. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Everyone felt the urge to flee. Before, they could just run. But now, with their much heavier backpacks, they would have to run even harder, from morning to evening. You look like you have good striking power. Rem would pick anyone and just start hitting them. Other than him, everyone else was the same. Your legs are giving out. Let me help you up, brother. Wasn't it normal to grab someone's arm and help them up? Why was he being hit to be helped up instead? Most of the soldiers wanted to be on guard duty. That was the only time they could get some rest. Desertion during guard duty was out of the question. No one would even dare to slack off. Didn't someone infiltrate the barracks before? They had said it was something that could never be tolerated again. And now there were hostages. Is it even possible for a soldier to be taken as one? Because of that, Bell had been reprimanded all over the place for a while. Is this all Bell's fault? For a while, those words circulated among the soldiers. Bell, who had been half dead from the training, couldn't even hear the rumors. Training continued, and occasionally there were new recruits. This was Encrid's everyday life. The training was the same, but something had entered into his routine. One more time, Edin Mulsan, the spoiled son of the Count who should have been home, remained. Behind him there was also a man who seemed to be his brother, along with a bodyguard. Aren't you going back to your territory? Encrid knocked him down several times after Edin had tried to pick fights with him repeatedly. When asked about his plans, he answered, "None of your business." It seemed that Edin Mulsan had no intention of leaving. Did he have some sort of purpose? Encrid didn't care. Winter was approaching. It was the most biting season in Penhanel North. "Do you drink?" When the cold wind began to blow, Edin Mulsan asked while lying down. Encrid answered honestly, "I don't have time for that." A man obsessed with training more than drinking, that was Encrid. You're definitely a crazy bastard. Edin identified Encrid's true nature. It wasn't a wrong statement. After Edin got up, someone who resembled him approached and asked, "Is this the best option?" "I believe it will be one of the best options. Is that so?" Edin smiled faintly at his brother's somewhat gloomy words. The smile on his face, with one of his eyes swollen and blue, wasn't particularly attractive. Soon, the bodyguard approached, and the two of them fell silent. This was not a conversation for in front of the bodyguard. Chapter 242, Everyday Life hasn't changed, but what's inside has. Why isn't he leaving? Edin Mulsan wasn't an intimidating presence. At first, Encrid wondered if he should really be hitting him like this. But as repetition dulled the impact, the situation shifted. Rather than the fact that he was the Count's son, Encrid respected the unwavering spirit of the man who kept challenging him, never giving up. In other words, Encrid found himself focused on pummeling him. "Stop hitting too hard. Just enough." Grace couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "He keeps coming at me," Encrid replied. It wasn't just mindless hitting. This was a challenge that never stopped. How could he not take it seriously? Encrid couldn't afford to treat him lightly. Given the path Encrid had walked, it would be more poisonous to act dismissively. Doing so would only bring more dissatisfaction. Respecting the opponent was the easier and more comfortable choice, at least for him, based on his own views and methods. Here. Again, Edin Mulsan came forward with a wooden sword. He wasn't foolish enough to attack without thought. At least now, he didn't use a real sword. Initially, Encrid had knocked him down without drawing a blade, but that was no longer the case. Now, Edin swung and stabbed with intent. Encrid never lost his manners. To him, manners meant not disregarding the effort the other person had put into the challenge. His manners looked like this. Wham! No mercy, just a solid hit to the head. Crack! With a scream, he struck Edin in the chest with a blow that nearly knocked him out. "Brother!" Edin's younger sibling, watching in surprise, was startled at first. But as time went on, it became routine. "Are you okay?" the younger brother asked, though his tone had lost its earlier concern. Encrid hadn't tried to kill Edin. If he had, he'd have done it already. If his intention was to break him, he'd have done so long ago. How many times had they sparred by now? Over 20? Wait, is he back again? The guy's got a sturdy body. In a sense, Rem might have been Eden's nemesis. After all, he was the one who killed his brother. But Rem didn't seem to care at all. Indeed, his face was made of steel. Was this the nature of all barbarians? It was an irrelevant question. The important thing was that Rem was Rem, a beast who wielded 2 axes with astonishing skill. Encrid was satisfied and pleased with Rem's abilities. "My body's warmed up," Encrid said. A smile appeared on Rem's face at Encrid's words. "I'll say it again. You could die," Encrid teased. Even though his words were interrupted, Rem still smiled. His broad grin was met by Encrid's response. "You could die, too. You know, I don't usually swear, but do you know what excites me the most? Smacking the hell out of the leader's face." Encrid agreed wholeheartedly, both mentally and physically. He could deeply relate to that sentiment. We're alike. "Do you have a habit of slapping your own face?" Encrid's gaze fixed on Rem B. Rem, with his grey eyes, met Encrid's blue ones. Rem hadn't been idle either. If Encrid had learned the heart of a beast, Rem had learned something too. Now, Rem's skill had grown tremendously. His mastery of tongue techniques, able to twist his opponent's emotions and bring heat to their heads, was a testament to that. "Yeah, it's a bad habit of mine." Rem frowned slightly at Encrid's sudden admission. "You're admitting it here? Above those who run, there are those who fly." Ignoring the mental blows, countering the unexpected, this was the heart of verbal sparring. "Are you just going to yap?" The challenge of ending the verbal sparring brought Rem's axes down with a whoosh through the air. Again, 2 axes in his hands. Their Madmen unit is already highly regarded and has access to benefits. Asking for a new axe from the blacksmith as part of their supplies was nothing unusual. What had changed was that, unlike before, Rem was now particular about the weight and balance of the axe he requested. "We can't make it that precisely," the blacksmith said. "Then it can't be helped," Rem replied nonchalantly. It seemed like he wasn't too concerned with the details, but the real question was what he would do with this changed axe. Clink. Encrid thrust his sword forward and tapped the axe's blade. "Stop wrecking my axe," Rem muttered as he charged forward. His movements were so fast and bold that it felt like his body was growing larger. It was a reminder. The heart of the beast. Whose was it originally? If boldness and audacity were what counted, Rem was the top contender. Encrid drew his sword vertically, bringing it down with lightning speed. A sharp cut through the air. Screech, dying. The sound of the sword cutting through the air. Rem's body blurred, and his axe, now speed-infused, glittered as it struck. One from above, one from below. At first, Encrid would have been hit by the axe, which had twisted like a whip. He'd endured it, only to be struck by a flashing, deadly blow. So now, what about this? Thud! Encrid swung his sword up and down. The blade rippled like a wave, deflecting 2 strikes. The sword technique, wave overturning. He had seen it from a rapier master, refined through shepherd pell and perfected in his battles against Rem. Rem, however, was unfazed by the block. The moment it was blocked, he tossed an axe into the air. Then, with only one axe in hand, he charged forward. Unconventional, daring. Strange yet bold. That was Rem. To put it simply, Encrid lost. That was close. Really? Rival. Was he supposed to be satisfied with those words? Should he be? No, there was no need. Encrid had learned something new today. To be exact, he had realized what he lacked. From the feel of the blade to the 6th sense, to the sense of evasion. As Jackson said, it was sensory artistry. He had diligently honed it, but that very thing had become his downfall. Too sensitive. He had paid too much attention to the axe Rem had tossed. Should he have ignored it? In the end, the axe dropped from above, and Rem used his foot to accelerate it, striking his shoulder. Choice and focus. It was a review, reflecting, realizing, a familiar process. It was Encrid's daily routine. The only difference now was his increased capacity to learn. It was similar to when he first realized what talent was. Heart of the beast, sensory artistry, pinpoint focus, and isolation technique had been the same then. Now it was no different. Rejection, a mere rejection, but he had experienced will. That experience gave Encrid a fresh perspective. What is genius? It's impossible to explain. To them, everything is natural. It felt as if he had obtained a part of that naturalness. Even now, after his defeat, the process of reviewing, realizing his mistakes, and identifying what was needed had sped up, unlike before. But Encrid was unaware of it. He simply continued doing what he always did. Of course, it was apparent to everyone, including Will. That reckless captain has will. Really. The chick who didn't know when it would die had now become a bird with a steel beak. No, perhaps it was better to call him a beast. Rem, hiding her admiration, spoke. The bastard son of that spoiled count, he's got something going on. If he keeps acting like that, there's a reason behind it. I see. Already submerged in his own thoughts, Encrid didn't pay it any mind. Even if he had heard it, he would have ignored it. Hadn't everyone said something like that? That brother is hiding something. Audin had said it too. Jackson had cast a dubious glance, and Craze had come up with a few hypotheses. Why is he here? I'd say there are two reasons. One is that the Count might be eyeing the captain, and the second is that he's trying to find the captain's weaknesses. Craze had actually felt something similar from Eden Malsan's gaze. It was a look of surveillance, or perhaps exploration. Encrid agreed with part of it. Eden Malsan's guard had shown similar signs, but to Encrid, what mattered was not the guard's gaze. Should I pull him out? The guard had never shown his full strength. Sometimes, his eyes glinted dangerously, and Encrid had expected something from it, but he had restrained himself. He hadn't gone further. He hadn't revealed all his abilities. He hadn't escalated the tension to a dangerous level. That bastard knows what he's doing. Rem said the guard had stepped into will as well. So, he was at least on par with Encrid. Anyway, the guard had since refused any further sparring requests. I'm just Eden Malsan's guard. Then, why did he challenge him before? A test. A check. A gauge. For what? Encrid briefly wondered if he should figure it out. There was no need for that. So he ignored it. Even if Eden Malsan looked at him with strange eyes, he ignored it. Even if his brother stared at him with odd eyes, he ignored it. Even if the guard hovered occasionally, he ignored it. When Jackson was bothered by something, he subtly suggested removing it, but Encrid ignored that too. However, if Eden Malsan requested a spar, he would face him seriously. Months passed since Eden Malsan had stayed at the estate, and the weather had grown cold enough for the word snow to be whispered. Changes had occurred during that time. I'm wandering, Teresa, the half-blood giant muttered to herself often. During the day, it seemed fine. It looked like a resolution or reflection. However, when she said it in her sleep, it was a mumble drenched in cold sweat. When Audin heard such mutterings, he quietly placed his hand on her forehead. May you sleep like settled ashes. The god of war, the embodiment of burnt ashes, was who she prayed to. It seemed an odd sight, but Teresa didn't express any discontent upon waking. When she woke up, she simply blinked and gave Encrid a final glance before falling back asleep. It had become a familiar routine. There were many other changes in their daily lives. Dunbakel had decided to do something else instead of taking blows from Rem, due to Rem's insistence. I should be paid for my teachings. Rem argued that since she had taught Dunbakel, now she should be compensated. Dunbakel didn't say that she hadn't wanted any of it. In fact, when speaking to Encrid, she said, "What is that savage?" It was a difficult question to answer. A madman? A broken head? A noble murderer? Axe murderer? Crazy axe wielder? Too many possibilities came to mind. Fortunately, Dunbakel didn't wait for an answer. "I've improved." When Encrid personally sparred with Dunbakel, he realized that what she said was true. She wasn't insulting Rem, but genuinely curious. "You've improved." When her thigh was harshly struck with a sword blade, Dunbakel would tear up and nod. "All right, Mr. Wine." It had been a long time. Was it typical for beast women to be like this? Or was it the legend of golden eyes? It was hard to tell. He didn't care either way. Encrid noticed Dunbakel's gaze and looked her way. He saw the golden eyes. She was now thinking of Encrid as a monster. Having endured Rem's violence, she felt confident she could defeat her old self, even if she had two of them. But Encrid had gone even further in the meantime. A genius. She was mistaken, but it wasn't entirely her fault. Anyone would think the same. More importantly, will. Even if only in part, will. She had realized it. Willpower, something reserved for knights and those with knightly strength. That change had descended upon Encrid. Ragnar, seeing this, realized it was time to fill his own deficiencies. He had been aware of them before, but lacked the motivation to address them. Now, Ragnar acted on it. "Kreis, I want a double-edged sword. If you want it, I'll get it for you. Seems like you've got the right idea." Kreis, who had counted the weight of the purse Ragnar handed him and the number of silver coins inside, maintained his loyalty to Krona. Ragnar now had a sword in hand. It had no sharp edge, and its size and shape were similar to that of a bastard sword, but it was several times heavier than a normal sword. With the sword in hand, Ragnar slowly began to swing it. There was no speed. Unskilled, yet dutifully he performed every motion slowly. He spent more than half of his waking hours doing so. It was a great development, and anyone who knew Ragnar would be astonished. Encrid, who had spent most of his waking hours training, saw the change in this human, the embodiment of laziness. It hadn't even been half a day, but seeing Ragnar train like this was an odd sight. Anyway, returning to the present, Rem had requested Krona from Dunbakel. Dunbakel agreed without complaint. "Get me some Krona." Lately, there had been a growing number of monsters and creatures lurking nearby. It was winter, after all. It was expected. When food became scarce, such things would inevitably become more aggressive. "It looks like it's going to snow," Cray remarked, cutting Ragnar's hair. Encrid silently looked at the sky. The dull gray clouds were slowly creeping across the sky, obscuring the sunlight. It would be cold enough soon for the devil's excrement to fall from the sky. Well, last year around this time, he had struggled to clear the snow. Now, though, training unit assemble. With that single command, it was enough. Life continued after the rapier master had left. The routine hadn't changed, but the things inside it were starting to shift. Edin Molson had become a long-term resident, and in the meantime, his guard had left, citing some business to attend to. There was no farewell, no parting words. Winter was on the cusp, with the first snow likely to fall soon. Dunbakel had gone out on a quest to eliminate monsters. Finn had been wandering outside for some time, and had recently moved from the independent unit to the ferry unit's command. "Can I go now?" She seemed more lively leaving than when she had arrived. Should he be relieved? Go ahead. Encrid responded indifferently. There was no reason nor any need to stop her. Teresa entered, and Finn left. It wasn't a day when things changed, or was it? Independent Unit Commander, you're called. Late in the afternoon, despite the winter chill, Encrid was sweating heavily as he swung his sword when a messenger arrived. They said it was urgent. Encrid immediately made his way to the battalion commander's office. Chapter 243. The Longing for Life. Martai had coniferous forests to the north, plains and the border guard to the west, the Eastern Kingdom's domain to the east, and a large forest to the south. The forest was called the Grateful Forest. Why is it called a Grateful Forest? Torres was trying to familiarize himself with the surrounding terrain of the newly established domain. A soldier, one of the former rangers from the forestry unit, was walking with him and answered. 5 border guard soldiers followed behind them. Because it's grateful. Torres, just before his face twisted with the thought, "Is this guy mocking me?" heard the soldier continue. "Have you been to the coniferous forest up north? It's not a place for people to live. Even rangers won't go there. Do you know its nickname? It's called the Cliff Forest." Torres had heard of it. It was a famous place. The northern part of Martai was coniferous forests, marking the boundary of the continent. The name Cliff Forest was fitting because anyone who ventured there was likely to fall to their death. But to the south, there's a rich forest with fruits and beasts. Because of that, people who lived around here for ages have been so grateful. It became known as Grateful Forest. Grateful Forest. Did the name have any distinctiveness or not? Torres wasn't thinking much about it, as he was just familiarizing himself with the terrain and on patrol. At that moment, it wasn't the sound of a regular horse. It was a blood-curdling, ear-piercing screech. It was a howl filled with malice and murderous intent, sending chills down their spines. It was the cry of a beast. What's that? In Torres's line of sight, a single horse appeared on the outskirts of Grateful Forest. Of course, it wasn't a normal horse. What kind of horse grows its tusks that long? It looks like a beast monster. Looks like it? Horses were herbivores, and it was rare for herbivores to turn into beast monsters. But it wasn't entirely impossible. Torres furrowed his brow, then relaxed it and gestured. Was it just one? Or were there more behind it? Had they not spotted them yet? It was possible. Horse beast monsters, huh? Interesting. The soldier, a former ranger, remarked. Are there any forestry units in that forest? Martai had stationed ranger units in the surrounding forests. Forestry units were essentially scout squads that operated in forests. This continent was constantly threatened by beast monsters and demonic creatures, so regular patrols were a given. There are. The soldier responded again. He had a habit of speaking in short bursts instead of saying everything at once. There have been instances of beast monsters and demonic creatures in the Grateful Forest, but in this area, the appearance of beast monsters is quite rare, to the point where it's considered a safe zone. He seemed to have gotten dry mouth from speaking, so he swallowed before continuing. A squad of rangers enters regularly, rotating shifts. Even now. Yes, even now. Beyond the horse beast monster, more demonic creatures appeared. They were humanoid wolves. The torn flesh and red bloodstains could be seen between their fangs. Everyone get into defensive positions. Torres made the quick and correct judgment. What happened to the rangers who entered the forest? Were they wiped out? He figured that at least they had been ambushed and couldn't carry out their duties, so they withdrew. Had they been defeated by just that many? Or had it been a surprise attack? Whatever the case, something must have happened. The group of at least 10 beast monsters, including the horse, beast monsters, and humanoid wolves, didn't charge immediately. Torres found it puzzling. Do these beast monsters just get excited when they see humans? Huh? He was starting to regret wanting to see the face of Zimmer, the idiot who assigned him this soldier. Was there anyone who didn't understand a single thing said? Oh no, that's not it. There was nothing unusual during the last patrol. We didn't find any traces of such a group. That was strange. Rangers who operated in Grateful Forest hadn't found any traces, yet a group of beast monsters appeared, and the mix of horse beast monsters and humanoid wolves. What was that about? It was odd. A few demonic creatures that had been watching slowly began to approach. Crack! Several humanoid wolves charged. The horse beast monsters backed off. It wasn't a difficult fight. Torres and his group killed 3 or 4 humanoid wolves, and the horse beast monster, after watching for a while, retreated. They were still in the forest. Going further in was too risky, so they stopped there. Wiping his bloody sword on the fur of a humanoid wolf, Torres spoke. "I need to report this." Torres returned to report to the now Lord, the former border guard captain. The Lord, suspecting that there were more beast monsters, issued a mission request to the border guard. The mission request was beneficial in many ways, so they hadn't handled it internally. The border guard had many tasks to handle besides dealing with beast monsters. The internal security of the domain wasn't fully established yet. There were rumors that the Eastern Mercenary King didn't view Martai's full annexation of Nolyria favorably. In fact, a few soldiers from the east had deserted during the night. It's probably best to let them go. Zimmer had given that advice. After all, they were from the east, and they would likely turn their blades against their own anyway. They were tough, stubborn, and incredibly persistent. That was something an explorer had said about eastern nomads. After that, Torres focused on other matters. The demonic creatures in the southern Grateful Forest would be dealt with by the border guard. The Lord of Martai and the commander of the border guard's battalion, Marcus, likely wanted the 2 domains to naturally engage with each other, so this reallocation of tasks made sense. Torres, along with Zimmer, spent 2 days deliberating on the formation of a domain security force. During this time, he also received reports from a newly assigned ranger unit that had been observing the Grateful Forest. It doesn't seem like a large colony has been established. That was a relief. But why were the rangers wiped out? Was it desertion again? Desertion seemed possible, but a few days later a small contingent from the border guard arrived for the mission. They were no more than 10 soldiers. One of them stood out to Torres. A beast man with golden eyes from one of Encrid's squads. The Black Blade Bandits was among them. While Martai's forces could handle the beasts, this was the first step toward cooperation between the 2 domains. "Please take care of this." Torres spoke to them, and those who approached nodded. The soldier, who had a habit of speaking in short bursts, took the lead again. The group, led by the beast man-woman, proceeded to carry out the mission. Rather than hiring mercenaries, it's better to use the border guard soldiers. Beasts would be particularly rampant in winter. As Torres continued to deal with the beasts and demonic creatures, it seemed inevitable that the 2 domains would soon work as one under a single banner. By spring, even if the Mercenary King caused trouble, Martai would have enough strength to withstand it. Torres didn't worry. Border guard soldiers were of high quality. They were no match for mere horse beasts or humanoid wolves. And now that the beast woman had arrived, there was no reason for anything to go wrong. "Ah, look at that. Where did you learn that?" Rame asked, and Dunbakel answered. She had learned it by watching others while being a mercenary. Back in her homeland, no one had taught her anything. The cursed transformation and her golden eyes were enough to make everyone reject her. She tied her long white hair back and twitched her cat-like nose. Rem smiled widely and raised his fist. "Let's begin." What began? Violence, of course. The beating had begun. A day that started with a beating ended with a beating. Well, It had ended. Was this a memory, or was it pain caused by mental trauma? Dunbakel, walking, suddenly felt a chill and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Cold? No. A soldier behind her asked, but the beast-man shook her head. For beastkin, cold wasn't a sensitive issue. Their body temperature was higher than that of humans, and they were warm-blooded creatures. Beastkin were more sensitive to heat than cold, so they were strong against cold. Their fur was thicker and grew better than humans. The soldier didn't ask any more questions. Dunbakel was heading toward the place where beasts had been sighted, lost in thought. She was recalling how Rem had taught her. Had it been helpful? She wanted to say no, but she couldn't. Is this how you teach? No. Have you ever seen a stupid beast woman like you? What do you think I'm doing right now? Fist fighting, kicking. The blunt answer made the ignorant barbarian grin broadly. How did you survive until now? How can you be so oblivious? She was hit again. After a couple of days of this, Dunbakel felt like she might die. Desperate to survive, she had crawled under Encrid's command, and in doing so, she discovered a burning desire to live inside her. How do I survive? It wasn't her mind but her body that reacted first. After being beaten countless times, her body instinctively learned. Dunbakel learned Rem's movements by watching. Now we're getting somewhere. It was the correct answer. Learn on your own. If you don't want to die, that's what you'll have to do. Anyone who saw that barbarian's eyes at that moment would have felt their bladder shake. Dunbakel was no exception. With a strange expression that seemed both excited and irritated, Rem hit Dunbakel again. To survive, what should she do? Learn on your own. And that's what Dunbakel did. It took a week to forget what she had learned while mercenarying, and another week to relearn it and make it part of her body. I have a question. By then, Dunbakel finally spoke up. Whatever Rem said, Dunbakel was determined to get an answer to her question. Why do you seem so kind when teaching the independent squad leader? Was that some kind of a seizure switch? Dunbakel didn't know. In other words, it was a big misunderstanding. She was simply curious. It was all just curiosity. Shaitit? That was the beginning. Rem, without answering, grabbed an axe. Dunbakel had to draw her scimitar. Thud. It was fortunate she didn't die from one blow. This bastard. While fighting, Rem spoke. How he could talk while moving his body so well, Dunbakel couldn't comprehend. Dunbakel didn't even have time to catch her breath, yet Rem kept mocking her, speaking without pause while moving. No matter how much I explain, even if I show it, you won't improve. You won't improve. The last words were spoken so close that their breaths almost touched. Surprisingly, there was no foul smell coming from Rem's mouth. Despite the fact that beastmen had sensitive olfactory senses, Dunbakel didn't smell anything. But you are complaining. You should roll around every day like the captain. It had been a misunderstanding from the start. She had just asked out of curiosity, not because she had a complaint. The ignorant barbarian didn't seem to care for any response, and after finding an opportunity, he kept pressing her. At the end of her thoughts, she heard a soldier's voice. We're here. The Grateful Forest. The reason it's called the Grateful Forest is... The soldier rambled on, and Dunbakel stepped forward. Without intending to, her left eyebrow twitched. The eyebrow that had been raised trembled. The instincts of a beast-man triggered a warning. Didn't they say there were about 10 horse beasts and humanoid wolves? Dunbakel asked. So to show their gratitude, they called it the Gratitude Forest, huh? Yes? The guide, whose speech had faltered, tilted his head. Everyone, prepare for battle. Dunbakel spoke, her golden eyes scanning the forest beyond. Her vision pierced through the darkness. With her battlefield experience and the instinctive intuition of a beastman, she sensed danger. She could feel it. Humans, giants, frogs, beastmen, fairies, and dwarves. Among them, giants were the strongest in terms of raw strength. Fairies were the most sensitive. Frogs had an eye for talent and exceptional abilities. Beastmen had superior physical constitution. You idiot! You're not even using half the power of your own body. She had learned from watching the swordsmanship of human mercenaries. She thought that was the correct way to move. The ignorant barbarians' teachings weren't in vain, though. Don't limit your fighting ability based on your physical skills. Instead of following a set stance, trust your body's abilities and fight like you're going wild. That's what Rem had said. It wasn't about going wild, but using her body's control to move in the correct way. Since Rem had pushed her so hard, Dunbakel felt her skills had grown considerably. Now was the time to test those skills. Grrr. IT. Did they say there were just a horse beast and a few humanoid wolves? That was nonsense. From the forest, Dunbakel could see the numbers of the approaching creatures. There were at least 20 horse beasts, and the humanoid wolves were so many that counting them was pointless. Dozens of red eyes gleamed in the forest. Hey, you go call for reinforcements. Dunbakel spoke to the guide soldier. Hey? Did this idiot never understand anything at once? Bang! Dunbakel was relentless. She slapped the soldier on the back of his head. Ah! The soldier who had been hit lowered his head and raised it again, placing a hand on the back of his head. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. So what? If you don't want to die, run. Dunbakel was speaking like Rem now, but there was no time to dwell on that. The soldier, with his hand on his head, began to run. What had started as a request to hunt beasts had turned into a life-or-death battle, and the soldiers began to feel the tension. Shit. What the hell is this? How the hell were we supposed to know, doing the request without proper intel? Dunbakel twisted her neck, left and right. If this was all the number there was no danger. She made that judgment. She could show that much confidence now. Do you want to live? Don't want to die? Then resist. Rem's voice echoed faintly in her mind. Although she didn't want to think about it, her battles with the trials with that barbarian, had repeatedly fueled Dunbakel's desire. A yearning for life that burned brightly, separate from reproduction. That was what set her eyes ablaze. Ting. Dunbakel drew her scimitar. Don't come near me or get too close. With that command, the beastman darted forward. The ground under her feet erupted with dirt and gravel. Her body blurred as she moved in a flash. 2 horse beasts reacted simultaneously. Hein! The shrill cry of the horse beasts echoed in the air as they charged toward her at a fearsome speed, their bodies built for running. Soon Dunbakel and the 2 horse beasts met in a straight line, crossing each other in a flash. Chapter 244. I'll never die. As beastkin mature, they develop extraordinary dynamic vision and elastic muscles, enabling them to perform movements that far surpass human limits. Just like now. The moment the horse beast's charge collided with Dunbakel's own, she pressed her left big toe into the ground to pivot her body. A narrow gap between the 2 beasts appeared, and her golden eyes locked onto it. Seizing the opportunity with boldness, she moved into the gap, a clear demonstration of the audacity she had learned from Rem's teachings. She boldly slipped between the 2 horse beasts, her body twisting with incredible agility. One wrong move, and her head would have been torn off, but she had confidence, and her skill ensured that she was in control. Twisting sideways, Dunbakel used her superior physical abilities to dive between the gaps, her scimitar gripped firmly in hand. She thrust the blade into the oncoming horse beast's body with all her strength. The blade struck with a deafening crack, slicing through the beast's body horizontally. Despite the force, the scimitar held. It wasn't a magical weapon, but its solid construction and Dunbakel's precision allowed her to endure the impact. Her weapon was built for durability, not sharpness, and at this speed, the lack of sharpness was inconsequential. The blade cleaved through the beast's body and pulled away. With astounding speed, the fallen beast's blood and entrails trailed along the ground. A gruesome yet impressive sight. Dunbakel exhaled sharply, then immediately spun her body, pivoting on her right foot to change direction, and charged forward again. The horse beast had lost its target and veered off, realizing too late that Dunbakel was already making her next move. As the beast attempted to turn back, Dunbakel sliced through the air with a powerful strike, her scimitar cutting downward, powered by her entire body's momentum. The strike connected perfectly with the beast's neck, severing it cleanly. The beast's head flew off, its body rolling to the ground as blood sprayed into the air, staining Dunbakel's white hair with dark streaks. She wiped the blood from her scimitar, then rushed forward, ready for the next wave of attackers. This time, a pack of man-faced wolves charged at her. Without missing a beat, Dunbakel's scimitar danced through the air, cutting through the wolves' necks, limbs, and heads with devastating precision. Rem's voice echoed in her mind. "What kind of weapon are you wielding?" Dunbakel had found the answer for herself. It was a weapon that at one time had nearly led her to death for the mere act of using it. "Do you even think about the efficiency of your weapon? The only thing you care about is cutting the head?" Rem had once mocked her. "And just so you know, if you come at me naked, I'll split you in half with an axe." But for Dunbakel, that head was something more than just a target. Shouting the words, "I'll never die," she swung the scimitar with such force that even the soldiers watching could barely follow its movement. The weapon sliced through the air, leaving behind only severed limbs and bodies in its wake. The soldiers, stunned by her lethal precision, were left speechless as Dunbakel continued her rampage. With the beasts defeated, the soldiers formed ranks quickly, positioning their spears in response to the incoming charge of the horse beasts. They knew they could handle a few. But they weren't prepared for the speed and ferocity of Dunbakel, who was more than just a warrior. She was an unstoppable force. A heavy impact shot through the spear, and the soldier felt his arm muscles twist under the force. The group of soldiers pushed their spears left and right, trying to maintain control. With a snap, the spear embedded in the beast's body broke, leaving the soldier with only half the shaft as he collapsed forward, barely staying on his feet. Meeting the charge head-on was a fool's move. As their instructor, Ragnar, had always said. He didn't teach them much, but his words were sharp like blades. Despite his lazy demeanor, his words cut through the air, and the soldiers knew that failing to heed them would mean certain death. When they faced Teresa, the hybrid giant, they had no choice but to give everything they had. Had this been just a normal drill, they would have been overwhelmed in seconds. But thanks to their training under Odin, they managed to deflect the charge of the two horse beasts. Instead of trying to block the force directly, they redirected it to the side. It was a move only possible because of their immense strength. The physical conditioning they'd endured under Odin made it possible for them to stand firm. "Damn it, this actually works," one of the soldiers spat, watching the broken spear shaft lodge in the side of a beast's head. The beast, crazed with rage, still revealed its fangs, even as the spear stuck deep into its chest. Its eyes bled black tears. Seeing this, the soldier felt his knees weaken. Despite facing beasts before, there was something different about this one. It wasn't acting normally. Something was off, but there was no time to think about it. "Damn it, no time to stare," shouted another soldier, thrusting his spear into the creature's skull. The spear hit with a solid thunk, and the beast fell. Now, the soldiers faced the man-faced wolves, a terrifying new threat. There were too many for Dunbakel to handle alone. The soldiers, however, didn't falter. They were trained to endure. Thanks to Encrid's grueling training, they had gone from elite soldiers to powerful warriors. One soldier, having lost his spear, pulled out a short sword. Another drew an arming sword, while the third clutched the half-broken spear. A few soldiers even used their bows as clubs. Damn it! They cursed but fought fiercely. They struck and stabbed, cutting down the man-faced wolves with skill. They formed protective circles, shielding each other, while slowly retreating. If they could hold on a little longer, reinforcements would come, and they believed the battle was almost won. Dunbakel fought even more ferociously. Her scimitar became like a crescent blade, cutting through the wolves with terrifying precision. She swung and punched with such force that it was as if she had lost all control. She handled the horse beasts, and now only the wolves remained. She hacked and punched, kicking those that got too close. Every movement was fast and powerful, her muscles working with a fluid, bouncy rhythm. But despite her brutal attacks, she didn't seem to tire. She was a whirlwind of raw power. Her strength seemed nearly unstoppable. The soldiers could only watch in awe. She was like a one-woman army, a maddened force of nature. After killing half of the wolves, the others began to retreat in fear. But they were still under the curse of rage, and they kept charging at her without thought. Ka! Ka! The chilling cries of the man-faced wolves rang through the air. Dunbakel was too focused on the battle to notice something strange coming from the forest. The thud of heavy steps grew louder. Thud! 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 It was the sound of hooves, but something was wrong. A large, dark figure emerged from the trees. It was faster than the horse beasts, much faster. But it wasn't a horse. It looked like a horse, but was something far worse. The creature had a horse's lower body, but its upper body was human. It was a centaur, a monstrous hybrid. Its muscular chest glistened, and seeing the rippling muscles made Dunbakel's stomach turn. What the hell? Dunbakel muttered under her breath as the centaur charged again, swinging a thick wooden club. The man-faced wolf pack was scattered, crushed underfoot as the centaur barreled through, ignoring the destruction it left in its wake. With a loud whoosh, the club swung through the air again. Dunbakel threw herself back to dodge. It was close but manageable. It was a small relief that the centaur had already cleared the wolves, giving her a brief chance to catch her breath. But that respite was short-lived. There was no time to relax. The centaur wasn't alone. More centaurs were emerging from the forest. Ki-yo! The centaurs shouted as their blood-red eyes locked on to Dunbakel. Some of them turned their attention to the soldiers. I want to live, Dunbakel thought. The desire to survive overwhelmed her. She hadn't realized when this yearning had begun, but ever since meeting Encrid, it had surged uncontrollably, like a burst dam. The desire for life like this was an unexpected burden. Encrid. Her mind echoed his name. She needed to see him again. Could she escape now? Would he think poorly of her for leaving the others to die? There was no clear right answer, only the choice to make. Is it better to survive alone? Dunbakel wanted to be with Encrid, to join him and the others. Was that the way forward? She reflected on how Encrid always sought to find the best path and acted decisively. Could she do the same? There was no time to hesitate. She made her decision. Did I thank him for saving me? Dunbakel wondered. No, she hadn't. But she would live, and she would live in the way he would want her to. Surviving, not just for herself, but for what he taught her. Though the thought process felt long, it was short in actual time. In moments of crisis, the mind becomes clear. She had made her decision, and now it was time to act. Look at me! Dunbakel roared, triggering her transformation. Her golden eyes shone with intensity, and her body shifted, growing fur as she took on the form of a lion. With a deep, low growl, she launched herself at the closest centaur. Krrr! The sound was enough to unsettle anyone in earshot. Dunbakel slashed with her scimitar, but the centaur, a skilled fighter, twisted its body, avoiding the blade. It was a move that no cavalryman could replicate. Dunbakel swung her right hand, but as the centaur dodged, she quickly struck with her left, her claws slicing across its eyes. "Ka!" the centaur screamed. "Follow me, you bastards!" Dunbakel shouted, either at the centaurs or the wolves, leading them deeper into the forest. The soldiers were left behind, alive for the moment. Centaurs were known for being dangerous, even among mid-level beasts, and especially when they formed a colony. Their threat was said to surpass that of flying monsters. "This is bad," one of the surviving soldiers muttered. "So, Dunbakel has been missing for 4 days?" 4 days had passed since Dunbakel disappeared into the forest. Reinforcements were dispatched from the border guard, with the vanguard arriving swiftly, a small unit of a single company. The captain of that unit asked the question, and a soldier nodded. "Yes. And the centaur group has now formed a colony and taken control of the plains near the forest?" Everyone turned to Encrid, noting his expression. It was as neutral as ever, but there was something about it that made it look as though he was angry, though no one could figure out why. Chapter 245. Centaur Colony in Martai, Marcus, the battalion commander, stated. "When monsters gather in groups, it forms a colony." Encrid immediately decided to take action after hearing this. He had only learned just before departure that Dunbakel had gone there, and the suggestion was made to move quickly, given the large number of centaurs said to be a significant threat. "Let's ride. Running will take too long," Marcus suggested. "It would be faster to ride horses rather than take a carriage." The only concern was whether everyone knew how to ride. "Are you worried about me?" "I'm Rain," came the answer. Everyone had some experience riding horses. In fact, they were all skilled enough at it. Encrid himself had some expertise in handling horses, having done it as a stable master when swords were not required. His riding skills were not bad at all. "You ride well," Ragnar commented, noting Encrid's handling of the horse. Well, Encrid replied, not taking it too seriously. Was it meant to imply that there was something else lacking? "Don't lead the way. Keep close and follow," Encrid instructed. He had learned the importance of watching out for those who had a poor sense of direction. Auden, Jackson, and Cray were all used to riding, and Finn was no exception. "If you can't ride, you can't carry a lady," Cray quipped, making it clear he was confident in his skills. He had even intentionally trained under the noble Krona to master horsemanship. He had chosen a sturdy draft horse. It wasn't fast, but it was known for its endurance. Recently, the border guard had seen an influx of various goods through trade, and among them there were horses. Though not yet military steeds, a few skilled individuals had been selected to manage a proper stable. Thanks to this, quality grazing lands had been set up on the Green Pearl Plains, and the horses were now being raised there. One of the rewards from the war against Aspen was acquiring the land, which now had the potential to train cavalry. The border guard had always had messenger and draft horses, but now they were in the process of raising them more seriously. Marcus had provided some of these horses. "You know this won't be easy, right?" Marcus asked just before they set off. Encrid nodded. The centaur monsters, part of the colony, were a serious threat. The problem with the colony wasn't just that monsters gathered together. It was that there was always a leader among them, and that leader was often a unique and powerful entity. Centaur colonies were especially dangerous because they were already skilled cavalry by nature, and they also tend to use strategic tactics, which makes them even worse, Encrid thought. A group of skilled horsemen using human-like strategies would be an overwhelming force. Even with 50,000 of them, the danger would be immense. Of course, the border guard had to roll up their sleeves and help. At the same time, they were trying to open the eastern trade route, which was why the cavalry was needed in the first place. There were other motives as well, strengthening ties between the territories, among others. Martai was an important buffer for the eastern trade, and would serve as a key defense should any conflict arise in the east. For the border guard, making Martai an ally and strengthening their ties was essential. However, The news upon arriving in Martai wasn't exactly encouraging. Dunbakel entered the forest and has gone missing, they were told. And to make matters worse, a monstrous group had set up camp on the plains near the forest. It wasn't just the centaur colony causing problems, it was worse than expected. "This situation's pretty messy," Torres said as he approached, his head wrapped in bandages. They had been fighting monsters for the past 3 days, and many soldiers were gravely injured. Dozens had died. Zimmer was limping, and the former border defense commander now turned Lord Grimmest. Encrid climbed the castle wall and gazed out at the monster horde in the distance. Was the real problem the 100 or more centaurs? That was dangerous, yes, but the larger issue lay elsewhere. "The leader's roar freezes everyone in place," Torres added. Encrid had heard that this was what caused Torres to take a blow to the head. One soldier had been killed instantly when the leader's club struck him, and over 50 soldiers had died in total. Encrid didn't know the exact number of soldiers in Martai, but the damage they had already suffered could be considered catastrophic. It was fortunate, though. Thanks to the efforts of Zimmer and few of the most skilled soldiers from the border defense, the situation hadn't escalated further. Encrid tried to inquire about the situation and gather more details, but decided against it. The real issue was clear. It was the centaurs. Encrid remained expressionless, as usual. He didn't dwell on Dunbakel's disappearance too deeply. This was a battlefield. Death is inevitable, he thought. If that was the limit, then it was simply something that had to happen. But the question still lingered. Why? With the soldiers, Dunbakel could have easily escaped. Why didn't she? Among the mercenaries, there were the Lucci and Rich brothers, whom Encrid had trained with, and whose names he had easily memorized, thanks to his remarkable memory. He remembered everyone he trained with. Each soldier's features and habits were etched in his mind. The 2 soldiers had said, if she wanted to run, she had plenty of time to do so. No, she didn't. She just charged right in. We saw it for the first time. There was a monster twice the size of the others, making these horrible sounds. It was when Dunbakel, trying to escape, slipped off a tree due to that creature's roar. That was the last we saw of her. If Dunbakel hadn't done that, everyone would have been dead. The territory would have suffered even greater damage than it has now. That was the story they told. Why? Was it to protect them? Did Dunbakel want to secure a reputation as a protector of the territory? Or perhaps there was a man among the soldiers she cared for. She was a beast woman, after all, and she had always been earnest about breeding. Encrid looked at the faces of the soldiers. There didn't seem to be anyone who would cause such feelings. It was hard to imagine her having any personal desire for them. So why? That was what intrigued him. Then suddenly, a loud cry broke through his thoughts. Kia! About 10 centaurs broke away from the main group and started charging, not in a direct assault, but in a wide arc, making loud calls. It felt like a threat, as if they were taunting them. Are they trying to intimidate us? Encrid wondered. Though Encrid himself was unbothered, the soldiers around him grew restless. Their discipline was faltering. Those damned things, Torres growled, grinding his teeth. From what Encrid had heard, this kind of behavior often preceded an attack by a larger group of monsters. The centaur leader seemed especially powerful. They had more than 50 mounted creatures, and Encrid could even see a few harpies circling above, strange monsters with breasts and wings. To make matters worse, there were over 300 mandogs in the mix. Several dozen ghouls, their ever-present allies, joined the horde, along with some wolf-like creatures. They had gathered such a mix of monsters that even Encrid, Marcus, and Torres didn't know the full extent of the danger. However, a local ranger knew that the deeper parts of the forest were far more dangerous than they realized. The ranger speculated that some of the monsters that had previously disappeared in the south had been hiding in the forest, hunting smaller animals without revealing themselves. Now, however, they had grown bold, using the expansive grazing lands beyond the forest as their new base. The discovery didn't change anything immediately, but it had given Encrid a clearer picture of the situation. "Ram?" Encrid called, his mind racing as he watched the approaching centaur horde. He didn't care if they charged or not. If they attacked, he would kill them. Though the expressions on the faces of the Lord and Torres told a different story. They were clearly concerned. Has Dunbakel already died? Encrid wondered, caught in a brief moment of contemplation. Then Rem's voice interrupted his thoughts. He spoke lazily, stretching and wiping the tears from his eyes. "I don't usually say things like this, don't you? The beast woman, she's got talent," Rem commented. "Talent?" Encrid found it surprising to hear her say such a thing. Rem wasn't one to casually make such comments. Encrid thought to himself. It wasn't easy to earn such praise, after all. He himself had never been told he had talent, but he'd often heard of his stupidity. "So?" Encrid asked, trying to dismiss his own curiosity. "She probably didn't die easily," Rem said. "Maybe she didn't," Encrid replied with a cynical chuckle. Rem laughed too, but there was something dangerous in her smile. Encrid wasn't particularly fond of Dunbuckle, but she was still part of his team. He'd give her a proper funeral using monster blood and heads as offerings. Perhaps Rem thought the same. It crossed Encrid's mind briefly. As he thought about how to fight, his mind worked quickly. He discarded the idea of fighting on horseback. The cavalry and Martai might be able to fight, but they can't. If the leader roars, the horses will flee. Many of them freeze in place. We lost half of our cavalry in the first battle because of that. What about using infantry to block? Martai's famed charge infantry were light but armed with long spears and shields. Would that be effective against centaurs? No, that had already been proven ineffective. At the very least, they had to deal with the leader. His roar froze everyone in their tracks, almost like an ability to manipulate morale. It's like a will or a spirit. I've heard of monsters with such abilities, Torres added. Encrid understood what that meant. He then considered how to lure the centaurs into a trap and turned to Cray for help. "Hey, big guy." Encrid wasn't sure about the exact strength of Martai's army, but it could certainly be considered a devastating blow. It was fortunate, however. Thanks to the few elite warriors from the Frontier Defense Forces, they managed to handle things to this extent. Encrid had initially wanted to ask about the situation and get a clearer picture, but abandoned the idea. The problem, after all, was the centaurs. They needed to handle the leader's presence. The roar alone had paralyzed everyone. It was a nearly psychological weapon. "I've requested support from the center. At least a few knights should be here soon." The Lord was experienced. It wasn't by chance that he had become the Frontier Defense Commander. He believed that the monster leader's power was similar to the will effect. There were often leaders among monsters that could exert this kind of overwhelming presence. It was called presence, aura, or even scent by some. Encrid understood this now, but he wasn't intimidated. "Then, should we go out?" "What? Where?" Both the Lord and Torres responded in unison. "To fight," Encrid answered plainly. "What did you just say? Are you saying we should just go and die? We need to wait for reinforcements, at least until the border guards' units arrive." Torres responded first, followed by the Lord. They didn't understand Encrid. The decision to face the threat head-on had only been made after they had left. Craze. Encrid didn't explain further. Instead, he called for Craze, who had been his sounding board. "Things have gotten worse. The monsters have only grown in number. They're gathering everything they can. Their leader is a general type. It's the most dangerous kind of monster. Time is not on our side. We have to take care of the leader while we can." Craze placed a hand on his neck and replied, "If you get close to him, Your body will freeze. Torres shouted in frustration. If that was the case, he wouldn't be stopping them either. It's fine. You worry too much. You just hold out against the crazy monsters and beasts. Hold out? What are you talking about, Rem? You help out too? Of course. I'll join in too. I'm going as well. Rem slapped Torres on the shoulder, and as Encrid spoke again, Auden and Teresa joined in. Torres was bewildered. Why were they all acting like this? Had they all chewed on some strange herbs? No, these were the same crazy ones they had always been. That's why they were the Madman's Brigade. Torres couldn't help but admire Marcus now. Did he really trust these idiots and bring them to battle? They didn't listen to warnings. It was maddening, but there was no point in trying to stop them. They wouldn't listen anyway. Kiu-woo. More screams rang out. What about support from the center? There was a very low chance of that. Things at the center seemed to have escalated into an even more complicated situation. Rumors of a guild assassinating nobles were spreading even to the north. Let's go. And so Encrid led the Madman's Brigade down to the base of the walls. His steps were calm and collected. It didn't matter if the centaurs were screaming or charging. With Craze staying behind, Torres asked with a tired look, "Why aren't you going?" Chris gave him a look that said, "What are you talking about? Why would I? You want me to die? Why would I leave the safety of the walls to go out there?" And then? Torres wondered if he should ask, but he didn't bother. He already knew what the answer would be. Yeah, the boss is the boss. Something like that was bound to come up. Well then, we'll go fight too. Morale was at rock bottom, but the strange atmosphere helped. At least, it prevented things from getting worse. All units advance! Torres turned and shouted toward the troops. The scream rang out in the distance once more. Attack! Chapter 246. The rejection, damn it. He wasn't in a rush, nor was he running. He walked out the gate, opening it like he was simply watching a group of monsters charge. Behind him, the Lucci brothers followed. The older brother Lucci was always muttering, "Damn it," like a bad habit. He did the same now. "Damn it, be careful. Those things are up to something." Lucci was wearing studded leather armor with chains added around his waist, making a clinking sound with every step as he followed Encrid. The Lucci brothers were strong, but not exactly clever. "Damn it. I came here to buy a crossbow, and now I'm stuck in some colony war." There were some things that could never be fixed, even if you beat them senseless. And frankly, Lucci didn't even care to fix them. There were many soldiers with loose lips, and Lucci's constant "damn it" was at least considered moderate compared to others. "If we're gonna fight those man-faced dogs, the damn horses will rush in on us." Rich, the younger of the two brothers, added from the side. Lucci muttered a creative insult about those damn horses under his breath. "That seems to be the case," Encrid said, noting the movement of the centaur units. From the wall, Encrid had already seen what was going on. He had heard Torres talking excitedly, and now he saw him running behind them, eager to join. Their thinking. The centaurs were naturally excellent cavalry, and now their numbers were growing, with a general form among them as well. The previous colony leader was merely an ordinary type, a capable individual but with no leadership. The general was different. Encrid had never encountered such a creature before. Dangerous monsters like that were hard to see up close unless you were near a battle zone. But now, as it was in front of him, he just had to watch and understand. They split into 3 groups. One was the man-faced dogs and ghouls, another was the main force of centaurs, and the last was a group of horse monsters. At the moment, as the man-faced dogs and ghouls charged, Encrid noticed the horse monsters were veering off to one side, possibly intending to strike at the human army's flank. Several centaurs were leading them, much like commanders leading soldiers. So was this a tactical move? Not really. It was fairly obvious. So, Why was this difficult to counter? It wasn't the horse monsters charging that posed the issue. It was the centaur leader standing at the front, unmoving and watching. Encrid spoke, concluding his thoughts. I know, but are we drawing him in? Rem asked, gesturing toward the centaur leader with a tilt of his chin. It was a question about whether they should fight cautiously. No need to, Encrid replied. He had thought about it while descending from the wall. Kreis had said it was fine to just fight. A battle of strength. This was exactly what the monsters wanted. Watching Rem dash forward, Encrid took a deep breath and shouted, "Torres, don't close the gate! Damn it!" Torres was so startled he nearly stopped in his tracks. I thought my ears were gonna burst. Jackson, having caught up, added his comment. "Is it really that bad?" Encrid replied lightly, watching as Rem swung his axe. Rem's steps were light, and his strikes were merciless. So these are the ones that hit my pet, Rem thought. If someone asked him if he cared about Dunbakel, Rem would strike them over the head. Well, if he saw someone mistreating a pet in front of him, he would just watch, but if they got hurt, he would defend them. After everything was over, he'd scold the one who hurt the pet. "Want to play with me, huh?" That was his mood now. The man-faced dogs charging at him seemed half mad. But Rem didn't care. He saw the red eyes of the man-faced dogs, eyes with no sense of boundaries, and heard their frantic cries. As they drew near, Rem crossed his arms over his chest. He then flexed his arm muscles and swung his axe. The crossed arms spread out, and the axe whipped through the air, slashing without hesitation. The trajectory of the axis cut through the heads and bodies of the ghouls and man-faced dogs. With a loud crunch, the axe cleaved through them like dry twigs. A spray of black blood burst out around him, like ink spilled from a broken bottle. Red eyes popped out and sharp teeth shattered. Bones cracked as the axe sliced through bodies and severed limbs. The air was thick with black blood, swirling like rain in the wind. "Let's have some fun," Rem muttered, then began swinging his axes vertically. With each down swing, another man-faced dog or ghoul's head flew into the air. Swinging up, then down, he spun on his heel, and once again, heads and limbs of the enemies flew over. A former Martayan soldier watching from behind cursed under his breath as he saw Rem in action. Are we really about to fight these things? It was hard to believe, even as they watched. It felt like a continuous string of unbelievable events. At some point, Rem's axe was barely visible. Only the monsters that were torn apart or severed, flying in different directions, could be seen. In an instant, more than 20 creatures were torn apart, dismembered, and exploded in various directions. It seemed like Rem had 8 arms, the way his movements flowed without pause. His legs never stopped either. Before long he had strayed far from the rest of the army and plunged into the midst of the man-faced dogs, creating chaos. The shrieks of the man-faced dogs filled the air. One of the soldiers nearby muttered in awe, "He fights like a monster." "Are you just going to watch?" Zimmer shouted from behind. He was just as startled. While he didn't think of Encrid as the only monster, no one could have anticipated that the axe-wielding Rem could be this much of a monster. Suddenly a harpy screamed and circled in the air, one of the many creatures that had caused numerous casualties over the last few days. Zimmer, limping, glared at the sky and shouted, "Shoot!" A few archers who were skilled in their craft loosed their arrows into the air. But it was pointless. There were only a few hits, and even then, the harpy's tough hide repelled most of the arrows. Then one of the harpies dove down toward them. Zimmer's eyes caught the harpy's descent as it plunged toward Rem, who was still fighting among the man-faced dogs. "Watch out," Zimmer yelled, about to throw a spear himself. "Damn it, what is that?" Zimmer couldn't close his mouth after what he saw next. The harpy descended, and Rem, who had been fighting off enemies from all directions, stopped momentarily, planted one hand on the ground, and kicked into the air, crossing his legs. The kick landed squarely on the harpy's head. Boom! The head exploded, sending black blood splattering in all directions. The harpy's body rolled, crushing several man-faced dogs as it tumbled. Ugh! A man-faced dog cried out as it was crushed under the harpy's body, but Rem quickly righted himself and kicked the head of the dog trapped underneath. Boom! The power and precision of his moves were terrifying. How could he pull off such moves? Zimmer was relieved he wasn't the one fighting him. But before he could dwell on it, the ground started to shake. Boom! 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 The rhythmic thuds of approaching hooves began, signaling the start of a familiar tactic. The man-faced dogs were thrown forward as meat shields, and the horse monsters charged in behind them. At the head of the charge were 3 centaurs, wielding thick wooden clubs in their hands. They weren't professional weapons, but more like hastily prepared clubs made from thick branches in the forest. Even so, they were threatening enough. A blow from them would easily crush the skull of an average soldier. "Hold the line," Zimmer shouted, aware that the battle had now escalated. Though the battle had started unexpectedly, now it was clear that something needed to be done immediately. Zimmer didn't think they would lose. Crazy bastards. He assumed they had faith in their abilities, which was why they had taken the risk. More than anything, seeing their strength firsthand, he couldn't imagine Rem dying from a mere bite of a man-faced dog. Now the rest of the unit just had to hold their ground, killing and wounding the man-faced dogs and ghouls, pushing back the attacking wolf monsters. Just as Zimmer had hoped, Encrid sent Odin to handle the charge. "Go stop them, Odin, Teresa." "Yes, brother. We'll knock their asses back," Odin replied. Without another word, Teresa followed him silently. Boom! 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 The thunderous sound of the horse monster's charge filled the air, followed by the loud pounding of hooves. This wasn't just any charge. It was a charge from monsters, not humans. The border defense unit and the regular soldiers of the Martayan forces braced themselves, grinding their teeth in preparation. Damn it, here they come again. They needed to stop them. In the midst of this, 2 large figures stepped forward to block the way. One of the defenders recognized Odin. "A priest? Just because something comes out of your mouth doesn't mean it's true. Is that my title, brother?" Odin replied without even looking back. The defender was taken aback, impressed by how sharp Odin's hearing was. Once the 2 large figures blocked the way, an odd sense of calm settled in. With their imposing stature, it was hard not to feel reassured. But what was with the woman? Her massive frames didn't seem human, and even standing next to Odin, her heads and shoulders loomed high, giving the impression they could never be moved. "Move to the right," Odin said, his voice calm. "Understood," Teresa responded. With their large figures and shields, they were in perfect formation, ready to block the charge. Could they really stop the horse's charge alone with just their shields? The sound of thunder grew louder. The charge of the horse monsters was fearfully fast. The moment they came into view, they were already right in front of them. There was no time to think about their size. One of the defenders threw a spear just before the monsters reached them. The spear, propelled with all the defenders' might, struck the head of one of the horse monsters. Thud! One creature collapsed, hoping to take a few others down with it. But as it fell, the remaining beasts swiftly leapt over its fallen body. The speed of their reactions was terrifying. Then, the mace of the lead centaur struck the shield of the bulky figure with a mask. Bang! The defenders could not immediately understand what had happened. The centaur, having struck the shield, lost its balance, teetering sideways and nearly falling. In that instant, the masked figure naturally sliced down with a sword at the approaching beast's head. That wasn't the end, though. As the sword was withdrawn, the figure attached the shield to their body, and shoved the charging beast aside. It was a repetitive and systematic motion. They shoved the beast to the right and swung the sword, pushing it away. What is that? It was at least the strength of a mid-tier knight. Even without will, the person who inherited the blood of a hybrid giant fought with precision. In fact, Encrid hadn't even unleashed all of Teresa's abilities. It was with meeting Encrid that Teresa discovered the joy of handling a sword and fighting. The original Teresa had been worthy of the giant's nickname. She was a red-blooded beast, another term for a giant. Ha! Ha! A husky shout erupted as a beast slammed into her shield, and it was knocked to the side, stumbling away. She stood firm, deflecting the blow with the shield as her feet scraped backward. Despite the force, her arms didn't break, nor did her stance falter. She withstood the beast's charge with sheer power. The gates of heaven have opened. Her performance was astounding, but the religious zealot's figure was even more impressive. What seemed like a slow, lumbering body soared into the air. It rose and landed atop a descending beast, swinging a mace down upon its head. Wham! The beast let out a brief scream before dying, and the zealot jumped off its fallen body, thrusting the mace into another approaching beast's head. Wham! Crack! The impact ripped the beast's skull and spine out of its body, sending the remains flying through the air, spraying blood. The zealot moved through the midst of the charging beasts, swinging the mace without stopping. Rather than just blocking the charge, they were actively killing. At the same time, they intended to push the left side of the charge. Though a few beasts managed to strike allies, the previous 3 days of fighting made the new attacks feel almost insignificant. "Is this the time to watch?" a voice called. Turning, Encrid saw a soldier with reddish-brown hair, wearing a round helmet. It was a Madmen unit member. At his feet, a centaur lay bleeding, having been knocked away earlier. The creature, with its incredible sense of balance, had attempted to rise again, but a blade had already pierced its neck and was swiftly withdrawn. "Fight." "That's your job," said Jackson, choosing only the words that fit. "Counter-attack!" A shout from Torres echoed from behind. 2 massive beasts split the charging group, scattering the herd of horse beasts. There was no time to watch now. Fire! Charging together would be dangerous, but what if the enemy's flank was exposed? There was no beast easier to fight than one with a weak side. Those armed with bows, crossbows, and slingshots all launched their projectiles. Arrows flew, stones whizzed through the air, and by chance a bolt pierced a beast's eye. Encrid surveyed the situation, using all his senses. When will it come? He focused on the one in front, trying to target it. Wasn't this the one that would end the fight? Though things hadn't gone this badly before, the gates had been opened wide, and a chaotic brawl had broken out. The leader of the beasts had no intention of retreating. Most of all, the creature hadn't yet shown the killing intent that had made it so dangerous. Encrid's anticipation quickly became reality. Kyuut! The centaurs, the main force of the enemy, surged forward in a third wave. The tactic the beasts employed was a 3-wave assault. The first wave drew attention. The second wave dealt damage, and the third wave crushed the enemy. Simple yet effective if the strength advantage was clear. The third wave charged forward, unstoppable. Encrid unsheathed his sword and stepped forward. His position had always been at the junction between his army's center and the enemy's main force. Ragnar stood by his side. The killing intent of the beast is overwhelming. Unlike the soldiers whose courage faltered at the approaching beasts, Ragnar's tone remained steady. It was calm, cutting through the muffled sounds of hooves with crystal clarity. "Yeah," Encrid responded. Then, the leader of the centaurs, holding a glaive, bellowed and rushed at them. "Ki-ya!" Encrid felt a force, something intense, reach him. It was like the gaze of a cat trapping a mouse. A chilling killing intent consumed his body, overwhelming the surrounding soldiers. The pressure and killing intent spread fear of death throughout the area. But Encrid rejected it all. Chapter 247, Unstoppable Force. The more Encrid learned about and delved into will, the more fun, fascinating, and enjoyable it became. If a sword required 100 swings to feel satisfying, just one touch of will brought a noticeable change. It was different from the sword. I think I'm losing. Outwardly calm, Encrid was internally more exhilarated than ever before. It was almost maddening. Not even the time spent sleeping seemed worthwhile. Even in sleep, he continued to research and indulge. A person who had once enjoyed the arduous path of sword training would naturally find will even more fulfilling. Training in will was pure bliss. What if the rapier-wielding knight applied pressure again? What if they saw Encrid now? They would be even more astonished than before. No, they would be horrified. It was a known fact that it took years for someone to become accustomed to will after realizing it, even if they understood it initially. The desire for achievement spurred Encrid onward. No. It gently pushed him forward, offering comforting words. After learning and mastering it, the desire to test it out was inevitable. Above all, he was curious. How far can this go? How far would his refusal hold? He had heard that among the monsters of the demon territory, some leaders with killer intent could suffocate a human's body with their presence. A leader like that stood before him now. Is this luck? Had the goddess somehow graced him, leaving a kiss on his cheek? It was hard to believe it was just a peck. Kyo, oh. Killer intent brushed against Encrid's body, and he rejected it. The process was effortless. Encrid drew his sword. Cling. The leader of the centaurs had closed in to within 10 paces. Beasts under its command passed by, but Encrid ignored them. One swung a wooden club at his head. Encrid naturally ducked and rose, the movement seamless, as though it was preordained. The club passed over his head. Whoosh! The rush of air pushed his hair, and the breeze brushed his cheek. Ragnar had vanished by now. He would have held his own, not succumbing to this level of killing intent, so he was probably fighting elsewhere. Encrid focused solely on the leader of the monsters before him. What's wrong? Surprised? Encrid asked softly, clearly enjoying himself. The rejection of the monster's killing intent felt so natural, so easy, that it was exhilarating. The centaur leader hesitated, as it was a creature of intelligence despite being a monster. What was this human? Wasn't he just prey? How could he endure this killing intent? He had fled from the demon territory and come here, only to meet others who couldn't withstand his aura. But this human, this one was different. Blue eyes locked with the monster's gaze. Let's go to heaven. Encrid thought of Odin and spoke, swinging his sword. With his left foot forward, he shifted his weight, his forearm muscles swelling. The sword fell from above, a downward strike, an overhead cut. The blade glowed like Ragnar's, striking with radiant force. Kiat. The leader reflexively pushed away its glaive. Its reaction was impressive, recoiling and then thrusting its weapon forward. The glaive intersected with the sword's trajectory. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out like a burst of sparks, like thunder. In that exchange, Encrid realized that the leader didn't just carry killer intent. Strength. Raw power. The impact sent a shockwave through Encrid, but he staggered back only a step, absorbing the force with his knees. The glaive, having been knocked away, soared into the sky. Encrid's senses sprang into action, honed by countless battles. He predicted the monster's next move. His sharpened senses glimpsed the future. The glaive swung back in a sharp diagonal, cutting a path toward him. It was an unavoidable strike. He had to block it. For a monster, this one was particularly clever. The glaive's trajectory forced Encrid to act. It felt like a swordsmanship move. Encrid raised his sword, focusing as he did. At the precise moment of impact, he relaxed his wrist and allowed the blade to slip, deflecting the blow. It was a feint. Ding! Tling! Encrid's sword blade deflected the glaive, and in the opening, Encrid stepped forward. His right hand held the sword for defense, but his left hand wasn't idle. Encrid had already drawn a guard sword with his left hand and threw it. A counter sword. He deflected the glaive with a feint and twisted his body, redirecting the power into his left arm. Then, with his elbow as a pivot, he unleashed a wide blade, a dagger with tremendous force. Pang! Whack! The thick blade sank deep into the side of the leader's body, with only the hilt visible. The monstrous strength used in the throw almost pierced the heart. That the blade didn't pierce was a miracle. It only meant the monster's body was extraordinarily tough. Kia! The leader's rage grew, and with it, its aura intensified. Once again, the killing intent became thick and heavy. Die, die, you're my prey. It almost felt like these words were echoing in his mind. Encrid didn't need to speak. From deep within his core a heat surged up, and that heat dispelled whatever the monster was throwing at him. It was rejection. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Encrid stepped forward, straightened his knees, and swung his sword with his elbow extended, pivoting his waist. It was a horizontal cut. Whoosh! The monster stepped back instead of blocking. It was intentional. From there, Encrid moved forward gracefully, as if dancing. His feet pushed against the ground while the sword sliced and thrust. Whenever the monster dodged or blocked, Encrid continued to attack. He swung his sword above his head and brought it down, pulled it back, then thrust, only to pull back again and slash to the left, followed by a sweeping strike. Thud! Fuck! Swoosh! Thud! Some attacks were blocked, others landed. The glaive's path was fully restricted. The unnamed ordinary sword in Encrid's hands relentlessly battered the monster, forcing it back. As a monster, it didn't even realize it had fallen into a trap. The leader could barely use its strength. Strength came from movement. Before it could apply its full power, Encrid's sword restricted and blocked its actions. The centaur leader, whose muscles appeared to be solid and numerous times stronger than a human's, was forced to retreat despite its size. The more it retreated, the more the tide turned against it. Encrid was overwhelming the monster. Kia! Kia! The leader struggled and let out another burst of killing intent. Encrid easily ignored it. His rejection instinctively repelled it. When he first used will, it felt like a newly grown tail, but now it was as natural as his own body. It felt like drawing from a deep, unending well, a well that would never run dry. From that well came the strength to reject the monster's aura. This was nothing. Encrid's sword danced, thrusting, slashing, and pulling, eventually landing a deep cut on the monster's right foreleg. The blade sliced through the centaur's muscular leg. The blade went in about halfway, cutting through muscle and nerve, then came back out. Whoosh! Blood poured from the wound, the deep red gushing as if a major artery had been struck. The monster's regeneration abilities were terrifying, especially for a leader like this one, who might be as tough as a troll. This is the end. Encrid saw the conclusion, and the leader was filled with fear. It had led the monster horde using its unique abilities, but once it faced a stronger predator, it realized why it had been chased to this point. It had been another human before, too. Kia! The leader sent a signal and began retreating. Despite the cut to its front leg, it slapped the ground with its forelegs, then twisted its body on its back legs with astonishing agility. It was a remarkable display of physical ability. But Encrid was not about to stand idly by and watch. He was ready to strike down the leader, but suddenly an interruption occurred. Ha! Two harpies swooped down, their claws raised for an attack. If they made contact, the gambeson and leather would be shredded. Was this a surprise? No. Even focused on the monster, Encrid's senses were wide open. He wasn't caught off guard. Instead, he slashed diagonally from his left, cutting across their abdomen, then reversed the strike to the other diagonal. Screech! Thud! Bang! Bang! In two swift slashes, Encrid took down two harpies, turning them into a heap of mangled flesh. As he cleared his way through the winged monsters, the leader was already running. If I let it escape, it'll be trouble. It would be. It was clear just from the group of monsters around. If the leader retreated to the forest and regrouped, it would be a nightmare. A monster like this could develop even further with time. Encrid kicked the ground. He recalled the squire from the battlefield. The reckless charge still burned clearly in his mind. Like the squire's charge. Could he do it? Could he apply will to his legs like that? It wouldn't be easy. After learning to use rejection, it became easy and enjoyable. But learning something entirely new was still a great challenge. There was no way to force something to work if it wasn't meant to. Encrid remembered the squire's charge as he harnessed his explosive strength. The overwhelming power surged into his thighs. He put his full weight into the ground, propelling himself forward. Boom! The sound of his foot slamming into the ground was as deafening as a battering ram striking the city gate. Kia! A subordinate monster came at him, swinging a club. Encrid ran forward, drawing his sword. Skreek! The centaur charging at him had its neck severed. The club was dodged as Encrid bent his body low, swinging his sword in the same motion. It was a fluid series of movements, ones he could never have imagined performing in the past. His body, powered by the ground beneath him, surged forward like a straight line. He pursued the retreating centaur. And there were those who were watching this unfold. As most of the soldiers froze in place, gripped by the aura, it was a moment of doubt whether they would even be able to act. Die, Dottian. A muttered word sliced through the air. It was Ragnar. He swiftly moved through the frozen soldiers. The charging centaur didn't last even 2 strikes against Ragnar's sword. Ragnar knocked aside the club and cleaved the centaur's skull. He sliced vertically through the torso of another charging horse monster. It all seemed so simple, so effortless. It didn't feel dynamic. It was like cutting dry hay with a sickle. It was laborious. Systematic swordplay. What is this? Everyone was surprised. But what shocked them even more was Encrid. Why is he moving like that? The killing intent before him had momentarily blurred his vision, but it cleared almost immediately. Torres watched Encrid fight in front of him. Why is he fighting so well? He had always been skilled, but this was different. Even if someone didn't have the eye to recognize talent instantly, this was far beyond what they expected. Encrid swung his sword, easily ignoring the leader's killing intent. He struck, thrust, and launched a flurry of blows. He overwhelmed the creature. Wow! Torres' body, frozen by the aura, slowly began to move again. Still, he didn't make a move. The monster horde was being sliced apart one by Ragnar. Soon after, Jackson joined in, dispatching each monster with swift precision. Encrid, seeing the leader flee, chased after it. Hey, don't go that way, Torres shouted, but trailed off. Chasing the leader into the forest was a risky move, but he knew they had no choice. If they let it escape, things would only get worse. Rem, your leader is heading into the forest. Torres opted for a different approach. Damn it, Rem responded, though it seemed directed at someone else. His actions followed as intended. Rem swung his axes left and right, cleaving through several man-faced hounds in an instant. His axes sliced like beams of light, cutting through the monsters as if they were nothing. Then he sprinted forward. His body darted through the monsters, as though it were his own backyard, leaving a trail of slain beasts and monsters behind him. "Fight when you're ready," Ragnar muttered as he moved. His sword danced in the air, cutting down anything in his path. After clearing his way, he pursued Encrid, heading into the forest. The two large figures slicing through the monster horde beside him also began running. "Let's go!" Odin, the religious zealot, shouted as he knocked the skull of a ghoul with his fist. What had once been chaotic was now a battlefield where humans had the clear advantage. The monsters were too busy taking blows to retaliate. Insane! Torres couldn't help but exhale in awe. A ghoul's eyeball rolled in front of his feet. Torres stomped on it. Crunch! The eyeball burst, splattering across the ground. The battle was still ongoing, and there was no time to admire the carnage. "Kill them all!" Torres shouted, rallying his comrades to finish off the remaining monsters. So fast? Encrid ran as hard as he could, but chasing a monster built for speed was difficult. He was barely managing to stay close, trailing behind. The forest wasn't ideal for running. That was the only reason he hadn't lost the leader yet. What if they hit open ground? I'm probably going to lose it. A cold evaluation. Should he throw a dagger or something? Even with its front leg wounded and a sword lodged in its abdomen, the monster wouldn't stop just because a few knives were stuck in its back. Instead of stopping, Encrid figured it would be better to keep running. He knew he would eventually lose it, but that didn't mean he would give up. Even if the outcome seemed inevitable, quitting in the middle of the chase was simply not who Encrid was. Chapter 248. The wild horse of blue sweat, the centaur leader, ran. It was not the time to be cautious about wounds. He was a monster who had already fled twice. Having intelligence meant knowing when to escape in dangerous situations. And that was exactly what he did. The first thing that came to the beast's mind was the creature that had made it flee the first time, in the place the humans called the witch's domain. Deep within, all sorts of creatures live. Of course, the centaur leader didn't understand the meaning of the witch's domain or any geographical significance. It was merely the creature that had toyed with him that came to his mind. With long arms, anything caught in those hands was torn apart. It was a creature with tearing hands, one that enjoyed ripping things apart even when it wasn't hungry. Thud, crack. The leader smashed through branches, hitting his shoulder with sheer force. Black blood poured from his right foreleg. The pain brought his mind back. The memories followed. He had escaped the tearing hands, broken the boundary, and fought. Then he was defeated and chased. Eventually, he had been driven by the human group all the way to this place. The monster kept repeating only one thought. Surviving is what makes one strong. What must be done to survive? Instinct urged the monster forward. Subdue the wild horse herd on the plains and form a bigger group. If the monster had any ambition, it was now. More precisely, the monster was learning something by being close to humans. Its intelligence allowed for that. It had learned how to hide and gain strength. This time it had also learned how to gauge its enemies. From the human's perspective, it was obvious that a missed opportunity would lead to an even bigger threat. No, it was a clear threat. The leader thought that if it survived this time, it would subdue the entire wild horse herd on the plains. Then it would gather even more monsters and beasts. It will be troublesome if I miss. Instinct spoke. Even without it being pure instinct, his mind understood the same. Monsters were said to become more monstrous the longer they survived. What did that mean? It referred to becoming treacherous and malicious. If a monster's cruelty was combined with cunning and malice, it's going to be a huge pain. Above all, it might turn into Dunbakel's final battle. He didn't feel guilty for the death of the beastkin. However, from the moment he took responsibility for them, from the moment he accepted them under his command until they went out, it was his responsibility. If he hadn't taken them in, it would be different. But he had, and he had placed them under his wing. And once they were under his wing, it was his duty to take responsibility. Death in battle was naturally the individual's responsibility, but beyond that, it was something a commander had to handle as well, especially since Dunbuckle had done all this in an effort to save a life. Why did she do that? If the beastkin were still alive, this would be the question he wanted to ask as soon as he saw her. Pushing the brief thought aside, he focused on running. Leaves approached rapidly, and tree roots thrust up from the ground like traps. Everything seemed to slow him down. That applied to the centaur monster as well. But because of its significantly thicker skin and body than a human, it could crush through obstacles. That's exactly what the leader did. Ignoring most obstacles, it continued to run. Encrid had already discarded his helmet, which was obstructing his vision, and although it hit the leader's back, it didn't make him flinch. The helmet bounced off his back without a second thought. He didn't even flinch. It looked like he had decided to run. Of course, the throw hadn't been powerful due to the running. Should I train throwing while running? It would be useful in situations like this. It was something to think about later. Encrid wanted to catch it. The responsibility for Dunbuckle, the dangers to come, he wanted to end it all here. At the current speed, it wouldn't be long before they were out of the forest, and then the open plains, the pastures, would follow. That land, which had the highest concentration of wild horses nearby, meant he would lose track if they reached that point. I don't want that. He didn't want to miss it. This was a moment when he focused entirely on one thing. As he ran, his concentration activated, and at the same time, all his senses sharpened. The sixth sense, developed through the sense of evasion, and his intuition were both activated by one singular purpose. I won't miss. The moment he mentally repeated that desire, his eyes caught the half-broken shape of a tree about 20 paces ahead, and the twisted grain of the wood exposed by the break. His senses wildly surged, showing him the way. The rejection he had felt earlier awakened a little bit of will. Encrid's body naturally followed the path laid out before him. With a sharp thud, he stomped on a tree to his right and shot up into the air. At the same time, he thrust his knife vertically into the thick branch above his head. His body was propelled forward by the momentum of his running speed. Encrid released the knife and swung forward like a monkey, grabbing the next branch as he soared again. He flew through the air twice, then fell upside down, throwing his sword. It was not just an acrobatic move, it was a stunt. The physical control gained from grueling training, almost bordering on torture. This led to developed athletic abilities, explosive strength through the heart of monstrous power, the courage to hold on to a well-developed body, and the sharpened senses that predicted every step ahead. All of it came together. Everything was crushed into one and realized through his body. If someone had seen it from the side, they would have seen him suddenly spring up while running, then darting through the air, shooting a beam of light. The leader, running ahead, had just escaped the forest. The leader felt a sense of joy. Nah, shaking them off. Just as he broke through and stepped out of the forest, a sword pierced his skull. The sword Encrid had thrown pierced straight through the leader's head. And the moment the sword sank into his skull, something slammed into the side of the leader's body. The sword was a shadow. Encrid's head tingled, starting from his eyes. It was due to the extreme focus. More precisely, it was the result of will activating during that focus, though he didn't realize it. Anyway, Encrid twisted his body from a falling position and rolled to soften the fall. Using the momentum from the roll, he pushed with his ankle and stood up. Encrid paused, kneeling on one leg, and looked at the leader, who had fallen with a sword lodged in his head. The leader, with the sword stuck in his skull, fell sideways, struck by something that had charged and collided into him. The body of the dying creature trembled. No. Was it already dead? Encrid's gaze shifted. The entity that had rammed into the leader was now visible. A wild horse, releasing steam-like vapor from its body, appeared. It seemed to spread from its back like wings, but the blue vapor quickly dissipated into the air. Encrid was in a similar state. Sweat streamed from his body, and when he stopped, it began to evaporate like vapor. A beast and a man stood facing each other silently. The fallen centaur leader continued to tremble on one side. Black blood stained the dirt beneath him. The standoff between man and beast was brief. Did you catch it? Oh! From behind, Rem's voice rang out with a short exclamation. He wasn't alone. Brother, did you get it? Well done. Auden, unusually, gave his praise. Though he was unseen, there was someone else coming from far behind, breaking branches as they approached. Jackson, moving silently, followed. The one breaking branches, trailing behind, was likely Teresa. The giant's steps were slow, even for a half-giant. Did Ragnar follow, by any chance? Encrid asked, just in case. Oh, that guy. He came in with us but ran off on his own, taking a shortcut. Rem muttered. Ah, Ragnar. Encrid shook his head inwardly. The guy, other than swinging a sword, was truly hopeless, always getting lost. Is that a monster? Auden asked. Was it because of his divine nature that he could easily sense magic? His tone showed curiosity, something similar to a question. Perhaps Rem felt something too, as he added to the conversation. Quite a deadly one. Encrid continued to speak without turning his gaze. He was still fixated on the wild horse's eyes, the ones that turned its blue sweat into steam. Its body was black, but the sweat dripping over its skin had a bluish tint. It was a fascinating sight. The vapor from its sweat took on a bluish hue. That wasn't the only unusual feature. Its eyes were two different colors. One was blue, and the other was red. Could there be such an odd form, even in a creature with an odd eye? Especially since one of its eyes appeared almost like that of a monster. Encrid watched the leader's lifeless body trembling on the ground. How do monsters create beast hands? Kreis had a lot of random knowledge. Knowledge is a weapon that shows a different kind of charm to women. Well, that was certainly a clever reason. Anyway, as Kreis said, just infect them with monster blood. Once done so, the brain of a healthy animal becomes tainted by magic. Especially if you use the blood of a creature that forms a colony, it's highly effective. Without doing so, commanding beasts would be difficult. This was how the pack of beasts was led. The same method was likely used for this creature to lead the horse beasts. The reason why herbivores were turned into beasts in large numbers. But there weren't that many horse beasts, were there? Were there fewer wild horses in this area? No. That didn't seem to be the case. Didn't the creature before him prove it? Look at this one, it almost made it, huh? Rem said. Encrid saw the same thing. The reason for the mismatched eyes, the vapor pouring from its body, and the beast charging straight into him. Grrr. The wild stallion snorted again, casting a wary glance. Encrid caught its gaze. It felt like the beast was speaking with its eyes. I will win. I will prevail. I will not submit to this blood. It was a sense of defiance, stance, and energy. Rem seemed to have perceived something similar, which is why he spoke up. What did it mean to endure? Oddly enough, even though it hadn't been long, Encrid found those words not unfamiliar. Why? He asked himself and quickly found the answer. Encrid saw himself in the wild stallion. A beast tainted by the blood of a monster becomes a bee's hand. It was an immutable truth. An interesting thing, brother. Auden's mutter could be heard. Encrid stared at the one rejecting the immutable truth. He locked eyes with it. The air was thick with hostility. There was even a hint of combat. The creature had fangs growing, unusual for a horse. Encrid recalled the past. A night? No. There was someone sneering. Stop saying foolish things. Get your head straight and live. Someone was scolding. Stop it. I'm saying this for your sake. There were those who worried for him. All of them had seen the immutable, unchanging truth. Encrid rose and reached out towards the horse. Even if he hadn't thrown his sword to catch the beast, the creature would have been halted by a body slam. So it was as if both had captured it at once. Were you targeting it too? Encrid asked. It was likely an extremely intelligent creature. He stepped closer as he spoke. For the horse to resist the blood of the monster, it had overcome that immutable truth. The horse bared its fangs. Grrr. Once more, it snorted. It seemed ready to bite at any moment. Given the monsters he'd seen, it could very well have severed his wrist. The horse, about to show its fangs, shook its head, releasing another snort. Its eyes wavered, shifting between murderous intent and wariness multiple times. Encrid moved forward, and though the horse stepped back, it did not run away. All eyes, except for the lost Ragnar, were focused on Encrid and the horse. Only the heavy breathing of Teresa, who had arrived late, could be heard. No one spoke. It felt like the meeting of something new with something new. And then Encrid's hand touched the head of the black horse with its dark mane. Was the sweat on its skin blue because of the blood of the beast? Or was it just its natural state? It was an unknowable mystery. And the creature, half beast and half wild, did not reject Encrid's touch. That was all. Chapter 249. Because I could Rem stared blankly at the human and the horse. What was going on here? Petting a beast close to becoming a monster? Won't it bite? Even if it did, it wouldn't be a calm bite, so he was particularly worried. Encrid's hand touched the horse's head, petting it, and the horse remained still, feeling the touch. Watching all of this, Ram was stunned. There was definitely monster blood mixed within that horse's body. Even without any magical explanation, it wasn't hard to tell. The sharp fangs sticking out, the subtle scent of flesh emanating from its body. Everything about it was saying so. And yet, Encrid was petting its head and saying, "You've done well." He was soothing it. Rem thought about it carefully. Was he really trying to make friends with it? Was that what was happening? Would a horse tainted by monster blood really listen without biting? And even if it was becoming a beast, why was Encrid not cutting it down, but doing this instead? Was it really enough to hold out like that, even if it was half-turned? Rem didn't know. He'd never seen anything like this before. What kind of beast could endure monster blood and resist becoming a full monster? It was worrisome, but the creature in front of him was just one monster, and besides, its leader was a strange person too. So Rem just watched. While Rem blankly observed the interaction between the human and the half-monster beast, Audin sought divine guidance. "Father, am I to understand that this monster too is overcoming its fate?" Audin, more than anyone present, was in awe. Is fate a predetermined path? Is it something unchangeable? There were times when he felt this way. When he stood as an inquisitor, when he saw the eyes of those who had died by his hand, when he heard the high priest declare those who were not heretics as heretics. That is their fate, the fate our Father has determined. At that time, he didn't think the words were true. But he couldn't shatter the chains of fate, nor could he break those shackles. "Father, what must I do?" Under the burning sun, he prayed. He recited the hymns. And so, Audin nurtured his disbelief. Later, he saw the one who would break the very disbelief he had cultivated. That person was Encrid. Watching and getting to know him, Audin was conflicted, but he also gained strength to move forward. And now, He saw the human and the beast rejecting the immutable truth. In the name of my Father, by his will, I dedicate my life. The chant flowed from his lips. Divine power surged, and a headache struck. But Audin smiled, enduring the pain and murmuring the hymn. Teresa, who had heard the song beside him, found herself unknowingly listening closely. It was a voice like the gentle warmth of the sun, something she'd never felt while in the embrace of her previous life. A song. The deep voice entered her body, striking her heart. As she watched Encrid and the horse, and heard Audin's hymn, Teresa felt her heart trembling. She couldn't help but reflect on her life. Her life had begun and ended with the cult. What was she to live for now? As a newly reborn self, she thought she was to live for battle again. That was all she believed. But now, no. Teresa felt a sense of emptiness within herself. It felt as if a hole had opened near her heart. Yet she wasn't sad or tormented. My father said, whether full or empty, it is all within oneself. After finishing the short song, Audin recited part of the Holy Scripture. Those words resonated deeply with Teresa's heart. Jackson merely watched the situation unfold. What was that horse? What was the leader doing? In the midst of this, a stray thought crossed his mind. Is he taming even beasts now? Was this the appropriate role for the company commander of the madmen? Jackson simply observed. A human placed a hand on the head of a horse. That moment left an impression on the hearts and minds of many. Encrid felt a strange sense of kinship. It was a bizarre situation. Why is this so troubling? This monster was drawing his attention too strongly, both his gaze and his thoughts. Why? Was it because the beast was resisting becoming a full monster? Maybe. He saw his own past reflected in it. Suddenly, Esther came to mind. Hadn't she said something about how, on the battlefield, they had been surprised that they hadn't followed along? A sorcerer who transformed into a leopard and rampaged. At first he had just thought she was a beast. The first connection they'd formed was when they saved each other's lives, and a bond had formed between them. But what about now? There was no such exchange with the wild horse in front of him. Despite that, Encrid still felt a sense of affection. He placed his hand on the horse's head, but the horse only lowered its head, not enjoying the touch. It just stared at him. The blue eyes were clear and sharp, while the red ones flickered like flames. Encrid spoke from his chest, not his head. Do you want to come with me? The horse snorted. As if it had understood, the horse stamped its hooves. It seemed to be a sign of agreement. There was no conversation between them. There was no time between them. They had simply encountered each other and recognized one another. That was all. Encrid saw the half-monster horse. The horse, on the other hand, was merely facing the strange human who had suddenly appeared. Are you going to take that one? Rem asked from behind. Yeah. Encrid answered, giving the horse's mane one more stroke before turning around. The wild horse behind him was close to a monster, but his actions carried a certainty that it wouldn't attack him. Well, hell, this is even surprising to me. Well, hell, this is even surprising to me. If even Rem was saying that, what would others think? In the temple, it was said that no matter how small, every creature has something in its heart. Love life. Love it as much as you kill. Audin, as a disciple of the war god, spoke. Jackson merely watched indifferently. Teresa, for some reason, felt a moistness in the eyes behind her mask. What's with him now? Encrid tapped the horse's head. It'd be nice to go together, but if I'm going to hold some sort of funeral, I'll need to find the body. He was referring to Dunbakel. This was separate from taking in the wild horse. Encrid hadn't forgotten about Dunbakel. I'm assuming she's dead, he added. Upon hearing this, Ram snorted in disbelief, then immediately pulled out his axe. If she isn't dead, I'll just kill her myself. Was Rem speaking with certainty or hope? Encrid didn't know. No matter how sharp his senses were, even Urium, the barbarian, was good at hiding his true intentions. The forest is vast. Even if she were alive, finding her wouldn't be easy. If she's alive, it's easy enough to find. Rem spoke, then took a deep breath, swelling his chest up twice as much. Encrid observed, and Jackson raised a hand to cover his ears. Encrid attempted to block the horse's ears, but the horse stepped back, as if to say it was fine. Encrid quickly covered his own ears. Then Rem expelled the air he had gathered in his chest with a shout. "Dumb beast!" It was a roar that seemed to tear the air apart. A thunderous shout, a skill in itself. It felt like thunder was striking. The forest trembled as if in response. Hee-heeing. The clever horse stumbled, and startled winter birds flew into the sky with a loud sound. Caw! From far away, a crow seemed to respond to Rem's shout. It sounded like it was telling him to be quiet. Even though Encrid covered his ears, his head still rang with the sound. Foolish barbarian. Jackson, whose senses were the sharpest, spoke with a rare frown. "Couldn't you have warned us first?" Encrid muttered. "Didn't you notice? So, if we shout in the forest, something will come running." Encrid considered that it wasn't a bad idea. More than that, Ragnar will come looking for us too. They had to find Ragnar, the soldier who'd gotten lost and was a poor swordsman at best. "Let's go look for the foolish beast woman," Riam said, and Encrid nodded. They had already killed the monster leader. Now it was time to move on. As Encrid turned to leave the wild horse behind, the horse didn't follow. Instead, it stared at him. "Aren't you coming?" It spoke as if it were human. It was strange, but when Encrid placed his hand on its head, there was some sort of communion. He thought the horse would understand him. It couldn't understand language, but its meaning would come across. The horse snorted. It shook its head, then stomped the ground a few times. Then it turned its body, gesturing toward the rear. The stomping seemed to indicate it would wait here. The direction it pointed toward, what was it for? The forest, kind as it was vast. The path the monster had carved through the forest was near the border between the forest and the plains. As winter approached, the brown grass that had turned with the season stretched over the wide plain. In the distance, Encrid could see a group of wild horses. It wasn't just one or two. There were dozens of them, at least. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Monsters and beasts were common on this continent. For survival, it was only natural for them to live in groups, just as humans formed villages, towns, and communities. Even a small village typically had over 50 households, with walls erected for defense. Encrid felt a strange sense of kinship, something akin to it. It was a peculiar situation. Why does this keep haunting my thoughts? The wild beast was drawing his gaze and mind far too much. Why? Was it because of resistance to the beastification? Perhaps. It might have been because he saw his own past reflected in its form. Suddenly, Esther came to his mind. Hadn't she once said that they wouldn't follow because they were startled on the battlefield? A wizard who could transform into a leopard and rampage. At first, he had only thought of her as a beast. The first time they had some form of mutual understanding was when they had saved each other's lives, and then a bond had formed between them. But what about now? There had been no such exchange with the wild horse before him. And yet, Encrid still felt a sense of affinity. Were you the leader? The ones left behind were its subordinates, its family. Was it that it couldn't leave them behind? It didn't seem like that. Then what? Thought day. And was Regressing my bareness? These Israel. Thud. It stamped the ground again. It was an unknowable thing. Encrid decided that, instead of searching for Dunbakel and returning to Marta, he should turn back to this place again. Wait, The subordinates come first. Encrid spoke, and the half-beast horse stopped. It seemed to be waiting. First, Ragnar. Find him, then find Dunbakel. Rem, shout. He entered the forest, and Rem shouted again. Me de Regilchi. He was doing it on purpose, of course. Shouldn't you just call their names? No way. Rem had his freedom. Encrid let it go. Finding Ragnar was easy. As they shouted, a few dumb beasts came rushing, but before they could approach, Teresa's sword melted them away. Their bodies were sliced and scattered like melting butter. It looked like winter snow melting in the sunlight. Claw! The dreadful shrieks echoed as the beasts came rushing, and Teresa blocked their bites with her shield, striking downward with her sword. The body of the one she struck burst open, leaving a dirty trail on the ground. The next one flew away after being hit by the shield, its body pierced and hanging limply. It would still be alive, but Teresa swung her sword and split it vertically. With her giant blood mixed into her body, her sword, shield, and blade made quick work of the beastmen. At first, there was just one, then several more followed. But were they really so stupid to keep rushing this way? Wasn't it obvious they'd die? Could they not feel fear, even though they were monsters full of malice? The reason soon became clear. It was a shortcut. It was Ragnar. It seemed he had met the retreating beasts and had blood splattered all over his armor. He must have been frustrated as he had removed his helmet, holding it in one hand, while black blood dripped from the sword in his other hand. Ragnar had no injuries. He had sliced through the fleeing beastmen who had happened to be running this way. Fool, goat shit fool, dog's balls fool, you'll die lost all your life. Rem greeted Ragnar with joy, and Ragnar immediately returned the greeting with his sword. It was a light swing. Before long, Rem pulled out his axe and blocked it. Clang! The blades of the sword and axe met, exchanging pleasantries. I dug you a grave while you were lost, Rem said with a grin. His mood was unusually fierce. Ragnar was no weakling, so a fierce fire flared up between them. Why were they so fierce? Encrid thought he knew the reason. Why aren't you looking for Dunbakel? He had noticed the absence of his student. Rem was surprisingly fond of those he had trained. It had been his own decision to rush across the battlefield, trying to save those he saw potential in. He knew she had potential, even though he always beat her half to death. In fact, most of those who owed their lives to Rem didn't know it. Encrid had only realized this after gaining a better understanding of people. Crazy barbarian, Jackson muttered. And then, just then, I have blood coming from my ears. A voice echoed from above. It was from one of the ones they had been searching for. A beast woman with a torn forehead, blood clotted on her brow, and similar wounds on his thighs. Stupid beast. Even though the forest was vast, with Rem's chaos, it seemed like it could be heard anywhere. Eventually, his ruckus had worked. Dunbakel came down from the trees, stepping on the ground with a soft thud. She seemed to have no major injuries. Why are you here? I was planning to kill the leader and return on my own. Encrid nodded when he heard that. It seemed that Rem had taught her well enough that her tone was becoming similar. Well done. Jackson responded, and Auden only laughed. After being called a stupid beast, Rem flashed a soft smile and said, When we return, we start again. That remark made Dunbakel's face twist. Why? She truly had planned to kill the leader here, hadn't she? She was a beast. She was confident in her fights in the forest. Her purpose had been to shift the battle's terrain to her advantage. She had another reason, though, which was to follow Encrid's lead. She had been saving her allies, after all. Encrid turned to face Dunbakel and spoke. Without wasting time with indirect questions, he asked directly, Why did you do that? He was referring to her using herself as bait to save their comrades. Dunbakel blinked before she spoke. Because I could. It wasn't a profound expression of faith or will. Encrid actually liked that answer. After that, Dunbakel added a word that Encrid hadn't expected to hear. Chapter 250. Are you now talking to beasts and horses? Thank you for accepting me. Encrid tilted his head. Suddenly? Now? It felt strange to hear such words. Saying that one saves people because they can was awkward. The beast woman had been a mercenary among a group of thieves, one of the most notorious in the kingdom. Was it possible for someone like her to fight with her life on the line to save soldiers? And was that something he should like? No. It was exactly what Encrid liked. Though he dreamed of being a knight, he didn't expect the people around him to behave like the knights in stories. He didn't expect them to adopt the same actions, attitudes, and mindsets. But when someone could help yet chooses not to, when they see the oppressed but turn away, why was that? Was it because their hearts had nothing in them? Was it because abandoning and ignoring others was familiar to them? Was it because it was to their advantage? There was no honor, no belief, no loyalty, and no burning passion in those who valued ignoring others and seeking personal gain. What can you become by living like that? What value was there in living that way? Encrid was a man with a dream. He hated passing by the weak and injustice. He couldn't just pass by because there was something hot inside him that wouldn't let him ignore it. Just like when Riem beat the noble's son or cracked the officer's skull, Encrid didn't dislike Rem. Well done. Well done. That was what Encrid said. The others were astonished. One said, "Thank you," immediately, and the other said, "Well done." It felt like everyone was only saying what they wanted to say. It was funny how the conversation flowed so smoothly, making it even more absurd. Encrid didn't know what mindset Dunbakel had, but he liked that something in her had changed. After all, it was an act to save a weaker companion, and she hadn't sacrificed her life. She had encountered unexpected enemies and tried her best. In doing so, she saved a comrade. That change in mindset made her seem more like a team member than a thief. Encrid was glad about that. He didn't care that she had just said thank you. She's a strange one, too. Their group had always been the one with the oddballs. The former thief's present state wasn't bad, and that was enough. Encrid moved on. Words like thank you meant nothing. What mattered was that they lived, saved others, and their mindsets keep changing for the better. That was enough. Dunbakel accepted Encrid's praise in her own way. She felt that saving a comrade and surviving was the right thing to do. If it wasn't for that, there would be no reason to search for her. It was then that Encrid caught her attention. Black hair, blue eyes, an indifferent demeanor, and subtle kindness. He was the man who had accepted her, an extraordinary leader she could trust. She had survived, and she had saved her comrades. Her actions followed his will. Thus, it seemed she had become part of Encrid's team. Until now, she had reluctantly stayed with them, but now she felt like she truly belonged to the group. "Hey, your eyes look like they ate something emotional. The boss was about to arrange your funeral. He thought you were dead." Rem spoke. It was true. "Is that so?" Dunbakel didn't care. Rem clicked his tongue and snorted in disbelief. "Teach, they say the black dog does the work, and the white dog gets the love." No one paid attention to Rem's words. Ragnar was roughly sketching a map of the forest in his mind. Of course, it was a pointless and useless thing to do. Wasn't that supposed to be the shortcut? He had thought it was a fast route, but why did it lead to the wrong place? His sense of direction was messed up, but Ragnar just thought it was bad luck. Odin smiled softly. Seeing Dunbakel's attitude toward saving her comrades seemed like the beginning of a change. He enjoyed watching people break their limits. Teresa nodded as she looked at Dunbakel. She had heard that her background was complicated, just like hers. She felt some kinship with the beast woman. Of course, she didn't express it outwardly. Jackson was indifferent. Has she finally become somewhat useful? The beast woman, who had only ever known how to fight, was still clumsy in that regard. It would have been easy to just kick her out. But she was accepted. That was the leader's choice. Jackson didn't think much of it. He thought she would die soon, but she stubbornly survived. That was his only observation. Encrid examined Dunbakel's face, shoulders, chest, stomach, and thighs. He even pressed on the wounded areas with his hands. It's troublesome to do it here. Dunbakel spoke with the typical mindset of a beast woman. Just because her reproductive instincts were strong didn't mean she had no sense of modesty. This was a place with many eyes watching. It would be uncomfortable to be exposed and do anything. But the place itself didn't matter much. She could do what she needed to standing up. You stupid beast. He's just gauging whether he should send you back like this. Rem, quick-witted as ever, scolded from the side. Dunbakel wasn't embarrassed. She was only disappointed. Come with me. The wound won't worsen. Dunbakel spoke first. There were some useful herbs in this forest. It wasn't called the Grateful Forest for nothing. Dunbakel had found a herb called ground bean or silk herb, which, when crushed or cut, released a white sap. Applying that sap to a wound prevented infection. It was one of the things she had learned as a mercenary. She had already treated the wound by this point. The sap had dried on the wound, turning into white powder that fell away. If you think you're going to die, ask Rem to carry you. Encrid spoke, and Dunbakel frowned while Rem laughed. Try it. I'll chop your legs off with an axe. Of course that was just a joke. Encrid resumed walking. Do we really have to? Jackson asked. He followed without speaking, but was wondering if there was a reason to return to that remark. If they were planning to return to the territory, they wouldn't have bothered with Dunbakel's wounds, so it wasn't hard to guess Encrid's destination. It's bothering me, Encrid replied. There was no need to follow. This was especially just a matter of his own whims. They could have ended things if they simply returned to the territory. Why? Encrid asked himself, but there was no answer. It was a decision based on emotion, not reason. You can go ahead. No, I'm fine. Jackson didn't argue anymore, and when Rem saw him, he mischievously teased him, saying he seemed like a hungry wild cat who should go catch a few dead rats. Jackson ignored him. Dunbakel didn't need to be supported. Though she wasn't as large as a giant, beastwomen were also physically strong. She wasn't limping. A wandering Teresa. Hadn't they not even exchanged greetings until now? The newly born hybrid giantess immediately spoke her name, and Dunbakel looked up at the much taller female giant before speaking. Don't you know my name? I do. Then that's enough. Both of them belonged to Encrid's group, and that was enough to understand. Teresa understood as well. The group then returned to the place where the wild horses had been. The wild horse was still there. Thud. The horse made a sound when it saw Encrid, as if pleased. How many days would it have waited if they had just gone back? Did you wait? Thud. Yeah, what's going on? Thud. You want me to follow? The wild horse turned its head and wagged its tail, signaling. After watching that for a moment, Dunbakel spoke carefully. Are you now talking to horses? For a moment, no one spoke. It certainly looked that way to all of them. Do you see it like that too? Rem asked in an unusually serious tone. Jackson also frowned. Everything's fine, but why is he talking to beasts? There's a difference between communication and conversation. Ha ha. They say everything in the world is connected, so there's no difference. Auden chuckled and murmured something cryptic. Dunbakel decided to trust and follow along, accepting it as it was. In fact, she herself thought she might try talking to a horse sometime in the future. Wasn't he doing what he wanted and walking the path he chose? Having been both killed and revived by him, Teresa took everything calmly. Talking to a horse wasn't something to criticize, right? So we're going there. Encrid was not one to care about others' opinions. He moved based on the horse's gestures. The group followed behind the wild horse, which stomped its hooves on the ground. Dozens of wild horses, which had been further away, began to follow them as well. If someone were watching from afar, it would certainly look like a strange sight. As they walked, the path descended. Though there were always differences in elevation, this was a particularly steep decline. From the forest's edge, it was a cleverly hidden depression that was barely visible. What should this land be called? There were no mountains, just a sunken terrain. A plain basin? It seemed as if a colossal god had dug the land with his hands. But the strange geography wasn't the only odd thing. Encrid, distracted by random thoughts, noticed traces of something not natural but man-made. A gray stone wall. It was half collapsed with signs of age, and somehow, despite winter approaching, grapevines were tangled over it. Black grape berries were visible on the vines. "What is this?" Rem muttered. He seemed just as intrigued. A gentle warm breeze blew from inside the basin. It was actually a warm breeze, something not easily found in the northern regions at this time of year. Encrid picked a few grapes and put them in his mouth. They were sour but sweet. They were fine fruits. Wild horses also ate a few, and those who followed also popped some into their mouths. Dunbakel put a whole bunch in her mouth and chewed. She seemed hungry, as she chewed the seeds too. It was understandable. She had been hiding in the forest for 3 days. There was no proper camp set up. 8. Teresa pulled some jerky from her pack. Dunbakel ate a few more grapes and then took the jerky without saying thanks. This place is suspicious. Encrid muttered to himself. Or was it a question thrown toward the wild horse? He-ing. The wild horse neighed low and lowered its head, showing hostility. It wasn't aimed at the group. It was facing forward. Sunlight was shining down below the basin, but there was a bluish glow inside the stone wall. The glow wasn't just floating. Clatter. The bones of a skeleton soldier creaked with a unique noise. A skeleton? It was an undead soldier holding a rusty sword and shield. A collapsed tomb, perhaps, brother? Odin spoke as he surveyed the surroundings. It seems like the ground collapsed, causing the tomb to fail in its purpose. Jackson added, in the past, undead was sometimes placed to guard tombs. That's what this looked like. A hidden tomb, one often noted in treasure hunters' journals. Beyond the gray stone wall on the right, the glowing eyes of undead began to appear, increasing in number. The undead had rejected death and reversed the path of life. Encrid casually counted the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. The number wasn't small, but it wasn't particularly threatening either. These were the ones who had confronted the centaur colony head-on. Clatter! Clatter! The skeleton with glowing blue eyes rattled its jaw. Undead, especially low-tier ones, couldn't speak. Only high-level undead could show intent or will through lingering thoughts. Well, there was no need to talk with monsters anyway. The undead, some holding rusty swords and shields, others with bone spears and even skeletal hounds, moved forward. There were 2 skeletal hounds and 5 skeleton soldiers. Encrid, staring at them, unsheathed his sword. Clink. D. Before Encrid could act, a massive figure moved forward first. I strike down those who have fallen and entered the path of reversal. Undead were targets that must be punished by priests or those devoted to gods. Odin moved forward, clasping his palms to his chest, then spreading his arms to the sides. Boom. Boom. A rusty sword swung at Odin, who dodged with a half-step, the sword slicing through the air. From the side, a rusty spear thrust toward him. To an average soldier, this might have been a dangerous moment, but not for Odin. He grabbed the spear's shaft mid-air. At the same time, he swung his fist like a hammer, vertically, to the skull of the one who wielded the sword. Whoosh! Crack! Snap! With one blow, he split the skull in two, then grabbed the opposing spear and lifted its owner into the air before smashing him down. Crash! With a loud noise, the entire body of one skeleton shattered. These bastards! Audin's eyes glinted with intensity. There was no need for Encrid to step in. In the blink of an eye, the 7 skeletons were wiped out. There's more inside. Jackson, with his keen senses, spoke. Encrid felt something similar. It was a sensation reminiscent of when they had encountered magical traps before. Along with the ominous feeling, there was a strangely irritating smell in the air. Burnt smell? Another skeleton appeared before the group. It was holding a trident, and its body was burning. Whoosh! Even from more than 10 steps away, the heat wave hit them. The intense warmth could be felt, and it made their skin feel hot. If they stayed a little longer, sweat would start to pour. A burning skeleton? Rem muttered. It was exactly that. Undead don't feel pain, so this was possible. It was a monster under the effect of an unquenchable fire spell, its entire body burning. He-yang! The wild horse cried out when it saw the creature. It seemed to be saying that this was the reason they had come here. And that was true. The wild horse was the master of this land. The horse was reflecting on the past, specifically the threats it had faced when the land had collapsed. The wild horse had a duty to protect its herd. That's why it had to eliminate this threat. Despite deciding to leave, the horse knew what it had to do, and it had come to ask for human help.